Closer to You, a sweet African-American romance novel written by Imani Price, narrated by Shatrice Williams and Michael Evans. Prologue. You must be our new guest. The woman standing on the porch of the Sweetgum Meadows bed and breakfast had silver-threaded braids, a smile that could power a small city, and the posture of someone who'd been waiting for him specifically. Beside her, a tall man in a pressed shirt stood with his hands clasped behind his back, radiating the quiet steadiness of an oak tree that had seen enough weather to stop worrying about storms. Bryce Carter. He set his bag down and extended his hand. I appreciate you having me on short notice. Rochelle Stevens Walters. She shook his hand with both of hers. And this is my husband, Benjamin. Short notice is our specialty. We had the garden room ready the moment you called. Garden room has the best view on the property, Benjamin added. His handshake was firm, unhurried. You can see the willow pond from the bed if you leave the curtains open. Bryce looked past them at the B&B. A stately old house surrounded by oaks, the kind of place Nikki had described when she talked about Sweetgum in the university library during their senior year. Not this building, but the town it belonged to. He could replay the conversation with the clarity of a recording. There's a lake where the oaks come right down to the water. You can hear the frogs at night, and Main Street has these brick sidewalks with string lights between the shops. It's the most peaceful place in the world. She'd been leaning back in her chair with her pencil behind her ear, eyes soft with homesickness, and he'd memorized every word because she was the one saying them. He was standing in her town. He could feel it. Come on in. Rochelle held the screen door open. You hungry? I've got lemon cake in the kitchen, and Benjamin just made sweet tea. Yes, ma'am, thank you. The inside of the B&B was as warm as the outside suggested. Hardwood floors, lived-in furniture, framed photographs on every surface. A vase of fresh wildflowers sat on the check-in table next to a guest book with a cracked leather cover. The air smelled like lemon and something baked and a faint trace of pine from the candles on the mantel. Rochelle led him to the kitchen and set a plate in front of him without asking what size piece he wanted. It was generous. Benjamin poured the tea and settled into the chair across from him with easy efficiency. He'd done this 1,000 times, and it showed. So, Rochelle sat down and folded her hands. Basketball coach. Yes, ma'am. At our high school. That's right. And you're from, she let the question hang, North Carolina originally. Played college ball in Virginia, coached at a small college program in Tennessee for the last 3 years. Long way from Tennessee to Sweetgum. Rochelle's tone was pleasant, but her eyes were doing a different kind of math, the kind that involved a young, handsome man showing up alone in a small town with no obvious connection to anyone in it. What brought you all the way out here? Bryce took a sip of the tea. It was perfect, cold, sweet, and strong enough to make his back teeth ache. I was ready for a change, wanted to work with high school kids, build a program from the ground up. The position opened up and it felt right. All of that was true. None of it was the whole truth. Sweetgum's a wonderful place to settle down, Benjamin said. Quiet town, good people, the kind of community that takes care of its own. That's what I've heard. You heard about us? Rochelle leaned forward. From who? Bryce paused, his fork halfway to his mouth. The honest answer was from a woman I let walk out of my life because I was too afraid to tell her I was in love with her, and I spent the last year planning how to get back to her. That answer would travel through Sweetgum faster than a grass fire in July. A friend mentioned the area, said it was a special place. Rochelle's eyebrows rose a fraction. She glanced at Benjamin. Benjamin sipped his tea. Whatever silent communication passed between them, it ended with Rochelle nodding once, satisfied for now. Well, you let us know if you need anything while you get settled. We know everybody in this town, and if we don't know them, Mrs. Zhang does. I appreciate that. How long are you staying with us before you find your own place? Rochelle asked. Shouldn't be more than a week or two. I've already started looking at apartments. No rush. Rochelle stood and patted his shoulder. The garden room is yours as long as you need it. Breakfast is at 7. Don't be late. Benjamin's biscuits wait for nobody. She left the kitchen, and Benjamin lingered a moment longer. He studied Bryce with a look that was neither suspicious nor warm. just attentive. The look of a man who'd lived long enough to recognize when someone was carrying more than their luggage. "Sweet gum grows on people," Benjamin said. "Give it time." "I plan to." Benjamin nodded once and followed his wife out of the room. Bryce sat alone at the kitchen table with lemon cake and sweet tea and the knowledge that he was sitting in a town he'd never set foot in before today, a town that existed in his mind as a collection of details described by a woman across a study table. Brick sidewalks and string lights, a diner with the best sweet potato pie in Georgia, a lake where the frogs sang at night, a bookstore that smelled like old paper and vanilla candles. She'd handed him this town in pieces over hundreds of study sessions, and he'd held every piece like a man building a map to a place he'd need to find someday. Someday had arrived. He finished the cake, washed his plate, and walked outside. Main Street was everything she'd said it would be. The brick sidewalks were real, worn smooth by decades of foot traffic, edges softened with moss in the places where the shade held. The string lights were strung between the storefronts, unlit in the afternoon sun but promising something gentle for the evening. Bryce walked slowly, hands in his pockets, taking inventory. Rochelle's old-fashioned diner, the hand-lettered script across the front glass exactly as she'd described it. A coffee shop called Roasted Beans with a chalkboard menu on the sidewalk. A bookstore with a window display that looked like it hadn't changed in 20 years, in a way that felt intentional rather than neglected. An ice cream shop with a line out the door. A Chinese restaurant. A watch repair shop. Small, specific, loved. This was where she came from. This was the place that made her. Bryce reached the town square at the south end of Main Street and stopped. The gazebo sat at the center, white paint peeling slightly, surrounded by benches and flower beds that someone tended with obvious care. He turned and looked back up Main Street the way he'd come, the storefront stretching north in a modest, deliberate beauty that couldn't be manufactured. Every storefront was maintained. Every sidewalk was swept. The people he passed nodded or waved, not because they knew him, but because that's what you did here. He understood, standing on this sidewalk in the late July heat, why she loved this place, why she'd gone away to college and come back, why in every conversation they'd ever had about the future, her future always circled home. What she didn't know, what she'd never suspected, was that every detail she'd given him had been received as a coordinate, a pin dropped on the map of his life. She'd been telling him where to find her, and she hadn't even known she was doing it. He turned toward the lake. The water caught the afternoon sun and threw it back in chips of gold, and the old oaks and sweet gum trees along the shore shifted in a breeze so faint he barely felt it on his skin. He stood there for a long time. He'd been in 3 relationships since college. 2 that lasted a few months, 1 that made it to a year. Monique, Kira, Dominique. Good women, every one of them. Kind, attractive, interested. And every one of them had ended the same way, with Bryce sitting on the other side of a table from someone who was perfectly fine and knowing, with a certainty that lived in his bones, that perfectly fine was not what he wanted. What he wanted was a woman who explained integration by parts with her hands flying and her glasses sliding down her nose. The sound of her laugh when he got an answer wrong on purpose, just to see her reaction. The girl who showed up to every single one of his games and sat in the same section with the same water bottle, who cheered for him like he was the only player on the court, who walked back to the dorms with him afterward, talking about everything and nothing, and making the ordinary feel like the most important conversation in the world. What he wanted was Nikki Harper. The realization hadn't come all at once. It had come in pieces over months, a slow accumulation of evidence that his logical mind couldn't dismiss forever. No one else's laugh landed the same. He'd catch himself reaching for his phone to text her something funny before remembering they hadn't spoken in 2 years. He kept finding excuses to watch college math league footage on YouTube and pretending it wasn't because he was looking for her face. The final piece had fallen on an ordinary Tuesday. He was sitting in his office at the college in Tennessee, reviewing game film, and one of his assistant coaches mentioned a girl he was dating. "She's brilliant, man, like genuinely smarter than me. It's kind of intimidating." And and the assistant had laughed, like brilliance in a woman was an obstacle to navigate rather than a reason to stay. Something in Bryce's chest had cracked open. He'd gone home that night and sat on his couch and let the truth fill the room. He was in love with Nikki. He had been in love with her since the second semester of their sophomore year, when she'd leaned over his shoulder to check his work and her hair had brushed his neck and his entire world had narrowed to the scent of her shampoo and the sound of her voice saying that one's right. He had been in love with her for years, and he had done nothing, and she had graduated and gone home and built a life, and he had let the distance grow because he was afraid. Afraid of what, exactly? Afraid she'd say no. Afraid she'd say yes, and then he'd have to be worthy of it. Afraid that the easiest, most natural relationship of his life would become complicated the moment he named what it really was. So he'd stayed quiet. He'd sat across the table 2 nights a week and watched her push her glasses up and tuck her curls behind her ear and light up when a proof clicked, and he'd kept his mouth shut, and then she was gone. He was done being afraid. It took him 3 months to find the job listing. He'd searched every coaching position within driving distance of Sweetgum, Georgia, and when the Sweetgum High opening appeared, posted on a Tuesday like the universe was keeping their old schedule, he'd applied the same day. The interview was over video. The offer came 2 weeks later. He'd accepted before the call ended, and now he was here. Standing by a lake she'd described to him in a library in Virginia, in a town he'd memorized the way some men memorized playbooks. He didn't know if she was still here. He didn't know if she was single. He didn't know if she'd be happy to see him, or confused, or indifferent. He knew he was done wondering.
Chapter 1. Ms. Harper, I have a question about the summer problem set. Nikki looked up from the stack of textbooks she'd been organizing on the shelf beneath the whiteboard. Jalen Torres was leaning against the doorframe of her classroom, backpack slung over one shoulder, phone in hand, looking like a student who'd shown up 2 weeks before school started purely because he couldn't help himself. Which was what he was. Jalen. She set the last textbook down and turned to face him. School doesn't start until August 11th. Why are you here? I was in the neighborhood. You live 20 minutes from here. Long neighborhood. He grinned and pulled a crumpled printout from his backpack. Seriously, though, problem 14, the integration by parts. I got an answer, but it doesn't match the back of the packet. Nikki took the paper and scanned his work. Jalen was one of her sharpest AP calculus students, a kid who treated math the way other teenagers treated video games, like a puzzle worth losing sleep over. He'd been texting her questions all summer, and she'd been answering every single one, because that was the kind of teacher she was, and that was the kind of student he deserved. Your U substitution is right, she said, tracing her finger down his work. But look at step 4. You dropped a negative sign when you differentiated. Jalen leaned over her shoulder to look. Oh, that's embarrassing. It's not embarrassing. It's a sign error. Half the math that's ever been done wrong in the history of the world went wrong because somebody dropped a sign. She handed the paper back. Fix it and send me a photo. And Jalen, ma'am, go enjoy what's left of your summer. The problem set isn't due until the first week of class. I know, but Math League regional roster gets announced in September, and I want to be ready. He folded the paper with precision that bordered on origami. Did you hear we might get a new member? Amara Osei, transferred in from Valdosta. Straight A student, won her district competition last year. Nikki felt the small, familiar spark that always lit in her chest when her Math League team grew. I heard. Her transcript is strong. I'm meeting with her parents next week. Good. We need her for the relay round. Devin freezes up under time pressure, and I can't carry that section alone. Jalen pushed off the doorframe. All right, I'm out. Thanks, Ms. Harper. Drive safe, always. He disappeared down the hallway, his sneakers squeaking on the freshly waxed floors. Nikki shook her head, smiling, and turned back to her classroom. She'd been in here since 7 that morning, rearranging desks, updating her bulletin boards, and loading the fall syllabus onto the school's digital platform. The room smelled like dry erase markers and the lemon cleaner the custodial staff used over the summer. Familiar. Grounding. Hers. She loved this room. She'd been teaching in it for 3 years, and before that, she'd student taught in the one next door. The walls held framed prints of famous mathematicians alongside student work from previous years, and in the corner near the window, a small shelf held the trophies her math league teams had earned since she took over the program. 4 regional placements, 1 state semifinal. She wanted the full championship this year, and with Jalen and Amara and the rest of her kids, she thought they could get it. Her phone buzzed on the desk, a text from her mother. "You at the school already? Faculty meeting isn't until 10. Nikki typed back, "Setting up my classroom. You know how I am." The response was instant. "I know exactly how you are. Eat something. Love you." She smiled, set the phone down, and went back to her whiteboard configuration. She was testing marker colors against the new board surface when footsteps and voices started filling the hallway outside. Teachers arriving for the annual welcome back meeting. Nikki checked the clock on the wall. 9:45. She grabbed her coffee mug, locked her classroom, and headed toward the library. The library at Sweetgum High wasn't large, but it was welcoming, with tall windows that let in the morning light and enough tables to seat the full faculty. Someone had set up a breakfast spread near the circulation desk. Muffins from Dara's kitchen, a coffee station, a tray of fruit. Nikki beelined for the coffee, poured herself a refill, and found a seat near the windows. There she is. Vanessa Rhodes, the AP English teacher, dropped into the chair beside her with a plate piled high with muffins. "I thought you'd already be here. Were you setting up your room?" "Since 7. "Of course you were. I haven't even looked at my room yet. I'm scared of what it smells like after 2 months sealed up." Vanessa broke a muffin in half. "Did you hear about the new hires? We got a fresh English teacher for 9th grade. Thank God, because I was not teaching freshman comp again. And apparently there's a new basketball coach." Nikki sipped her coffee. "What happened to Coach Freeman?" "Retired. Moved to Florida to be near his grandkids. The new guy is from out of state, I think." Vanessa waved her hand vaguely. "Former college athlete. Somebody in the front office was talking about it. Supposed to be here today for the meeting." "Good for the program," Nikki said, already moving on. The basketball team had been middling for the past few years, and the students deserved better. She hoped whoever they'd hired had the energy to rebuild. "Jabril seems excited about it," Vanessa added. "He was saying the new guy has real coaching credentials, D1 experience." "That's promising." Nikki pulled a muffin from Vanessa's plate without asking. Vanessa didn't blink. "Maybe they'll actually make regionals this year." "Maybe." Vanessa leaned closer. "How was your summer? You look good. Did you do something different with your hair?" Nikki touched a curl near her temple. She hadn't done anything different. Her hair did what her hair always did, which was whatever it wanted. "No, same hair." "Well, it looks great, very full and bouncy." "Thank you, Vanessa." "You're welcome." "Did you meet anyone this summer?" Nikki gave her a flat look. "What? It's a valid question. You spent the entire break doing math league prep and reorganizing your classroom. I'm just checking. I'm good. Good as in, I'm fulfilled and thriving, or good as in, I'm deflecting because I don't want to talk about it." "Both." Nikki bit into the muffin. Blueberry, still warm. Dara's recipe was perfect, as always. "I'm here to teach, Vanessa, not to date. You can do both. I'm aware. And yet. And yet." Nikki smiled, and the conversation ended the way it always ended, with Vanessa shaking her head and Nikki not explaining herself because there was nothing to explain. She wasn't lonely. She wasn't bitter. She was a 27-year-old woman with a career she loved, students who challenged her, a mother who fed her, and a life in a town that felt like home. She was fine. She was fine. Principal Hodges stepped to the front of the library and called the room to order. The usual welcome back items, schedule changes, new software for the grading system, fire drill protocols. Nikki took notes on her phone and let her mind wander to the fall competition calendar. If she could get Jalen and Amara working together by late September, the relay round at regionals would be theirs. She was sketching a practice schedule in the margin of her notes when Principal Hodges said something that almost didn't register. "I also want to introduce 2 new members of our staff. First, Miss Keisha Arnold, who's joining our English department." Polite applause. Nikki clapped without looking up. "And second, our new head basketball coach, who comes to us with D1 playing experience and 3 years of coaching at the collegiate level. Please welcome Coach Bryce Carter. Nikki's hands stopped mid-clap. The name went through her like a frequency, like a tuning fork struck against bone. Her mug was suddenly too heavy in her hand, and her heart was suddenly too loud in her chest, and the room was suddenly too bright and too small. Bryce Carter. She looked up. He was standing at the front of the room next to Principal Hodges, and every molecule of air in the library rearranged itself around the fact of him. Taller than she remembered, broader. The lean, angular frame she'd known in college had finished filling out, thickened with the athletic definition that came from years of discipline. His shoulders were wider, his jaw was sharper. He wore a simple navy polo and khakis, and he looked like he'd walked off a magazine cover and directly into her place of employment. She had 3 seconds before he scanned the room and found her. 3 seconds where she could look at him without being seen. Her body used every one of them. Her eyes swept from his shoulders to his chest to his hands. The same hands she used to watch across a library table. And something deep in the center of her lurched sideways like the floor had tilted. She pushed her glasses up her nose. Nervous tell. She never noticed when she did it. His gaze moved through the room, casual, confident, and then it landed on her, and stopped. The polite smile he'd been giving the room changed. Something underneath it shifted, something warm and startled and sure all at once, and his eyes held hers across 20 feet of library space, and the sensation was physical. A hand pressing against her chest from the inside. He smiled. Not the polite smile. The real one. The one she hadn't seen in 4 years. The one that used to greet her when she walked into the library on Tuesday and Thursday nights. The one that said you're here, like her arrival was the thing he'd been waiting for. Don't do this to yourself. He's your friend. He was always your friend. She smiled back. Waved. Small wave. Professional wave. The wave of a colleague recognizing another colleague, nothing more. Principal Hodges finished the introductions and the meeting dissolved into mingling. Nikki watched Bryce shake hands with other teachers, watched him nod and laugh and navigate the room the way he'd always navigated rooms, with the easy, magnetic presence that made people want to stand near him. He was moving through the crowd, but he was moving in her direction. Every handshake, every introduction, brought him a few feet closer. She realized she was tracking his progress like a radar, and she made herself stop. She looked down at her phone, looked at her notes, looked at anything that wasn't him. Nikki? His voice, right there, right in front of her. She looked up, and he was standing at her table, and the full reality of Bryce Carter 3 feet away hit her like a wall of warm air. Up close was different. Up close, she could see the details that 4 years had added and refined. The slight shadow of stubble along his jaw, the way his polo stretched across his chest, the gold chain at his neck catching the light from the library windows. Bryce? She stood, and the height difference announced itself immediately. She'd forgotten how far up she had to look. 8 inches of difference that meant her eyes were level with his shoulders, that meant she had to tilt her face back to meet his gaze. That meant he was looking down at her with an expression so warm it felt like standing in direct sunlight. "Come here," he said, and opened his arms. She walked into the hug, because that's what they did, that's what they'd always done, and her body obeyed the old command before her brain could intervene. His arms closed around her, and she was pressed against his chest, and he was broader than she remembered. Solid, steady, his hands spanning across her back in a way that made her aware of every point of contact. Her face was against his shirt, and he smelled the way he'd always smelled, clean and warm with something underneath that she'd spent 4 years trying not to think about, something she'd never been able to name and had never stopped searching for. He held her a beat longer than a standard reunion required. She let him. When they pulled apart, his hands slid down her arms before releasing, a slow, deliberate departure that left her skin buzzing in their wake. She stepped back, tucked a curl behind her ear, smiled wide. "What are you doing here?" Her voice was higher than normal. She didn't notice. How did you end up at Sweetgum?" "It's a long story." He was still smiling at her, and the light in it hadn't dimmed. Applied for the coaching position a few months ago. Got the call in June. I've been in town about a week. A week? She blinked. You've been in Sweetgum for a week and you didn't call me? I didn't know you were here. He said it easily, without hesitation, like it was the most obvious explanation in the world. I mean, I knew you were from here, but I wasn't sure if you'd stayed. I stayed. She gestured vaguely at the school, at the town beyond the windows, at herself. This is home. I teach here. AP Calculus, Trigonometry, Advanced Functions. I run the Math League team. Math League. The way he said it carried the weight of something she couldn't identify. Something soft and unsurprised, like he'd seen this coming. Of course you do. What's that supposed to mean? It means of course you do, Nikki. You were always going to end up somewhere brilliant, doing something that mattered. He said it so plainly, like a fact, like saying the sky was blue or water was wet. She didn't know what to do with that, so she deflected. And you're coaching basketball at my school. At your school. That's wild. That's fate. She laughed, and the laugh loosened something in her chest. I don't believe in fate. You believe in math. Same thing. It is absolutely not the same thing. Sure it is. Variables line up, outcomes follow. Fate with a formula. She was grinning now, and it wasn't the controlled grin, the one she deployed at faculty meetings and parent conferences. It was the real one, the one he'd always been able to pull out of her. They were falling into their old rhythm, like 4 years was 4 minutes, finishing each other's setups, trading lines, the rapid-fire banter that used to make their study sessions run hours past the material they needed to cover. He was the same. He was completely different. Both were true. So where are you living? She asked, because living arrangements were safe. Living arrangements were neutral. I'm at the bed and breakfast for now. Rochelle and Benjamin are taking good care of me. He smiled. I found an apartment near the school. Small place, a kitchen and a bed, which is all I need. He gestured toward the front of the room. Your principal seems great, and the football coach, Jabril, good dude. We've already talked about building some cross-training programs. Jabril's wonderful. His wife, Ebony, is a ceramics artist. She has a studio near Main Street. She was already doing it, she realized. Already pulling him into her world, giving him the map. You're gonna love this town, Bryce. Sweetgum is special. I'm starting to see that. He was looking at her when he said it. Not at the room, not at the school, at her. She chose not to notice. We should catch up properly, she said. There's a diner on Main Street, Rochelle's old-fashioned diner. The food is incredible. And a coffee shop, roasted beans. You have to try Joanne's cappuccino. I'd like that. Good, I'll give you the full tour. I'd like that too. His voice was low and steady and aimed directly at her, and she pushed her glasses up again because they didn't need pushing, and she tapped her fingers against the ceramic because her hands needed something to do. She noticed his hands when he reached up to adjust the collar of his polo. Long fingers, strong wrists. The same hands she used to watch across the library table when she was supposed to be watching his problem sets. She'd stared at his hands because she couldn't stare at his face, and the habit had survived the distance and was now fully, inconveniently awake. She looked away so fast it was almost audible. Vanessa appeared at her elbow. Sorry to interrupt. She was not sorry at all. Her eyes were ping-ponging between Nikki and Bryce with barely contained delight. She was already composing the group text. Vanessa Rhodes, AP English, welcome to Sweetgum High. Bryce Carter. He shook her hand. Appreciate the welcome. Of course. Vanessa turned to Nikki with an expression that was asking several questions at once. You two know each other? College, Nikki said, and the word was clean and simple, no more information than she intended to give. Bryce and I were friends in college. Good friends, Bryce added. His gaze settled on Nikki when he said it, and the weight of the word good landed in a place she was choosing not to examine. Good friends, she confirmed. She sipped her coffee. It was cold. She sipped it anyway. I used to tutor him. She saved my GPA, Bryce said. Every Tuesday and Thursday. Someone had to. Nikki smiled at him, and the smile was easy, and the history behind it was not. Vanessa had spent the last 10 minutes asking if Nikki had met anyone this summer, and now she was watching the universe deliver an answer in a navy polo. Nikki ignored the expression. She was very good at ignoring expressions. Well, Vanessa said, in a tone that promised a thorough interrogation later. "Welcome aboard, Coach Carter. I'm sure Nikki will show you around." She already offered. Of course she did. Vanessa squeezed Nikki's arm, a gesture loaded with subtext, and drifted toward the muffin table. Nikki and Bryce stood in the library with the morning light falling through the tall windows and 4 years of silence between them, and she told herself that the glow in her chest was just happiness. Just the uncomplicated pleasure of an old friend showing up unexpectedly in a new context. Just familiarity, just comfort, just a man she'd known well, standing in her school, smiling at her like she was the best thing he'd seen all day. That's all it was. That's all it could be. "Tuesday and Thursday," he said, quieter now. The library was emptying, teachers heading to their classrooms, the meeting officially over. "We had a good thing going." "We did." She held her mug with both hands and looked up at him through her glasses, and the distance between them felt both enormous and impossibly small. "I'm really glad you're here, Bryce." "You have no idea," he said. She smiled because she thought she understood what he meant. She didn't.
Chapter 2. So, Jabril crossed his arms and followed Bryce's sightline down the hallway. "You know Miss Harper?" It wasn't a question. Nikki's classroom door had just closed at the end of the corridor. The hallway was quiet without her in it, the way every room was quiet when she left. Bryce had been watching her walk away, the green cardigan, the curls moving as she walked. The posture of a woman who had no idea that the man standing behind her had just rebuilt his entire life around being in the same building as she was. "College," Bryce said. "Uh-huh." Jabril's mouth twitched at the corner. "College." Bryce looked at him. "I'm just saying." Jabril held up his hands. "That's a long way to come for a coaching job. It's a good program. It's a rebuilding program at a small-town high school, man." Jabril's voice was gentle and direct. "I'm not knocking it. I love this school. But you've got D1 experience. You could have coached anywhere." Bryce didn't answer. "Right." Jabril clapped him on the shoulder. "Let me show you the weight room. We've got a lot to talk about." They walked the opposite direction down the corridor, and Bryce matched Jabril's stride and let the conversation shift to facilities and budgets and off-season training schedules. The professional part of his brain engaged fully, because the professional reasons for being here were real. He loved coaching. He loved developing young players. He was going to build something at this school that these kids and this community deserved, and the passion for that work was not a performance. But underneath the rosters and the schematics and the weight room inventory, his mind was running a different film. There you are. The thought had arrived the moment her laugh reached him across the library. Before he'd turned, before he'd seen her face. The sound of her laugh, the real one, the one that came from deep in her chest and caught at the top like it surprised her, had crossed the room and found him at the coffee station, and his body had known before his eyes confirmed it. 4 years. He hadn't heard that laugh in 4 years, and the sound of it had rearranged the air in his lungs. "Weight room's down here," Jabril said, pushing through a set of double doors. "It's not state-of-the-art, but it's functional. We share it with the football program, so we'll need to coordinate schedules." Bryce walked through the room, noting the equipment, the layout, the ventilation. He asked the right questions. He made the right observations. He was good at this. The bifurcation of attention, the ability to run one play on the surface while the real game happened underneath. The real game was this. She was here. She was in this school. She taught calculus and trigonometry. She ran the math league team. She was everything he'd known she would become, and she was 100 feet away, and she was wearing a green cardigan that made her skin glow, and she'd smiled at him like seeing his face had remade her morning. And she'd called him her friend. Twice. To that English teacher who'd appeared at her elbow with the barely concealed excitement of a woman witnessing something she intended to text about later, Nikki had said, "We were friends in college, and I used to tutor him." Both sentences were true. Neither was complete. He'd added, "good friends," and watched the word good land on Nikki's face and slide right off. She'd confirmed it without examining it, the way she confirmed everything about their relationship. Quickly, firmly, with the door closed before anyone could look too long. You're working with heart, Jabril said, pulling Bryce back to the weight room. These kids love basketball. They show up, they work, they want to compete. What they don't have is structure. Freeman was a good man, but he'd been coasting the last few years. The playbook hasn't been updated since I got here, and I've been here 6 years. I saw the film. There's talent. The point guard has good court vision, and there's a center who's athletic but doesn't know how to use his body yet. That's Deshaun and Terrell. You'll meet them at pre-service conditioning. Jabril leaned against the squat rack. What's your philosophy? Fundamentals first. Defense creates offense, and every kid on the roster matters, not just the starters. He paused. I want to build something these kids can be proud of, and I want the community to show up. Basketball should be a room people want to be in. Jabril studied him. I believe you. But? No but. Just an observation. Jabril's voice was careful now. You came here for a reason. The coaching is part of it, and I believe that part is real. The other part is the woman down the hall who you just hugged in a school library like she was the last helicopter out of a war zone. Bryce exhaled. Jabril was direct. He'd expected that from a football coach, but not this quickly. It's complicated. It's not complicated. You're in love with her. That's the simplest thing in the world. Jabril held up a hand before Bryce could respond. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm saying it's simple. You came here for her. The job is real, the kids are real, the coaching is real, but the origin story is her. The weight room was quiet. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead. The mirrors on the far wall showed Bryce a version of himself he was still learning to recognize. The man who'd actually done it, who'd actually packed his car and driven to a town in Georgia because a woman described it to him across a library table. I let her go once, Bryce said. I'm not doing it again. Good. Jabril pushed off the squat rack. Then let me give you one piece of advice. Go ahead. Don't rush her. Nikki Harper is the smartest person in this building, and she is also the person most likely to talk herself out of something good. If you come at her too fast, she'll categorize you as a risk and shut it down. If you come at her too slow, she'll categorize you as a friend and lock the door. He paused. Find the middle. Be present, be clear, and be patient. Patient, not passive. Jabril nodded slowly. Yeah, exactly that. He spent the rest of the afternoon in the coaching office, reviewing the program files Freeman had left behind, roster sheets, season records, a playbook that confirmed what the film had shown. A program with raw talent and no system, like a car with a good engine and no steering. He could fix this. He wanted to fix this. The program deserved everything he had, and he intended to give it everything. But the film he kept replaying wasn't the game tape. It was her face when she saw him, the parted lips, the widened eyes, the tiny, unconscious adjustment of her glasses, the hand that had stopped mid-clap, the proof that she hadn't known he was coming, that this was real and unscripted, and she was feeling it in real time. He'd watched the recognition hit her face like a physical event, and the impact had sent a current through his chest that he'd felt in his fingertips. And then the hug. He'd said, "Come here," and opened his arms, because if he hadn't put a shape around the impulse, the shape it would take on its own would have been far less professional. And she'd walked into him. Just walked in, like she'd been waiting for the invitation, like the 4 years apart had been a pause and not an ending. Her face against his chest, her hands light on his back, the warmth of her skin through the cotton of her blouse, her heartbeat against his ribs, quick and light, a bird trapped in a small room. The hug had lasted 4 seconds. He knew because he'd counted. 4 seconds of contact after 4 years of absence, and the ratio was criminal, and his hands had slid down her arms when he let go because he couldn't make them lift straight off. The departure needed to be gradual. The absence, when his fingertips left her skin, had been immediate and total. She'd stepped back and tucked a curl behind her ear and smiled, and her voice had been bright and slightly higher than normal. She didn't know that about herself. He did. He knew every tell she had. The glasses push for nerves, the curl tuck for uncertainty, the brightness in her voice when she was covering something underneath. He'd learned to read her in a college library, and the literacy hadn't faded. She'd told him what she'd been doing since college, and he'd listened hard, as if she were answering a question he'd been carrying for years. She taught calculus and trigonometry. She ran the math league team. She loved this school. She loved this town. She was here, and she was thriving, and she was exactly who he'd always known she would become. He'd told her she was always going to end up somewhere brilliant, doing something that mattered. He'd said it like a fact, because it was. And she'd deflected. She always deflected. He'd watched her take the compliment and redirect it, and the move was so practiced, so unconscious, that it told him more than she intended. Someone had taught this woman that praise was something to manage rather than receive. He could see it in the speed of the redirect, the practiced efficiency of it, a move so automatic she probably didn't register it as a choice. He noticed. He'd always noticed. And through the entire conversation, which lasted 20 minutes and felt like 3, she hadn't mentioned a boyfriend, a partner, a man. The absence was loud. Bryce had listened for it the way a musician listens for a note in a chord. She'd referenced her students, her mother, her math league team, her classroom, her town. The shape of her life was full and rich and contained no one who touched her the way he intended to touch her. She was here. She was single. She was down the hall. He opened the coaching laptop and started building the new playbook. Defense first. Fundamentals. Structure. The kind of system that took raw talent and gave it a framework to operate inside. The kind of patient, deliberate, evidence-based construction that turned potential into performance. He worked for 2 hours. The playbook took shape on the screen, formations and rotations, and defensive schemes, and the work was good and real, and the part of his brain that loved coaching was fully engaged. This was not a man pretending to care about basketball while pining for a woman down the hall. This was a man who cared about basketball and was in love with a woman down the hall. And both truths coexisted the way they always coexisted in him. The professional and the personal, the job and the reason, the play and the purpose underneath it. The metaphor was not lost on him. That evening, he sat on the porch of the B&B with a glass of Benjamin's sweet tea and watched the light change over the willow pond. The sky went gold, then copper, then a deep blue that settled over the town like a blanket being pulled up. The B&B was quiet. The other guests, an older couple from Atlanta here for an anniversary weekend, had gone out to dinner at the diner. Bryce had the porch to himself, and the solitude was welcome after a day of introductions and handshakes and the sustained performance of being a man who had arrived in this town for purely professional reasons. He thought about the meeting, the way the room had tilted when he saw her, the way his body had known before his eyes confirmed, the laugh crossing the room and finding him at the coffee station like a compass needle swinging to north. The girl he'd known in college had been beautiful and had no idea. The woman sitting in that library was devastating and had even less. She held herself the same way, shoulders slightly forward, attention aimed entirely at whoever she was talking to, completely unaware that anyone else in the room might be looking at her. People were looking. He'd seen a male teacher glance her way as he passed her table. She hadn't noticed. She never noticed. He thought about what Jabril had said in the weight room. Don't rush her. The advice was sound. Nikki Harper was a woman who processed the world through data, through evidence, through the slow accumulation of proof that allowed her to reach conclusions she could trust. If he came at her with declarations and confessions before she had enough evidence to believe them, she'd dismiss the data as an outlier and lock the door. He needed to be the pattern, not the anomaly. He needed to show up so consistently, so clearly, so reliably, that when the time came to tell her the truth, she'd have months of evidence that made the truth undeniable. The first piece of evidence was the coaching job, real, substantive, a reason to be in the building that justified his presence without requiring explanation. The second piece was proximity, the hallway, the lounge, the parking lot, the shared geography of a school building where their paths would cross naturally, daily, inevitably. Every encounter would be another data point. Every conversation, another entry in a catalog she'd eventually have to read. The third piece was patience, not the passive kind, the active, deliberate, disciplined kind, the kind that showed up every day and didn't push and didn't pull and didn't rush and didn't retreat. The kind that said, I'm here and I'm not going anywhere. And when you're ready to look at what's been in front of you this whole time, I'll still be standing in the same place. Rochelle came out with a plate of cornbread and sat in the chair beside him without being asked. How was the first day? Good. Met the staff, saw the facilities, got a feel for the program. And I'm excited. The kids deserve a real coaching program. I'm going to give them one. Rochelle looked at him for a long moment. Then she smiled, and the smile had layers. I'm glad to hear it, Coach Carter. We've been waiting for someone who was here for the right reasons. He met her eyes and held them, and the silence between them was a conversation of its own. She knew. Not the details, not the history, not the library, or the tutoring, or the years of silence. But she knew the way women like Rochelle always knew, by reading the space between a man's words and finding the truth he hadn't said yet. I'm here for the right reasons, he said, and meant all of them. Rochelle patted his knee, stood, and went inside. The screen door closed softly behind her. Bryce sat alone with his sweet tea and the evening settling around him, and the knowledge that the woman he loved was somewhere in this town, in an apartment or a house, or maybe sitting on her own porch, and they were breathing the same air and walking the same sidewalks and sharing the same sky for the first time in 4 years. Tomorrow was the second day of pre-service. She'd be in the building. He'd see her in the hallway, or the lounge, or the parking lot. And the seeing would begin the process of showing her, day by day, gesture by gesture, what he'd come here to prove. That she was not too much. That she had never been too much. That the men who'd walked away had been the problem, not her. And that the man who'd walked toward her, who'd driven to her town and applied for a job in her building and opened his arms in a library and felt her walk into him like coming home, was not going anywhere. The frogs started singing from the lake. She'd told him about the frogs. She'd told him everything, and he'd kept it all. And now he was here, and the frogs were real, and the town was real, and the woman was real, and the only thing left was the telling. The screen door opened behind him. Benjamin stepped out with a refill of sweet tea, set it on the arm of Bryce's chair without a word, and stood at the porch railing looking out at the willow pond. Frogs are loud tonight, Benjamin said. Yeah, they are, Benjamin nodded. The two men stood in the evening quiet, listening to the frogs and the settling dark. And Bryce thought about patience and proximity and the woman down the hall and the distance that was going to close. He'd get there. He'd be patient. He'd be present. He'd be clear. And when the time came, he'd be brave enough to say it.
Chapter 3. Nikki Harper, is that you bringing a man to my diner? Amy was already grinning from behind the counter when Nikki pushed through the screen door, and the way she said a man carried enough inflection to fill a courtroom. 2 booths were occupied, and 3 heads turned to look. Small-town radar. Nikki loved this place, but there were days when the surveillance was Olympic level. Amy, this is Bryce Carter. He's the new basketball coach at the school. Bryce, this is Amy. She runs the kitchen. Her husband Malachi handles the front. Best food in Sweetgum. Best food in Georgia, Amy corrected. She wiped her hands on her apron and gave Bryce an appraising look that lasted a full 3 seconds longer than professional courtesy required. Welcome to Sweetgum, Coach. Sit anywhere you like. I'll bring water. They took the booth by the window. The vinyl creaked when Bryce sat down and his knees bumped the underside of the table. He adjusted, stretched his legs out, and the tip of his shoe landed an inch from Nikki's ankle. She shifted her foot, not away, just to the side, just enough to register the proximity without making contact. This is the diner you told me about, he said, looking around. Senior year, you said the sweet potato pie was the best thing you'd ever eaten. She'd forgotten she'd told him that. Or rather, she'd filed it in the same place she'd filed most of her college memories of him. Deep enough to survive, shallow enough to retrieve when caught off guard. You remember that? I remember everything you told me about this town, he said it simply. Not charged, not loaded, just a fact. She didn't know what to do with a man who said things like that in the same tone other people used to comment on the weather. So she picked up the menu and studied it with the focus of someone who hadn't already memorized every item on it. Malachi appeared from the kitchen to take their orders, and the warm rumble of his voice steadied the air. He and Bryce shook hands, and the exchange was brief and easy. Two large men occupying space with the unconscious confidence of people who were used to being the biggest person in most rooms. Malachi recommended the smothered pork chops. Bryce took the recommendation. Nikki ordered what she always ordered, the fried catfish plate, and Malachi disappeared with a nod. "He seems solid," Bryce said. "He is. He took over the diner from his Aunt Rochelle. You met her at the B&B. "I did. She asked me about 15 questions in the first 10 minutes. "That's Rochelle," Nikki smiled. "She means well. She just likes to know everybody's business. She asked me if I was single." Nikki's hand paused on her water glass. A fraction of a second, barely visible. She picked the glass up and drank. "That's also Rochelle." "I told her yes." She set the glass down. "Good for you? Is that your way of asking if I'm seeing someone?" "That is absolutely not what that was." He grinned, and the grin was the same one she remembered from college, the one that showed up when he knew he'd gotten under her skin and was enjoying the view from there. She narrowed her eyes at him, and the narrowing was practiced, and the flutter underneath it was not. The food arrived, and the conversation eased into the rhythm she remembered. He asked about the school. She told him about her students, about Jalen, about the math league program she'd built from a 3-person team to a 12-person squad with regional ambitions. He listened the way he'd always listened, which was fully, with his body angled toward her and his eyes on her face, and she'd forgotten how that felt. Being listened to by Bryce Carter was like standing in a spotlight you hadn't asked for but couldn't make yourself step out of. She told him about the town, the history, the founding, how Sweetgum had been built as a safe haven and still felt like one. She talked with her hands, as she always did when she was passionate about something, and at one point she looked up and he wasn't looking at his food. He was looking at her. His fork was still, his chin propped on his hand, and his expression was one she couldn't quite categorize. Not amusement, not polite interest, something quieter, something that made her lose the end of her sentence. She picked it back up, covered the stumble with a laugh. "Sorry, I'm rambling. You don't need the full Sweetgum history lecture." "I want the full lecture." He hadn't moved. His eyes were still on her. "Keep going." She kept going, because he asked, and because the alternative was sitting in the silence of his attention and acknowledging what it did to her pulse. She talked through dessert, which was the sweet potato pie, and she watched his face when he took the first bite, and the expression he made was so genuinely transported that she laughed out loud. "Told you," she said. "You were right." He set his fork down and leaned back. "You were right about all of it." After the diner, she walked him down Main Street. The afternoon sun was high, and the heat was the thick, pressing kind that only Georgia in late July could produce, the kind that sat on your shoulders and made the shade feel like a gift. They fell into step like they used to on campus, matching stride without coordinating it, and their arms brushed as they walked. She didn't move away. The sidewalk was wide enough for 2 people to walk without touching. She could have shifted 6 inches to the right and put space between them. She didn't. She told herself it was because the sidewalk was crowded, except it wasn't. And she told herself it was because the rhythm was natural, which it was. And she didn't tell herself the third thing, which was that the brush of his arm against hers sent a low, steady hum through her skin that she had no interest in interrupting. She took him to roasted beans. Joanne was behind the counter, quick and bright, and she built Bryce's iced cappuccino with real care. She took her craft personally. "New in town?" Joanne asked, sliding the cup across the counter. "Brand new," Bryce said. "Nikki's showing me around." Joanne's eyes flicked to Nikki. Nikki looked at the pastry case. "Cappuccino's on me," she said to Bryce. "Welcome to Sweetgum Gift." "I appreciate you." "Don't say it like that." She didn't know what "like that" meant exactly, except that when he said, "I appreciate you," it landed differently than when other people said it. Heavier, like the "you" in the sentence was underlined. They crossed the street to the bookstore. The door was propped open, and the smell hit her before they were inside. Old paper and vanilla candles, the alchemy that Darius had somehow maintained since inheriting the place. Bryce stopped 2 steps past the threshold and breathed in. "She told me about this too," he murmured, almost to himself. "What?" "Nothing," he smiled. "Just remembering something." She watched him move through the shelves with a reverence that surprised her. He picked up books, turned them over, read back covers. He wasn't performing interest. He was genuinely browsing, and the sight of this tall, athletic man handling paperbacks with careful fingers did something to her chest that she filed immediately under nostalgia and moved on. When they left the bookstore, he held the door for her, and as she passed through, his hand found the small of her back, light, brief. A guide through the doorway, a gesture that could mean anything or nothing. His palm pressed just above the curve of her waist, and the contact lasted 2 seconds. She felt it for the rest of the afternoon. It wasn't a thought, it was a sensation. A warm pressure that lingered on her skin like a handprint, and every time she moved or stretched or shifted her weight, she was aware of the exact spot where his hand had been. She'd been touched before, hugged, guided, steered through doorways by colleagues and friends, and the occasional date who didn't last past dinner. None of those contacts had left a residue. This one was refusing to fade. He's always been tactile. That's just who he is. He did this in college, too. She believed this because she needed to. They ended the afternoon at the lake. The water was flat and silver in the late sun, and the oaks along the shore swayed in a breeze that was too weak to cool, but strong enough to move the branches. They stood near the dock and looked out at the water, and the silence between them was the comfortable kind, the kind that didn't need to be filled. And Nikki thought that this was one of the things she'd missed most about him. The quiet. Not the talking, which was extraordinary. The quiet, which was better. She glanced over and found him already looking at the water, his profile sharp against the softening sky. In college, she used to steal looks at him like this. Side angles, safe angles, the kind of looking you could deny if caught. She'd memorized the line of his jaw in a lecture hall and never told a soul. Standing beside him now, with the lake stretching out in front of them and the frogs just beginning to warm up in the reeds, she felt the old habit flex in her chest. She looked away, pushed her glasses up, studied the dock. "This is beautiful," he said. "It's my favorite place in town. I come here when I need to think, when the math isn't working, or the students are driving me up a wall, or I just need the world to be still for a minute." She hadn't meant to share that much. A detail like that turned a tourist stop into something personal, and she felt the exposure immediately. The small vulnerability of showing someone the place where you go to be alone. "I can see why." He turned to look at her, and the late sun caught his face at an angle that made her throat tighten. "Thank you for today, Nikki. For all of it. You didn't have to spend your whole afternoon giving me the grand tour." "Yes, I did. You're new in town and you're my friend. That's what friends do." The word friend came out with a small, bright emphasis that she hadn't intended, like she was placing a label on a jar to remind herself what was inside. "Friends," he repeated. The corner of his mouth moved. Not a smile. Something adjacent to one. Something that lived in the same neighborhood but on a different street. Right. They walked to the parking area, and the light was going golden, and when they reached her car, they stood facing each other, and the distance between them was less than an arm's length. She could smell him again, clean and layered, and the scent mixed with the evening air and the lake water, and she wanted to step closer. She didn't. She held her keys in her hand, and the metal dug into her palm. "Good night, Bryce." Her voice was softer than she intended. She heard it leave her mouth at a register that belonged to bedtime conversations and quiet rooms, not parking lots, and she couldn't take it back. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he opened his arms, not dramatically, not with a speech, just a quiet widening of his stance, and his arms lifting slightly, palms open, an invitation so natural it didn't feel like a question. It felt like a door he was holding for her to walk through. She walked through it. She stepped forward, and his arms closed around her, and she was against his chest, her cheek pressed to the space just below his collarbone, her hands flat against his back. He was warm and solid, and he smelled like soap and sun, and the scent of someone she'd known long enough that her body recognized him before her mind could interfere. His chin rested on the top of her head. His arms were firm around her shoulders, not tight, not tentative, the hold of a man who knew how to be close without making closeness a negotiation. The hug lasted 3 seconds longer than a friend hug. She counted. She couldn't help it. 1 Mississippi passed the appropriate release point, then 2, then 3, and neither of them let go, and the parking lot was empty, and the golden light was fading, and his heartbeat was steady against her ear, and hers was not. She stepped back first. She always stepped back first. "Good night, Nikki." His voice was lower than it had been all day, quieter. He held her gaze for a beat and then another, and the space between them hummed like a frequency only they could hear. She got in her car. She sat there for a moment before starting the engine. Through the windshield, she could see him walking toward his own car, and she watched him move through the amber light, the easy, athletic stride that had been the backdrop of her entire college experience. The walk she'd watched across quads and through parking lots and down dormitory hallways, and the watching had always been this. A private, careful pleasure she allowed herself because it cost nothing and he never knew. She started the engine, drove home, fed the cat, a gray tabby named Euler, who had zero interest in her emotional state, changed into pajamas, made tea, called her mother. "Hey, baby, how was the rest of your orientation week?" "Good." Nikki settled onto her couch with the tea balanced on her knee. "I showed the new basketball coach around town today." "New basketball coach?" "The school hired someone to replace Coach Freeman. He started this week." She took a sip of tea, paused, let the silence do the work. "It's Bryce." A pause. Nikki could hear her mother recalibrating. "Bryce? You're Bryce? From college?" "He's not my Bryce, Mama." "Bryce, who you studied with every Tuesday and Thursday for 3 years? Bryce, who you talked about so much your father started setting a plate for him at Christmas dinner as a joke? That Bryce?" Nikki closed her eyes. "I did not talk about him that much." "Nicole Marie Harper, you most certainly did. We were friends, study partners. He needed help with his classes, and I was good at math. That's the whole story." Her mother's voice carried a particular vibration. She had raised a daughter, and she knew exactly when that daughter was editing. "And now he's in Sweetgum, coaching basketball at your school." "Yes, and you spent your whole afternoon showing him around town." "As a friend," Nikki said. "Baby, I didn't say anything." "You were about to." "I was not about to anything. I was simply making an observation." Her mother paused again. The pause was strategic. "Is he still handsome? Mama? Is he?" Nikki took a sip of her tea that was too hot and burned the roof of her mouth and used the sting as an excuse not to answer for 3 seconds. "He looks fine. He looks the same. He looks like Bryce. That's a yes. That's a description. Nicole, Mama." They sat in the standoff for a moment, and then her mother laughed, low and knowing. The laugh of a woman who had watched her daughter orbit this man through college and say nothing and come home and say less. "All right, I'll leave it alone. For now. But you bring him to dinner this week." "He just got to town. I'm not bringing him to dinner." "You're bringing him to dinner. Your father will want to meet the man who kept his daughter at the library until midnight on school nights. That is a wild mischaracterization of what tutoring looks like." "Dinner. This week. Good night, baby. Love you." "Love you too." Nikki hung up and set the phone on the cushion beside her. Euler jumped onto the couch and settled against her thigh, purring, uninterested in her internal weather. She scratched behind his ears and stared at the ceiling. Her mother's voice was still in the room. "Is he still handsome?" As if the answer mattered. As if it changed anything about what Bryce Carter was to her, which was her friend, her college friend. Her study partner, who happened to be tall and broad and single and living in her town and working in her school and standing too close to her in parking lots with a voice that dropped an octave when he said her name. She replayed the day in the order it happened, because that was how her brain worked, sequentially, logically, each moment in its proper place. The diner, the pie, the sidewalk, their arms brushing, his hand on her back through the bookstore door, the lake, the quiet, the amber light, his arms opening, the way she'd walked into them without hesitation, his chin on the top of her head, 3 seconds past the point where she should have let go. "Good night, Nikki," the low register, the held gaze. She caught herself smiling, Not the controlled smile, the soft, unguarded one she only wore when nobody was watching. She was lying on her couch with her cat and her tea and a smile she couldn't account for, replaying the sound of a man's voice saying her name, and the thought that followed built itself before she could intervene. I wonder what it would sound like if he said it. She stopped the thought, sat up. Euler gave her an offended look. He's my friend. He's always been my friend. That's all this is. She turned off the lamp and carried Euler to bed. In the dark, her mother's question echoed one more time. Is he still handsome? And her own answer, the honest one she hadn't given, settled against her ribs like something she'd have to deal with eventually. Not tonight. Tonight, the math didn't work, and Nikki Harper always trusted the math.
Chapter 4. Tell me what I'm working with. Jabril Watts leaned back in his chair and kicked his feet up on the desk in the coaching office, which was technically Bryce's desk now, but had apparently been communal territory long before his arrival. The office was small, wedged between the gym and the weight room, with a whiteboard on one wall, a filing cabinet that looked older than the school itself, and a window that faced the parking lot. 2 desks, 2 chairs, a mini fridge that Jabril had stocked with water and Gatorade before Bryce's first day, which was the kind of gesture that told you everything you needed to know about a man. You're working with heart, Jabril said. These kids love basketball. They show up, they work, they want to compete. What they don't have is structure. Freeman was a good man, but he'd been coasting the last few years. The playbook hasn't been updated since I got here, and I've been here 6 years. What about talent? You've got 2 kids who can play at the next level if somebody develops them. A point guard named Deshaun Mitchell, quick hands, smart floor vision, but he gets lazy when the team's ahead. And a center, Terrell Brooks, 6'5" and still growing, but he plays soft inside. Nobody's pushed him to use his body. Bryce was taking notes on a legal pad, the same way he'd taken notes in college, fast and abbreviated, his handwriting legible only to himself. What about the rest of the roster? Willing, not skilled. That's your rebuild. Jabril dropped his feet and leaned forward. But here's the thing, man. Sweetgum doesn't need a winning season. I mean, we'd all love one. But what these kids need is someone who shows up and takes them seriously. Freeman retired, and the kids spent the whole summer wondering if the program was going to get cut. You being here means something to them already. It means something to me, too. Bryce set the pen down. I didn't come here to coast. I can tell. Jabril studied him. I asked around about you, by the way. Your team at Henderson College had the best defensive rating in their conference last year. I had good players. You had a system. Don't be modest. Jabril stood and stretched, his frame filling the small office. I like you, Carter. I'm going to enjoy working with you. Same. One condition. Jabril pointed at him. You come to the cookout this weekend. My wife Ebony's hosting. She makes jerk chicken that'll change your life, and she's been asking about the new coach since the day you were hired. I'll be there. Good. Bring something. Dessert, sides, whatever. Just don't bring store-bought. Ebony will know, and she will judge you. Bryce laughed, and the laugh felt easy, and the ease felt like the first brick in something he was building. The coaching job was real. The program needed work, and the work excited him. The students deserved someone invested, and he intended to be that person. Everything about this part of his life in Sweetgum was genuine and uncomplicated. It was the other part that kept him up at night. The apartment was a 1-bedroom on the 2nd floor of a small complex about 10 minutes from the school. Clean, quiet, unremarkable. Bryce moved in on a Wednesday, carried his boxes up the stairs alone, and had the place functional by sundown. A bed, a couch, a television he'd probably never turn on, a kitchen with enough equipment to cook for one. He hung his clothes in the closet, stacked his shoes by the door, and put a framed photograph on the nightstand. His parents at a family reunion, his mother's arm around his father's waist, both of them laughing at something just off camera. He sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the bare walls and thought about what came next. The confirmation had been accumulating all week, quiet and steady, like rain filling a barrel. Every conversation he had in Sweetgum that touched on Nikki Harper told the same story. Joanne at the coffee shop, when Bryce stopped in for his morning order. "Nikki's one of my favorite customers. Same drink every day, 7:15 on the dot. She's such a creature of habit, that girl. Comes in alone, grades papers at the corner table until 7:40, then heads to school. Alone. Amy at the diner handing him a takeout box and grinning. You eating with Nikki again today? She needs more people in her life who aren't 16-year-olds. Not more men, more people. No man in the frame. And Rochelle, who had heard about Nikki's tour of Sweetgum within hours and called him the next morning with zero preamble. Nikki Harper is one of the finest young women in this town, and I say that with authority. Smart as a whip, pretty as a picture, and single as the day is long. I don't understand it myself. Single as the day is long. Rochelle had said it like a crime that needed solving. Bryce understood it, though. He understood it better than Rochelle or Joanne or anyone else who looked at Nikki and saw a beautiful, brilliant woman who should have been claimed by now. He'd watched what happened in college. He'd watched men approach her with interest and retreat when they realized she could outthink them. He'd watched her learn, through 100 small rejections, that her mind was the thing that made men leave. She hadn't become guarded because she was damaged. She'd become guarded because she was paying attention, and the evidence had been consistent, and Nikki Harper always trusted the evidence. Except the evidence was wrong, and he was the proof. He pulled out his phone and opened the Notes app. He'd started a list, which he'd never show anyone, which he'd deny under oath if asked. Coffee order, large oat milk latte, 1 pump vanilla, every day, 7:15, arrives at school by 7:50. Classroom, room 214, second floor, east wing. Math department hallway. Lunch schedule per Amy, classroom on Mondays and Wednesdays. Faculty lounge on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Leave school between 4:30 and 5:15 depending on math league practice schedule. He stared at the list and thought about how it might look written down, clinical and organized, as if he were scouting an opponent instead of trying to be near a woman he'd been in love with since college. But this was not about surveillance. This was about presence, about being in the right room at the right time so consistently that she couldn't look at her day without finding him in it. He wasn't running a play. He was running a season, and the season started with knowing the floor. Pre-service week at Sweetgum High had the building half full. Teachers filtered in and out on their own schedules, setting up classrooms, attending workshops, meeting with administrators. Bryce was at the school most days by 7:30, which put him there before most of the faculty but not before Nikki. Her car was always in the third row when he arrived. Every morning, without fail. She'd been coming straight to school all week, skipping her usual roasted beans stop to get more setup time, which meant she was in room 214 by 7 with no coffee, which meant there was an opening. On Thursday, he filled it. He parked, grabbed the coffee carrier from the passenger seat, and walked into the building through the main entrance. The halls were still, carrying the silence of a school without students, all that potential energy waiting to be filled. He took the stairs to the second floor and turned left toward the east wing. Room 214. The door was open. He could hear her before he saw her, the scratch of a marker on the whiteboard, the small sound she made when a line didn't land where she wanted it, a quiet that he recognized from 1,000 study sessions. She used to make that sound when an equation misbehaved, and hearing it now, in this hallway, in this town, made something tighten pleasantly in his chest. He leaned against the door frame. She was at the board, back to the door, writing out what looked like a trigonometric identity. Her curls were pulled up in a loose bun today, exposing the back of her neck, and she was wearing a soft gray t-shirt and jeans because it was pre-service week and professional dress hadn't started yet. The t-shirt was old and fitted, and he was not looking at how it moved when she reached for the top of the board. He was absolutely looking. "I brought coffee." She turned, marker still in hand, and the surprise on her face softened into a smile, so immediate it couldn't have been prepared. "You did not." "Oat milk latte, 1 pump vanilla, large." The smile flickered, not away, deeper, into something equal parts pleased and cautious. She was delighted, and she was already building the case for why the delight was impersonal. "How did you know my order?" I asked Joanne. You asked Joanne my coffee order. I was there yesterday. I mentioned I was bringing coffee to a colleague, and she said, and I quote, "If it's for Nikki, it's a large oat milk latte with 1 pump vanilla, and don't you dare bring her anything else." Nikki laughed. The real one. The one that came from the back of her throat and made her tip her head back, and the sound traveled through the empty hallway and settled into his bloodstream. That sounds like Joanne. She set the marker down and crossed the room to take the cup. Their fingers overlapped during the transfer, his index finger against her thumb, and the contact was brief and enormous. She held the cup with both hands, as she held everything, and took a sip. "Perfect," she said, and then quieter, almost to herself, "Thank you, Bryce. Anytime." He meant it in a way she wasn't going to hear. He meant it as a promise, not a pleasantry. Every morning, every day, for as long as she'd let him. He asked about her prep. She showed him the syllabus she was building, the competition schedule for Math League, the new student she was hoping to recruit. She talked with her hands, curls bouncing where they'd escaped the bun, glasses catching the light from the classroom windows. He leaned against a desk and listened and watched and committed every detail to the growing catalog of her that he'd been building since sophomore year. "I should let you work," he said eventually, because if he didn't leave, he was going to stay all morning, and she had a syllabus to finish, and he had a program to build. And standing in her classroom watching her talk about trigonometric identities while the morning sun made her skin glow was not on either of their schedules. "Thanks for the coffee." She lifted the cup. "Seriously, that was really thoughtful." "Told you, I remember everything." The sentence landed, and he watched it register on her face. A micro-expression. A flash of something that looked like recognition, or wonder, or the edge of a question she wasn't ready to ask. She smiled through it, tucked a curl behind her ear, and turned back to the board. He walked out of room 214 and down the east wing hallway, and the fluorescent lights hummed overhead in the hollow tone of a school without students, and his footsteps were the only sound. And he thought about the way she'd said thank you in that quiet voice, the one she used when something surprised her, and he thought about the curve of her neck when her hair was up, and he thought about what it would feel like to stand behind her at that whiteboard and press his mouth to that exact spot. He put the thought away. Not yet, but soon. Friday afternoon. The coaching office. Bryce was reviewing film from last season's games on his laptop, making notes on defensive schemes and transition opportunities, when Jabril walked in with 2 bottles of water and dropped into the other chair. "So I need to ask you something," Jabril said, "and I'm asking as your friend, not your colleague." Bryce paused the film. "Go ahead." "Thursday morning. You came to school with 2 coffees, one for you and one for Nikki Harper. You knew her exact order. You walked it to her classroom. You stayed for 30 minutes. Jabril cracked open his water. "Amy saw you at Roasted Beans ordering both cups at 7:10. Joanne told Amy she gave you Nikki's order the day before. Amy texted Ebony. Ebony texted me." Bryce leaned back and rubbed a hand over his jaw. This town, Jabril confirmed. "So, you want to tell me what's happening, or do I have to wait for the next round of texts?" Bryce looked at him. Jabril's expression was open and direct. He didn't trade in games, and he expected the same courtesy in return. Bryce had known him for less than 2 weeks, but the foundation was already solid. Jabril would hold a confidence like it was made of glass, and that mattered. "I didn't come to Sweetgum for the coaching job." "I know. I came for her." Jabril nodded, slow and unsurprised. "I figured. The job is real. Everything about what I'm building here is real. But the reason I'm in this town, the reason I applied, the reason I moved to a town I'd never set foot in is because Nikki is here." Jabril was quiet for a moment, not uncomfortable, processing. Then, "Does she know?" "No. Are you planning to tell her?" "When the time is right. And in the meantime?" Bryce looked at the paused film on his laptop. Deshaun Mitchell frozen mid-drive, the ball balanced on his fingertips, body committed to a direction. "In the meantime, I'm going to be here, every day, close enough for her to see me and consistent enough that she can't pretend she doesn't." Jabril studied him for a long moment, and whatever he saw in Bryce's face must have satisfied something, because the tension in his shoulders eased, and he took a long drink of his water. "All right," he said. "But I'm telling you now, Nikki Harper is loved in this town. Rochelle, Amy, her students, the whole community. She's not someone you play with. If this is a game to you..." "It's the opposite of a game." Bryce held his gaze. "I let her go once. I sat across from her twice a week for 3 years and never said what I should have said, and she graduated and came home and I did nothing. That cost me years. I'm not paying that price again." Jabril was quiet for a beat. Then he leaned forward, elbows on his knees, and when he spoke, his voice was lower. The voice of a man who understood what it meant to be certain about someone. "My wife. When I met Ebony, she didn't trust me for months. She had her reasons. I had to show up every single day and prove I wasn't going anywhere, and some days that was hard, and every one of those days was worth it." He straightened up. "You show up for Nikki like that, and she'll see it. Maybe not today, maybe not this month, but she'll see it. That's the plan. Then move at her pace, not yours. I intend to." Jabril nodded once more, final this time, and stood. "Cookouts tomorrow at 3. Ebony's expecting you. Bring something homemade. I'll figure something out. And Carter..." Jabril stopped at the door and looked back, the knowing look. The one that said, "I see exactly what you are, and I'm going to watch how you handle it. She's worth it. Whatever you're planning, she's worth it." "I know," Bryce said. "I've known for a long time." Jabril left, and the office settled into the stillness of a Friday afternoon. Bryce turned back to his laptop, but his eyes drifted to the window before his hand reached the keyboard. The parking lot was half empty. Most of the teachers had left for the weekend, but the blue Honda was still in the third row, because Nikki Harper didn't leave early, because she was the kind of woman who stayed until the work was done. And that was one of the 100 things about her that made him certain. A few minutes later, the building's side door opened and she walked out. She was carrying a tote bag on one shoulder and her phone in the other hand, and she was laughing at something on the screen, probably a text. Her head tipped back slightly, her curls loose around her shoulders in the late afternoon sun. Even from the second floor, even through a window, the sight of her laughing reorganized his pulse. She crossed the lot and opened her car door and paused for a moment, face lifted toward the sky, eyes closed, breathing in the warm evening. He'd seen her do this in college too, the small pause before getting in the car, the moment of stillness she gave herself between one thing and the next. He'd loved it then. He loved it now. She got in the Honda and pulled out of the lot, and Bryce watched until her taillights turned onto the main road and disappeared. He turned back to the film, hit play. Deshaun Mitchell finished the drive, laid the ball off the glass, and the net barely moved. Bryce had a program to build, and a season to plan, and a woman to earn. And the season had already started.
Chapter 5. Miss Harper, is there a reason we need to know the unit circle by heart, or is this just designed to make us suffer? Nikki turned from the whiteboard and gave Cameron Porter, Jr., back row, perpetual questioner, a look that had been calibrated over 3 years of teaching to convey affection and absolute authority in equal measure. Both. The class laughed. Cameron grinned. Jalen, 2 rows ahead, shook his head without looking up from his notes. "The unit circle is the foundation of everything we're going to do this semester," Nikki said, capping her marker and moving to the front of her desk. "Trigonometric identities, inverse functions, polar coordinates, all of it starts here. You learn this now, and by November the math does itself." "The math never does itself," a girl in the third row muttered. Amara Osei, new transfer, brilliant, cautious, still figuring out where she fit. Nikki had placed her next to Jalen on purpose because Jalen's intensity was contagious, and Amara needed to see that being the smartest person in the room was welcome here. "It does if you build the foundation right." Nikki picked up the stack of practice sheets from her desk. 15-minute drill, unit circle values from memory, no notes, no phones, no asking Jalen. "Why does everyone assume I'm the answer key?" Jalen said. "Because you are," Cameron replied. "Fair." Nikki distributed the sheets and settled into the quiet hum of students working. This was the part she loved most. Not the lecturing, though she was good at it. The hum. 23 minds bent over the same problem, pencils scratching, the occasional sigh of frustration, or the soft exhale of a breakthrough. She could feel the room thinking. She could feel the moment when a concept started to click, a subtle shift in the energy, like a frequency locking in. This was why she taught. This was why she'd come home to Sweetgum after college, turned down 2 offers from private schools in Atlanta, and planted herself in room 214. Because these kids deserved someone who loved the math as much as she wanted them to love it. Someone who saw a room full of sharp, curious, brilliant minds and thought, yes, this is where I belong. The gym was directly below her classroom. She'd known this for 3 years, and for 3 years it had been background noise. Basketballs thudding against hardwood, shoes squeaking on the court, the occasional whistle, ambient, ignorable. It was no longer ignorable. She could hear him, not just the sounds of practice, but his voice, the register he used when coaching, lower than his conversational tone, more commanding, with a rhythm to it that she could track through the floor. She couldn't make out the words, but she could hear the cadence, instruction followed by encouragement, followed by a sharp correction, and the pattern was so distinctly Bryce that her body responded to it before her mind caught up. Her red pen had been hovering over Amara's quiz for 12 seconds. She hadn't marked a single answer. She blinked, looked down, marked the first 3 answers correct, moved on. The bell rang at 10:15, and students filed out in the controlled chaos of a class change. Nikki was erasing the board when a shadow filled her doorway. Hey! She didn't need to look. She knew who it was from the sound of the word, from the weight it carried, from the way her pulse responded to a single syllable like a dog hearing its name. She looked anyway. Bryce was leaning against the doorframe of room 214, arms crossed, wearing the Sweetgum High coaching polo that the athletic department had issued him and that he had no business making look that good. The polo stretched across his chest and his forearms were on full display, and she was not going to look at his forearms. She looked at his forearms, briefly, then at the whiteboard eraser in her hand, which was suddenly very interesting. Hey, yourself. She kept wiping the board, kept her back to him, kept her voice steady. How's the first week going? Good. The kids are hungry. Deshaun's got more talent than he knows what to do with, and I've got a center who's going to be a problem for every team in the conference once I get him to stop being polite in the paint. Being polite in the paint. She smiled at the board. Is that a technical term? It is now. She could hear the grin in his voice. You free for lunch? I brought something. I'm eating in here today. Tomorrow? Faculty lounge. I'll be there. She turned because she'd run out of board to clear. He was still in the doorway, still leaning, still looking at her with an expression that was easy and patient, and something else, something underneath the easy and the patient that she was choosing not to excavate. You don't have to eat lunch with me every day, Bryce. I know I don't have to. The sentence hung between them. She waited for him to add, but I want to, or but I enjoy it, or some other softening clause that would sand the edges off what he'd just said. He didn't add anything. He just let the sentence sit there, bare and direct, and the directness of it made her skin feel too tight. See you tomorrow, then. She turned back to the board. See you tomorrow, Nikki. She heard him push off the doorframe and walk down the hallway, his footsteps measured and easy, and she stood facing the whiteboard with the eraser pressed against it, and her eyes closed, and her heart doing things she was not prepared to document. From the hall, she heard a voice. One of her students, she couldn't tell which, stage whispering to a friend, Miss Harper's boyfriend just left. She opened her eyes, straightened her spine, turned to face the empty doorway and the hallway beyond it, where 2 sophomore girls were walking past with the barely contained delight of teenagers who had witnessed something they intended to discuss extensively. He is not my boyfriend, Nikki said, with the clear, firm projection of a woman accustomed to commanding attention. The girls giggled and disappeared around the corner. She set the eraser down, adjusted her glasses, took a breath. He is not my boyfriend. The sentence was true. It was factual. It was correct. So why did saying it feel like lying? Tuesday. Faculty lounge. 12:15. He was already there. She saw him the moment she walked through the door, sitting at the table nearest the window with a sandwich and a bottle of water, easy and settled, like he'd arrived early on purpose and was pretending he hadn't. He looked up when she entered, and the small lift at the corner of his mouth told her he'd been waiting. She crossed the room, pulled out the chair across from him, and sat down. The table was smaller than she'd remembered. Or he was larger. One of those. "How's your day?" he asked. 3 students are already panicking about the unit circle. Amara Ose is going to be extraordinary if she stops doubting herself. And someone left a bag of chips in my desk drawer over the summer, and I just found them, and they were unspeakable. He laughed. She unwrapped her lunch, a salad she'd packed that morning, and they settled into the conversation that had been the backbone of their entire friendship. Easy, ranging, peppered with digressions. He told her about a drill he was developing for the team, something about defensive rotations that he explained with his hands, moving salt and pepper shakers around the table like players. She told him about the Math League schedule and the rivalry with the Valdosta squad that had beaten them at regionals last year. He asked follow-up questions that proved he'd been listening to everything she'd said about her program since the day he arrived. "Your relay team," he said. "That's Jalen and the new girl?" "Jalen and Amara. If they sync up, they're the strongest pair in the region, but Amara's still hesitant. She second-guesses her answers even when she's right. So she's fast but doesn't trust it." Nikki looked at him. The observation was precise. Athletic, but precise. Exactly. Same thing happens in basketball. A player has the shot is clean, and they hesitate because they don't believe in it yet. The skill is there, the confidence isn't. He leaned back. "What's your plan for getting her past it?" "Repetition. Time drills. Make her answer so many times that the trust becomes muscle memory. That's exactly what I do." He smiled. "See? Math and basketball. Same principles." "They are absolutely not the same principles." "Keep telling yourself that." Under the table, his knee bumped hers. She didn't react. It was a small table. He was 6'2". Legs that long had to go somewhere. The contact was incidental, geometric, a matter of spatial constraints. His knee stayed, not pressing, not retreating. Just there, warm through the fabric of his khakis and her skirt, a steady point of contact that held while they talked about Valdosta's relay strategy and whether the school's grading software was an improvement or a curse. She was explaining the flaw in the new attendance module when she became aware, fully and irreversibly, that his shin was resting against hers. Not just the knee. The full line of his leg, from knee to mid-calf, aligned with hers under a table that suddenly felt the size of a postage stamp. She didn't move. She should have moved. A shift of the foot, a recrossing of the legs, any minor adjustment that would break the contact and restore the professional perimeter she maintained with every other human being on the planet. She didn't, because moving would mean acknowledging it, and acknowledging it would mean naming it, and naming it would require her to explain to herself why the warmth of Bryce Carter's leg against hers was sending a low, steady current from her knee to the base of her throat. She kept talking. Her voice was normal. Her arguments were coherent. Her mind was doing its job. Her body was doing something else entirely. Across the table, Bryce ate his sandwich and listened and asked questions. And if he noticed that their legs were pressed together from knee to calf, his face gave nothing away. He looked relaxed, attentive, focused on the conversation, like a man eating lunch with a friend. Except friends moved when their knees bumped. They didn't hold contact for 15 minutes and pretend it wasn't happening. Vanessa appeared at the end of the table with a yogurt and a spoon and an expression that Nikki did not appreciate. "Hey, you two, cozy lunch?" "We're discussing the grading software," Nikki said, in a tone designed to close the subject. "Sure you are." Vanessa sat down and peeled her yogurt with theatrical innocence. "I've noticed Coach Carter spends a lot of time on the second floor, near the math wing, every day this week. My office is near the gym. The gym is in this building. The stairs are right there." Bryce's voice was mild, unbothered. And the math wing just happens to be on the way." "We're old friends from college," Nikki said. The sentence came out on autopilot. She'd said it enough times now that it had its own muscle memory. "That's all this is." Vanessa looked at her, looked at Bryce, looked under the table where their legs were still touching, and then looked back up with an expression that said she had seen everything and was choosing, for now, to be merciful. "From college," Vanessa repeated. "Got it." She ate her yogurt. Nikki ate her salad. Bryce ate his sandwich. Under the table, his leg stayed where it was. She didn't move hers. The bell rang. Lunch was over. They stood and gathered their things, and the separation of their legs felt like pulling a plug from a socket. The absence of his warmth against her knee was immediate. She could feel the exact line where his leg had been, like a phantom, and her skin missed the contact with a specificity that embarrassed her. "Good talk," Bryce said easily. "Always." She picked up her salad container and didn't look at him. She made it to the hallway before Vanessa caught her arm. "Nicole, don't. That man's leg was touching your leg for the entire lunch period. I could see it from where I was sitting." "It's a small table," Nikki said. "It is not a small table. Vanessa, Nicole." Vanessa squeezed her arm once and released it. Her voice softened. "Whatever you want to call it, just make sure you're being honest with yourself." She let go and walked toward her classroom, and Nikki stood in the hallway with students streaming past and the echo of basketballs rising from the gym below and the ghost of his knee against hers. And she thought, "I am being honest with myself. We are friends. That's all this is." She said it firmly, internally, with the conviction of a woman presenting a proof. The proof had a gap in it. She chose not to look. She graded at the kitchen table until 9. Euler sat on the stack of ungraded quizzes and refused to move, which was his way of suggesting she stop working. She moved him. He returned. She moved him again. He returned with more conviction. She gave up and graded around him. The apartment was quiet except for Euler's purring and the scratch of her pen. She'd changed out of her school clothes into a t-shirt and leggings, and her cardigan was draped over the back of the kitchen chair because she hadn't felt like hanging it up. She'd been wearing it in the faculty lounge today. He'd leaned across the table at one point to look at something on her phone, and his shoulder had grazed the fabric, and now the cardigan smelled like him. She should put it in the hamper. She left it on the chair. At 9:15, her phone buzzed on the table. She picked it up, and the motion was too fast, the reach too eager, and she noticed both things and told herself she'd been expecting a message from Jalen about the practice schedule. It wasn't Jalen. "Quick question. What's the best place to watch the sunset in Sweetgum? I need somewhere to think after practice." She stared at the screen. A normal question. An innocuous question. The kind of question you'd ask anyone who knew the town. She typed her response. "Nikki, the dock at the lake. Face west. You'll see it come down through the sweetgum trees." 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. "Come show me sometime." She read the message twice, 3 times. The words were simple, 7 of them. An invitation that could mean anything or nothing. 2 people watching a sunset, that's all. Her thumb hovered over the keyboard. She typed maybe and deleted it. Typed sure and deleted it. Typed "I'd like that" and stared at it for 10 seconds and deleted it because it was too much, too open, too close to a door she was keeping closed. She typed "We'll see" and hit send and set the phone face down on the table and pressed her hands flat against the wood and breathed. Euler looked at her from his perch on the quiz stack. "Don't judge me," she said. He blinked, slowly and deliberately, in a way that felt like judgment. Her phone buzzed again. She flipped it over. "Bryce, I'll take that as a yes. Good night, Nikki." She read his name at the bottom of the message. She read her name in his words. And the warmth that spread through her chest was the same heat she'd felt at the faculty lounge table, the same pull she'd felt in the diner and at the lake and in the library at the welcome back meeting, and she was running out of names to call it that weren't the one name she couldn't afford. She turned the phone over again, pushed her glasses up, picked up her pen. We're friends. This is what friends do. She went back to grading, and Euler purred, and the cardigan on the chair smelled like a man who brought her coffee and remembered her order and said, "Good night, Nikki," like the 2 words were a complete sentence. She didn't move it to the hamper. She wasn't going to examine why.
Chapter 6. "Mitchell, if you take one more lazy step on that rotation, I'm putting you on the baseline for suicides until you remember what urgency feels like." Deshaun Mitchell stopped mid-dribble and looked at Bryce with the expression of a 17-year-old who was trying to decide whether his new coach was serious. Bryce held his gaze from the sideline, arms crossed, whistle hanging from his neck. He was serious. Deshaun saw it and adjusted his stance. "Better," Bryce said. "Run it again. Terrell, you're screening on the elbow. When Deshaun comes off the pick, I need you rolling hard to the basket, not drifting. You're 6'5" and 220. Use your body." Terrell Brooks, who had the build of a power forward and the temperament of a golden retriever, nodded and jogged to his position. The kid had every physical tool Bryce could ask for. What he didn't have was the understanding that his size was a weapon, not an inconvenience. Terrell played basketball the way some people moved through a crowded room, apologetically taking up as little space as possible, always making way for someone smaller. Bryce recognized the instinct. He'd fix it. "Again," he called, from the top. The team ran the play. Deshaun came off the screen with the quickness that had made Jabril describe him as someone who could play at the next level. Terrell set the pick and rolled, and this time when the help defender stepped up, Terrell didn't drift to the corner. He sealed his man, caught the pass, and finished at the rim with a layup that rattled in. "That's it." Bryce clapped once. "That's exactly it. You feel the difference?" Terrell grinned. The grin was shy, half hidden, the grin of a kid who wasn't used to being praised for taking up space. "Yeah, coach, I feel it." "Good. Hold on to that feeling. We're going to need it." Bryce made a note on his clipboard. Terrell responds to positive reinforcement after physical plays. Build on this. The kid had been deferring to smaller players all week, passing out of the post when he should have been finishing. One successful seal and finish wasn't a transformation, but it was a seed, and seeds were what Bryce worked with. He blew the whistle. "Water break, then we're running it again. Everybody, full speed. If your legs aren't burning by the end of this set, you're not working hard enough." Deshaun grabbed a towel and dropped onto the bench. "Coach, it's the third week of school. We haven't even played a game yet. And when we do, you're going to be ready, because the team that's more conditioned in the fourth quarter wins every close game. That's not motivation, that's math." He caught himself. Math, Nikki's word. It had colonized his vocabulary without his permission. "Get your water, 2 minutes." Practice broke at 9:45 and the team filtered toward the locker room, sneakers squeaking, voices bouncing off the gym walls. Bryce collected the loose balls, racked them, and grabbed his clipboard. He had a meeting with the athletic director at 10:30 to discuss the budget for away games, which gave him 45 minutes. 45 minutes was enough time to walk upstairs, check on the weight room, and pass by room 214 on his way back down. He'd been doing this for a week. Walking past her classroom between his own commitments, timing his route through the building so that the east wing of the second floor was on his path. Some days the door was closed and he heard only the muffled rhythm of her voice through the wall. Some days the door was open and he could see a sliver of the room, students at desks, the whiteboard covered in equations, and her, moving through the space with the authority of someone who knew her domain. Today the door was open. He slowed without stopping, leaned his shoulder against the wall opposite her classroom, clipboard angled against his hip like a man reviewing notes. From this position, he could see her without being seen, and what he saw made his chest constrict in a way that had nothing to do with the sprints he'd just run with his team. She was at the board. Her back was half turned to the door, marker in hand, working through a proof that covered the left side of the whiteboard in a cascade of symbols and arrows. Her handwriting was neat and deliberate, each step labeled, each connection drawn with the care of someone who believed that clarity was a form of kindness. Her curls were down today, falling past her shoulders, and she'd pushed the sleeves of her blouse up to the elbows while she worked. Her glasses had slid to the bridge of her nose. She hadn't pushed them up. The students were locked in. Every face in the room was aimed at the board, following her logic with the focused intensity of people watching someone build something. She wasn't just teaching, she was performing an act of translation, taking something abstract and difficult and making it visible, making it beautiful, and the room was held in the silence of 23 minds watching a master work. She finished the proof and turned to the class, and the smile she gave them held nothing back. She loved what she did with her whole body, confident, open, radiant without trying to be. A boy in the front row asked a question, and she leaned against her desk to answer, gesturing with the marker, and her face lit up as it always did when someone engaged with the math. And Bryce watched her, and the watching hurt, because this version of her, the version that moved and gestured and filled the room with her mind, was the version she only showed her students and him, and the rest of the world got a smaller version, a measured version. And the discrepancy was a grief he carried in his chest. She didn't make Bryce feel small. She made him feel like he was standing in the presence of someone rare, and his only job was to be worthy enough to stand there. He pushed off the wall and kept walking. She hadn't seen him. That was fine. He'd see her at lunch. Her planning period was fourth block, which ran from 12:10 to 1. He knew this because he'd memorized her schedule the way he'd memorized his own playbook. And at 12:15, he walked into room 14 carrying a takeout bag from the diner and 2 bottles of water. She was at her desk, laptop open, glasses perched on her nose, fingers moving across the keyboard with the focused rhythm of someone deep in a spreadsheet. She looked up when he walked in, and her eyebrows rose. "I brought lunch." "You brought lunch." She said it the way she'd said you brought coffee 3 weeks ago, with the same mixture of surprise and pleasure and the rapid, unconscious calculation of how to file the gesture under something that wasn't what it was. "Amy said you always order the fried catfish plate." He set the bag on the edge of her desk, and when he leaned over to place it, his forearm crossed her sightline, sleeve pushed to the elbow, and she went still. The freeze was small, a fraction of a second. A pause in her breathing so brief that most people would have missed it. He didn't miss it. Her eyes tracked his forearm the way they used to track his hands across the library table. A look so quick it was almost subliminal, aimed at the lines of muscle, the turn of his wrist, his skin catching the light from her classroom windows. Then her gaze snapped back to his face, and she was smiling, and the smile was composed, and the composure was a lie. "You didn't have to do that." She pulled the bag toward her and opened it, and the scent of fried catfish and Amy's special sauce filled the small room. "I wanted to." 3 words. He let them sit. She heard generosity. He meant something else entirely. He meant, "I wanted to walk into your room in the middle of the day and give you something. I wanted to watch your face when you opened it. I wanted to be the person who knows what you order and brings it without being asked." He meant all of that, and he said, "I wanted to." And the gap between the sentence and its full translation was the space he was going to close, one day at a time. He pulled a chair from a student desk and set it across from hers. Her desk was meant for one person. With the chair pulled up, their workspace was intimate, barely 2 feet between his knees and the front panel of her desk. He opened his own container, and they ate. She told him about her morning. A student in her trig class who'd been struggling all week had suddenly clicked with inverse functions, and the breakthrough had been visible, the literal moment of comprehension crossing the kid's face. And Nikki described it with her hands flying and her voice rising and her whole body leaning toward him like the story was a physical thing she was offering. Her glasses slipped. She didn't push them up. She was too animated, too deep in the telling, too alive with the joy of watching someone understand something for the first time. His gaze dropped to her mouth. The briefest downward flick of his eyes to her lips while she was mid-sentence, mid-gesture, mid-radiance. She was still describing the student's reaction, and he was looking at her mouth, at the shape of it, at how it moved when she formed words, and the thought that crossed his mind was vivid and entirely inappropriate for a shared lunch in a classroom at 12:30 on a Wednesday. He pulled his gaze back up before she noticed. She kept talking. She hadn't caught it, but it had happened, and his body was keeping the receipt. They talked for 30 minutes. He asked her about Math League, about Amara's progress, about the Valdosta rivalry. She asked him about the team, about Deshaun and Terrell, about his plans for the first game. The conversation was easy, as their conversations had always been easy, except now the ease had an undertow. Every topic was safe, every exchange was friendly, and underneath all of it, a current ran that neither of them named, fed by the smallness of the desk and the closeness of their chairs, and the fact that they were alone in a room with the door open and the hallway empty, and every reason in the world to maintain professional distance and no desire whatsoever to do so. She reached across the desk for a napkin at the same moment he reached for the water, and her fingers passed within an inch of his hand. The near miss was a physical event. He felt the air displacement, the faint warmth of her skin close to his, and the impulse to close the gap, to cover her hand with his, to press his palm against her knuckles and hold, rose in his chest with a weight that made his breath catch. He didn't. He let the moment pass, let her pull the napkin back, let the inch of air between their hands stay intact. He was patient. He was not passive. There was a difference, and the difference was this. A passive man would have given up. A patient man kept showing up, kept building the evidence, kept placing himself in her line of sight so that when the time came, she would have a record of every choice he'd made, every coffee, every lunch, every Tuesday and Thursday at the lounge table, every morning at her classroom door. The evidence was accumulating, and Nikki Harper, who trusted evidence more than anything else in the world, would eventually have to look at it. And when she did, the answer would be clear. I should get back. He stood and collected the empty containers. Deshaun has a study hall 5th period, and I promised I'd check his English grade before I let him touch a basketball this afternoon. She smiled. You're checking grades? Academic eligibility. If they can't keep a 2.5, they don't play. Non-negotiable. The look she gave him was different from her usual expressions. Not the polite smile, not the guarded reserve, a softness that sat closer to admiration than she probably intended to show. That's good, Bryce. That's really good. It's the bare minimum. He paused at the door. Same time tomorrow? You don't have to bring me lunch every day. You keep saying that. He smiled. And I keep showing up. He walked out before she could respond, because the expression on her face was testing his resolve, and his resolve was the only thing keeping him on the right side of the line. End of the day. The hallway was thinning, students and teachers filtering toward exits and parking lots, the building releasing its held breath. Bryce was heading toward the coaching office when he saw her. Nikki was standing near the main stairwell, talking to a man Bryce didn't recognize. Tall, well-dressed, with the easy posture of someone comfortable in his own skin. A teacher, maybe, or an administrator from the district office. He was leaning against the railing, and Nikki was facing him, and the conversation looked pleasant, normal, professional. Bryce stopped, not conspicuously. He pulled out his phone, leaned against the wall, and watched. Not the man. Her. The way she held herself. The position of her shoulders. The angle of her smile. She was being polite. Warm, even. She laughed at something the man said, and the laugh was real enough, a social laugh that acknowledged humor without surrendering to it. She nodded. She made eye contact. She was doing all the things a gracious professional woman did when a colleague spoke to her. But she wasn't glowing. The animation was absent. The hands were still. The lean was missing, the forward tilt of her body when a conversation genuinely engaged her. She was present, but not lit, switched on, but not burning. And Bryce knew the difference because he'd spent every day since his arrival cataloging the precise conditions under which Nikki Harper caught fire. She caught fire when she taught, when she talked about Math League. She caught fire when she argued with him about whether math and basketball operated on the same principles. She caught fire when she looked at him across a desk and lost the end of her sentence. She was not catching fire right now. The man offered another remark. Nikki smiled. Polite, professional, kind enough to be gracious, cool enough to be clear. The man nodded, said goodbye, and walked toward the exit. Nikki stood alone in the hallway for a moment, adjusting the strap of her bag on her shoulder, and then she turned and saw Bryce. The smile changed. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't a movie moment. It was a small, involuntary shift, a softening around her eyes, a widening at the corners, a light entering the expression that hadn't been there 30 seconds ago. She smiled at the other man with her mouth. She smiled at Bryce with her whole face. He was certain she didn't see it. Nothing in her posture or her expression suggested she was aware that the woman who had just been pleasant and professional was now entirely unguarded, entirely real. Aimed at him like a beacon. "Hey," she said, "heading out?" "Yeah. Long day." He fell into step beside her, and they walked toward the parking lot together, and the hallway was almost empty, and their arms didn't brush, but the space between them hummed with a charge that made the fluorescent lights feel softer. "Thanks again for lunch," she said. "You really don't have to keep doing that." "What if I want to keep doing that?" She didn't answer. She pushed her glasses up, tucked a curl behind her ear. Both tells. He counted them silently and added them to the ledger. They reached the parking lot. Her blue Honda, third row. His car, 2 rows over. They stopped between the two, facing each other in the afternoon light, and the distance between them was the same distance that had been at the lake, at the bookstore door, at every parting since he'd arrived. Close enough to mean something, far enough to deny it. "Good night, Bryce." He opened his arms. The gesture had become automatic in the weeks since that first evening at the lake. A ritual neither of them had named or negotiated. A door he held open every time they parted, and she walked through every time without hesitation. She stepped in. Her cheek found the space below his collarbone, the exact spot she always landed, and her hands pressed flat against his back. He closed his arms around her shoulders, and her hair was against his chin, and she smelled like her classroom, dry erase markers, and the faint sweetness of her lotion. And underneath that, she smelled like herself, and that was the scent that made his chest tight. The appropriate release point came and went. He felt it pass, the invisible timer that governed how long a hug between colleagues should last, and neither of them moved. Her breathing had slowed against his chest. Her fingers had curled slightly into the fabric of his shirt, not gripping, not pulling, just settling, the way hands settle when they've found where they want to be. 5 seconds passed, 6, 7, longer than the lake, longer than any goodbye since. She stepped back first. She always stepped back first, and every time she did, the absence of her weight against his chest landed like a change in atmospheric pressure. "Good night, Nikki." She walked to her car. He watched her go, and as she pulled out of the lot, he stood in the space she'd left and let the truth settle into his chest, heavy and permanent and good. She smiled at him differently. He could see it even if she couldn't, and he was going to make sure she had the chance to figure it out.
Chapter 7. Math League practice ran 20 minutes long because Amara was close. Nikki could feel it the way she felt a proof approaching its resolution, the last variable about to click. They were running the relay format she designed over the summer, a 3-person sequence where the first solver set up the architecture of the problem, the second completed the computation, and the third verified and submitted. The innovation was the handoff. Other schools treated the transition between solvers as a reset. Nikki treated it as a continuation, a relay baton, the second person building on the first person's work instead of starting over. Jalen was first solver, fast, clean, instinctive. He set up the problem structure in under 15 seconds and slid the sheet to Amara. Amara picked it up. Her hand was steady. Her eyes scanned Jalen's work, found the architecture, and her pencil started moving, focused and fast. A girl learning to trust her own speed. "Time," Nikki called. Amara's pencil stopped. She looked up. "Did I get it?" "You got it in 11 seconds. That's 3 seconds faster than Tuesday." Amara's face did something Nikki had been waiting months to see. It opened. Not a smile, exactly, but the absence of the brace, the absence of the flinch, the absence of the girl who expected to be wrong. For 1 second, Amara looked like a student who believed she belonged at the table. "Again," Amara said. They ran it again and again. Devon anchored the third position, his handwriting steady, his focus locked. By the time Nikki called the session, the relay had dropped 4 seconds from their September average, and the room had the energy of a team that was starting to believe in its own machinery. "Good work, all of you. Thursday morning, 7 sharp." The team filed out. Jalen fist-bumped Devon at the door. Amara lingered over her notes, careful with them, careful with the new confidence she was still learning to carry. "Miss Harper." Amara stopped at the door. Thank you for keeping us late. Thank you for being worth keeping. Amara's chin lifted, a fraction of an inch. The fraction was everything. Nikki watched her go, and the pride in her chest was large enough to press against her ribs. She'd built this. 3 years of morning practices, relay redesigns, and the stubborn belief that these kids deserved a program that matched their talent. The results were showing. The team was showing. And she was showing, in this room, the version of herself she couldn't seem to show anywhere else. Uncompromising, fully present, matched to what the moment required. She packed her bag, locked room 214, and drove to the gym. Girl, scoot over. I need to see. Rochelle Stevens Walters settled into the bleacher seat beside Nikki with the authority of decades spent occupying the best seats in Sweetgum. She carried a thermos, and she was wearing her reading glasses on a beaded chain around her neck, which meant she intended to observe. See what? Nikki shifted to make room. It's a pickup game. It is not a pickup game. It is the inaugural Sweetgum Men's Community Basketball League, and your coach Carter organized the whole thing. And I have every intention of watching these men run up and down a court for my personal enjoyment. Rochelle smoothed her pants and looked around the gym with satisfaction. May, over here. I saved you a seat. Mrs. Zhang appeared at the end of the row, moving with the quiet efficiency of 30 years of Sweetgum social events. She sat on Rochelle's other side and immediately began unwrapping a foil packet. Egg rolls. Nikki could smell the ginger from 2 seats away. Rochelle told me to come, Mrs. Zhang said, by way of greeting. I told everyone to come. This is a community event. Rochelle craned her neck toward the court. Is that Sean Martin? Lord, that man can move. The Sweetgum High Gym had been transformed for the evening. Bryce had organized the league with the same rigor he brought to his coaching. Printed rosters on the scorer's table, a shot clock borrowed from the school's equipment closet, and a sound system playing warm-up music that one of his players had curated. The bleachers were filling steadily. Nikki saw Ebony near the front row, sketchbook in her lap, probably using the game as a figure-drawing exercise. Amy and Malachi had arrived together, Malachi in basketball shorts that suggested he intended to play, Amy in a diner apron she hadn't taken off, which suggested she'd come straight from work. Joanne from Roasted Beans was in the 3rd row with a travel cup and a look of bemused interest. And on the court, warming up, was Bryce. Nikki had told herself she was here because it was a community event, because Rochelle had mentioned it and it would be rude not to show up, because the gym was in the school where she worked, and attending an extracurricular program demonstrated school spirit. She had a list of reasons, and the list was long, and every item on it was true. And not a single one of them was the real reason. The real reason was the man running layup drills at the far basket. His t-shirt already damp from the warm-up, his body moving with the fluid, instinctive athleticism that she had spent all of college watching from the stands of a college arena thousands of miles from here. She'd gone to every one of his games, every single one. Home and away, rain or shine, midterms or finals. She'd sit in the same section, upper level, slightly left of center, with her water bottle and whatever textbook she was currently studying, and she'd watch him play. Not the game. Him. The way he moved on the court, the explosive first step, how he communicated with his teammates through a look or a gesture, his whole body committing to a direction with a certainty she envied. She'd memorized his playing style the way she memorized theorems. Thoroughly, permanently, with an attention she told herself was academic. It wasn't academic. And then there was the water. During every break, every timeout, every halftime, girls would materialize at the sideline with bottles and towels, hovering near the bench with the carefully casual energy of women who happened to be standing right where the star player would need to walk. Nikki saw them every game. Pretty girls. Confident girls. Girls who knew how to be near a man they wanted without looking like they were trying. They'd hold out water or Gatorade with bright smiles, and Bryce would walk right past them. Every time. Without a glance. He'd come to section 12 instead. He'd jog up the steps, find her in the crowd, and hold out his hand. She'd give him her water, the same plain bottle she brought to every game, and he'd drink from it and hand it back and say something that made her laugh, and then he'd jog back to the court. She'd told herself it was convenience, habit, the comfort of a friend versus the awkwardness of a stranger, that it meant nothing. Because the alternative, the possibility that this man chose her bottle over every other option because the bottle was hers, was too much for a girl who had already accepted that she was not the kind of woman athletes chose. She'd filed it under friendship. She'd filed everything under friendship. 4 years of filing, and the cabinet was full, and she was still here, sitting in a gym with a water bottle, because some habits didn't die. They just relocated. But college was different. In college, there had been 10,000 people in the arena. There had been distance, noise, the anonymous safety of a crowd. She could follow him from Section 12 and feel what she felt, and no one would ever know. Because in a crowd that big, her attention was invisible. This gym held maybe 200 people. The court was 40 feet away. She could see the veins in his forearms when he dribbled. She could see the sweat gathering at the base of his neck. She could hear his voice when he called out to Jabril for the ball, low and sharp. The coaching register she'd been hearing through her classroom floor for weeks, except now it was aimed at play rather than instruction, and the difference made it looser, more alive, more like the voice she remembered from college. She was holding her water bottle with both hands. The plastic was cool, and her palms were not. The game started. 2 teams of 5, Bryce, Jabril, Sean, Chris Williams, and Darius on one side, Malachi, Rashad, Alex Zhang, Justin, and Xavier on the other. The play was spirited, competitive, surprisingly skilled. Sean was quick and agile, his years of dance training translating into footwork that left defenders guessing. Jabril played the way he coached, physical, commanding, with a football player's comfort in contact. Rashad, who Nikki would not have expected to be coordinated, had a soft mid-range jumper that came from nowhere and went in clean. On the other side of the floor, Alex Zhang was scrappy and relentless. Justin Clark played with the quiet precision of a man who built watches for a living, and Xavier had driven in from Peachwood to play and was throwing elbows like he had something to prove. And Bryce. Bryce played like a man who had been doing this his whole life, because he had. He ran the court with the grace of an athlete whose body was an instrument he'd spent decades tuning. Fast breaks, crossovers, pull-up jumpers that he released at the apex with a wrist flick so smooth it looked rehearsed. He was the best player on the floor, and he wore it lightly, the way some people wore confidence, not as a performance, but as a fact. He drove to the basket, absorbed contact from Jabril, and finished the layup with his left hand. His shirt was clinging to his back now, and the muscles of his shoulders moved under the fabric in a way that made her grip the water bottle harder. He landed, turned, jogged back up the court, and for 1 second, between plays, his eyes swept the stands and found her. He didn't smile, he didn't wave, he just looked at her. A single beat of direct eye contact that cut through the noise and the movement and landed on her like a pass delivered to exactly the right spot. Then he turned and ran back on defense, and the moment was over. Her heart was doing something she refused to count. The first half passed in a blur of action and noise. Rochelle provided running commentary that was equal parts basketball analysis and personal observation. Sean Martin has no business being that fast. Malachi, honey, pass the ball. This isn't a one-man show. Jabril, baby, you're going to hurt somebody. This isn't the NFL. Mrs. Zhang ate her egg rolls and clapped politely at made baskets regardless of which team scored. Ebony sketched and cheered for Jabril in alternating bursts. The gym was alive with the energy of a community that had shown up for itself, and Nikki let the atmosphere settle around her and tried very hard not to watch Bryce Carter every second he was on the floor. She failed completely. The whistle blew for halftime. Players headed to the sideline for water. Bryce was breathing hard, his shirt dark with sweat, and he grabbed a towel from the bench and wiped his face. She saw him say something to Jabril that made the bigger man laugh. Then he looked up at the stands. He found her. The same way he'd found her in the college arena, the same way he found her in every room he'd ever walked into. His eyes went to her like she was a frequency he was always tuned to. And then he jogged toward her. Not toward the stands generally, toward her. Specifically, with focused intent. He knew exactly where he was going, and he had zero interest in pretending otherwise. He passed the bench. He passed the water station. He passed two women sitting in the front row who were holding out a bottle of Gatorade with a helpful enthusiasm. Nikki recognized from college, from every game she'd ever attended, from the parade of girls who used to position themselves courtside, hoping to be the one he came to. He walked past them, the way he'd always walked past them. The gesture was the same as it had been in college, and her stomach dropped the way it had dropped in Section 12. Except she was years past college now, and she was supposed to be past this. He walked straight to her. "Hey!" He stopped at the base of the bleachers, 2 rows below her, looking up. He was close enough that she could see the sheen on his skin, the rise and fall of his chest, the way his t-shirt clung to his collarbone. "Hey!" Her voice came out steadier than her pulse. He held out his hand, open, palm up, not reaching for anything, waiting. She knew what he was asking. She'd known since college, since the first time he jogged to her section during a timeout and held out his hand the same way. The gesture that had become their thing, their ritual, the one constant across every game. She just hadn't known what it meant. She handed him the water bottle. His fingers closed around it, and his thumb grazed her knuckle during the transfer, a contact so brief it could have been accidental. It was not accidental. She knew this in the same way she knew the unit circle, immediately, completely, with a certainty that bypassed logic and lived in the body. He lifted the bottle to his mouth and drank. She watched his throat work as he swallowed. The movement was simple, physical, mechanical, and the thought that crossed her mind was so far from friendship, so far from anything she had ever allowed herself to think about Bryce Carter in a lit gymnasium surrounded by 200 people, that she physically blinked. Hard. Like she could reset the image. She could not reset the image. He lowered the bottle and handed it back. His thumb found her knuckle again. This time, the contact held for a full beat before releasing. His eyes were on hers. Dark, certain, not smiling, saying something his mouth wasn't. The gym noise dropped to static. The music, the chatter, the squeak of shoes on the sideline, all of it receded until there was nothing in the room but his eyes and her hands and the water bottle between them, still warm from his grip. "Thanks," he said, quiet, just for her. "Some things never change," she said. She meant it to sound light, effortless, a callback to a college ritual, nothing more. It came out low and rough, and the exact opposite of effortless. The corner of his mouth moved, not a smile, an acknowledgement, like she'd said something true without knowing how true it was. He jogged back to the court. She watched him go. His back, the width of his shoulders, the easy stride. He didn't turn around. She was holding the water bottle with both hands, and the plastic was warm from his mouth, and her skin was hot from her collarbone to her ears, and the heat was spreading in a way she couldn't control and had no name for. Except she had a name for it. She'd always had a name for it. And the name was the one thing she could not afford to say. She pressed the cold base of the bottle against the inside of her wrist. The contrast stung. She breathed. Rochelle's hand landed on her arm. "Nikki, don't." She didn't look at Rochelle. She couldn't look at Rochelle because Rochelle's face would be a mirror, and the mirror would show her something she was not prepared to see. "Baby, I didn't say a word. You were about to. I was simply going to ask if you wanted an egg roll." "No, you weren't." Rochelle squeezed her arm once and released it. Mrs. Zhang, on the other side, was watching the court with a carefully neutral expression. She had seen everything, and she was keeping her own counsel. But her mouth twitched. Just slightly. Just enough. The second half started. Bryce took the court again, and Nikki sat in the stands with a water bottle she would not drink from, and a heat in her chest she could not extinguish, and 2 women beside her who saw every single thing she was pretending wasn't happening. He drove to the basket, finished with his left hand, jogged back on defense. He did not look at her again. He didn't need to. The first look had been enough. The water bottle had been enough. And the feeling spreading through the gym, the quiet attention she could sense from Rochelle's posture and Mrs. Zhang's twitching mouth, and the 2 women in the front row who kept glancing up at her, told Nikki that whatever had just happened between her and Bryce Carter had not been private. She'd felt it. They'd seen it. and the gap between what she was willing to name and what every other person in this gymnasium had already named was shrinking by the second. She sat there until the final buzzer. She clapped when the game ended. She smiled when Rochelle stood and declared the evening a success. She gathered her things and walked to the parking lot and got into her blue Honda and sat behind the wheel with the engine off, and her hands gripping the steering wheel so hard her knuckles ached. The water bottle sat in the cup holder. She hadn't put the cap on. His mouth had been there, on that rim, and she'd seen every second of it. And she'd felt something she could not file under friendship, no matter how many drawers she opened, no matter how hard she pushed. She started the car. She drove home. She parked, went inside, and set the bottle on the kitchen counter. Euler jumped up next to it and sniffed it once. "Don't judge me," she told him. She left the bottle on the counter. She did not pour it out. She changed into pajamas, washed her face, and was standing in the bathroom with her toothbrush in her hand when her phone buzzed. Rochelle. Had a wonderful time tonight. Great game, great energy, great company in those stands. A pause. Then a second message. "You doing okay, baby?" Nikki stared at the screen. Rochelle wasn't asking about the game. Rochelle was asking about the water bottle, about the look on Nikki's face when Bryce handed it back, about the heat that Nikki had felt spreading through her chest, the heat that had apparently been visible from the next seat over. She typed, "I'm fine. Great event. Good night, Rochelle." The response came in 3 seconds. Good night, sweetheart." Nikki set the phone down, brushed her teeth, got into bed. Euler settled at her feet. In the dark, she could still feel the exact spot where Bryce's thumb had grazed her knuckle. She could still see his throat when he swallowed. She could still hear the gym going silent around her while his eyes held hers. Some things never change. She'd meant the words as a deflection, a joke, a way to make the moment small enough to survive. But lying in the dark with the taste of her own denial on her tongue, she wondered if what she'd actually said was the truest thing she'd spoken in years.
Chapter 8. Man. Sean Martin pulled his shirt over his head and tossed it into his gym bag with the satisfied exhaustion of a man who had spent 2 hours running harder than his dance studio required. "That was fun. We doing this every week?" "Every Thursday," Bryce said. He was sitting on the bench in the locker room, towel around his neck, still in his game shorts. The rest of the men were filtering out in clusters, voices carrying through the corridor. The energy of a group of adults who had done something physical and social and were feeling good about both. "Good game, coach," Malachi said on his way out. Then, with a look that lingered half a second too long, "Interesting halftime, too." Bryce nodded. Malachi left. Jabril was the last one in the locker room. He sat on the opposite bench, unlacing his shoes with deliberate slowness, and waited until the door closed behind Rashad before he spoke. "So?" Jabril set one shoe on the floor. "You want to talk about what just happened out there?" "Good game. Strong turnout. Community responded well." "I'm not talking about the game." Jabril set the other shoe down. "I'm talking about the part where you walked past 2 women offering you Gatorade, crossed the entire gym floor, drank from Nikki Harper's water bottle while looking her dead in the eye, touched her hand, and then jogged back to the court like you hadn't just detonated a bomb in front of the entire town." Bryce let the question sit. The locker room was small and fluorescent lit and smelled like old rubber and concrete, and the quiet after a game had a different weight than the quiet before one. Settled, real. "I've been doing that since college." "Doing what? The water bottle thing?" "Walking past everyone else to get to her." Jabril studied him. "How long?" Bryce dried his face with the towel. The question had a simple answer. Every game, home and away. She sat in section 12, upper level, slightly left of center. Same seat. She'd bring her water and her textbook and she'd pretend she was studying between plays, and I could find her in a crowd of 10,000 without scanning. My eyes went to her section the way a compass finds north. He paused. The girls with the Gatorade were at every game too. Different girls, same routine. They'd position themselves near the bench and hold out drinks when we came off the floor. I walked past every one of them, every game, for the entire time I knew her. And she never figured it out. She called it our thing, Our joke. You always steal my water, like it was a running gag. He looked at Jabril. A man doesn't put his mouth where her mouth has been because of friendship. He does it because the bottle is hers, and her lips were on it, and putting his lips where hers were is the closest he can get to the thing he actually wants. Bryce, Jabril's voice was quieter now. That's not casual. It was never casual. Not one time, not one game, not one bottle. The locker room was quiet. Jabril was looking at him with an expression Bryce had seen once before, the night Jabril had told him about Ebony, the expression of a man recognizing a depth of feeling he understood from the inside. She didn't see it tonight either, Jabril said. Not a question. She saw it. She just reclassified it. She does this thing, Jabril. The moment she feels something she can't file under friendship, she shuts it down. 2 seconds. Maybe less. She takes the reaction, she packs it away, and she labels it something safe. Bryce leaned back against the locker. I watched it happen in college. I watched it happen tonight. The heat on her skin, the tremble in her hands, the way her breath changed when I touched her knuckle. All of it was there. And then she said, "Some things never change," in a voice that was trying to be casual and failing so completely it told me more than a confession would have. So she wants you. She wants me. She just doesn't believe she's allowed to. Jabril leaned forward. Why not? Because somewhere along the way, somebody taught her that being smart and being wanted don't go together. That the kind of woman who gets chosen is a kind she isn't. And she believed it. She believed it so deeply that it became the architecture of her entire emotional life. Bryce pulled the towel from his neck and folded it. I watched it happen in college. The subtle flinch when a man showed interest and then retreated once he realized how smart she was. The way she learned to lead with warmth rather than brilliance, dimming herself to avoid the look, the one that said you're too much. She built a whole life around that lie. And you're going to tear it down. Not tear it down. Replace it. Show up so consistently, so clearly, so undeniably, that the evidence overwhelms the lie. She's a mathematician. She trusts data. I'm going to give her enough data that the old conclusion doesn't hold. Jabril was quiet for a long time. Then he nodded once, slow. Patient, not passive, Bryce said. The difference matters. Yeah. Jabril stood, picked up his bag. It does. He paused at the door. She's worth it, Carter. I've seen the way that woman watches you from the bleachers. She's been in love with you since before you got here. She just doesn't know it yet. Bryce looked at the closed door. The locker room was empty, the silence of a gym after a game settling around him. He sat on the bench and let the evening arrange itself in his body. He showered, drove home, ate leftover pasta standing at the kitchen counter because he couldn't be bothered with a plate. He was replaying the moment as he always replayed it, frame by frame, with the attention of a man reviewing game film of the most important play he'd ever run. Her face when he approached. The slight straightening of her spine when she saw him coming across the gym floor. The tighter grip on the bottle, her knuckles tightening around the plastic, her body registering his approach before her mind could intervene. The way her chin had lifted to track him as he got closer, tilting upward to hold his gaze, and the tilt told its own truth, because a woman who feels nothing doesn't adjust her body to keep a man in her sightline. And then the bottle, the weight of it in his hand, her eyes on his while he drank, the ridge of her knuckle under his thumb, the warmth of her skin, the half second where her composure dissolved and the woman underneath was visible, radiant, terrified, wanting. He'd held that half second the way he held every piece of evidence she gave him, carefully, precisely, as proof. She'd said, "Some things never change," in a voice that was trying to be breezy, and was failing so completely it told him more than a confession would have. The vocal equivalent of a locked door with light spilling under it. She could lock the door all she wanted. He could see the light, and then the wrist. She'd pressed the bottle against the inside of her wrist after he'd walked away. He'd seen it from the court while running the play, a glance up at the bleachers that lasted half a second, and in that half second, he'd seen her holding the cold plastic against her pulse point. The place where the blood runs close to the surface. The place where the body tells the truth, the mouth won't. A woman doesn't cool herself down after a friendly exchange. She cools herself down after something that set her on fire. She could have him. She just didn't know it yet. He was lying in bed, lights off, staring at the ceiling, when his phone buzzed. Jabril, you still up? Yeah, I've been thinking about what you said, about the data, about giving her enough evidence that the old conclusion doesn't hold. A pause. 3 dots. That's not how most men think about this, Carter. Most men would have made a move by now, forced the issue. Most men don't know her. Fair. Another pause. So what's next? You just keep showing up? Every day, every game, every water bottle, until the file cabinet breaks. And if it doesn't break? Bryce looked at the ceiling. The room was dark and quiet, and the only sound was his own breathing. It will. She pressed the bottle against her wrist tonight, after I walked away. She doesn't do that for a friend. The response came in 3 seconds. Then don't stop. She'll get there. Bryce set the phone on the nightstand, closed his eyes. The ceiling disappeared, and the library came back, the way it always came back at night, when his defenses were down and his body was tired and his mind went to the place it had been going since college. The library table, Tuesday and Thursday nights, the overhead light that hummed at a frequency only he seemed to notice. Her textbooks spread in a semicircle around her, organized by a system he'd never cracked. The mechanical pencil she used exclusively, the .5mm Pentel, because she said thicker lead was inelegant. The way she pushed her glasses up when she was concentrating, index finger on the bridge, a gesture so automatic it seemed unconscious. He'd memorized all of it. Not deliberately. Not the way you memorize a playbook. The way you memorize the landscape you drive through every day, absorbing it through repetition until it becomes the backdrop of your entire interior life. Her voice explaining Taylor series. The angle of her head when she was working through a proof, tilted slightly left, lower lip between her teeth. The sound of her laugh, the real one, not the polite one, the one that came out when he said something unexpected and she forgot to filter her response. He'd sat across from her for 3 years and pretended to need help with material he'd already mastered, because the alternative was not sitting across from her, and the alternative was unacceptable. The pretending had been its own kind of art. He'd studied the material before each session, identified the concepts she'd find most interesting to explain, and placed errors in his work that would require her to lean closer, look more carefully, use her hands to demonstrate the logic. He'd manufactured a version of himself who needed help, and it had been the most disciplined performance of his life. Because the real him understood derivatives and integrals and trigonometric proofs, and the real him would have given up the pretense in a heartbeat if it meant he could tell her the truth. But telling the truth would have ended the tutoring. And ending the tutoring would have ended the Tuesday and Thursday nights. And ending the nights would have ended the only sustained proximity he had to the woman he loved. So he'd kept the pretense running for 3 years, and the pretense had become its own kind of devotion, a weekly offering of manufactured ignorance laid at the feet of the only person who made him want to be smarter, better, braver than he was. She'd never known. She'd graded his work and corrected his errors and leaned over his shoulder and said, "This step, right here." And her breath had been close to his ear, and he'd kept his pencil moving and his eyes on the page and his heart hammering and his body absolutely still, because moving would have meant turning toward her, and turning toward her would have meant showing her everything he was hiding. She'd talked to him during those sessions, not just about math, about her life, about Sweetgum and her mother and the teacher who'd first shown her that numbers could be beautiful, about the boys who'd stopped calling after the second date, the ones who said she was intimidating or a lot, or who simply disappeared after they realized that her intelligence wasn't a phase she'd grow out of. She'd told him these things casually, offhandedly, between problem sets, like they were observations about the weather and not confessions that made his chest ache with a protective fury he didn't know what to do with. She'd never known that every story she told him about a man who'd walked away had made him want to stay harder, that every casual mention of being too much had made him want to hold her face in his hands and say, "You are not too much. You have never been too much." And the men who couldn't see that were the problem, not you. but he hadn't said it. He'd sat across from her and solved equations he'd already solved and kept the truth locked behind his teeth and let her believe she was helping him when the only thing she was doing was making him fall deeper into a love he didn't know how to survive. He could still feel the ridge of her knuckle under his thumb from tonight. He could still see her face, the heat on her skin, the catch in her breath. He thought about every game she'd come to in college, every single one. She'd been in Section 12 for all of them, with her water and her textbook and her quiet, devoted attention, and he'd walked past the Gatorade girls 100 times to get to her. Every game, without exception, because the bottle was hers and her mouth was on it, and the gesture was the only language he'd been brave enough to speak. She hadn't known. She still didn't know. She's not going to make this easy. He smiled in the dark. I don't care.
Chapter 9. All right, before we get to Chapter 12, I have a question. Rochelle set her book face down on her knee and looked directly at Nikki with the expression of a woman who had been waiting patiently for 1 hour and 47 minutes and was done waiting. The Sweetgum Book Club was arranged around the big U-shaped booth at the back of the diner, the one Rochelle had always reserved for Monday nights, even after Malachi took over. Joanne had brought pastries. Mrs. Zhang had brought tea. Vanessa had brought wine, which she was pouring generously. She understood that book club was only partly about books. Rochelle, we're in the middle of the discussion, Nikki said. Baby, we've been discussing this novel for an hour, and I've been sitting here being patient, and I can't do it anymore. Rochelle leaned forward. Who is that man to you? The room shifted. Nikki could feel it. The collective attention of the women rotating toward her with the synchronized precision of a radar array. Joanne set down her pastry. Mrs. Zhang's teacup paused halfway to her mouth. Brandy leaned forward from the end of the booth. Ebony, who had been sketching in the margins of her book, looked up with undisguised interest. Vanessa took a long sip of her wine and settled back in her chair like a woman preparing for a show. Who is who to me? Nikki said, though she knew exactly who. Bryce Carter, the basketball coach, the man who walked across that gym on Friday night in front of God and everybody and drank from your water bottle like it was communion. Joanne made a sound that was half laugh, half agreement. Nikki closed her eyes for 1 second. When she opened them, Rochelle was still looking at her. We're friends, Nikki said. From college, we were study partners. I tutored him for 3 years, Tuesday and Thursday evenings. We've always been close. The water thing is just something we've done since his games in school. It's a habit. It doesn't mean anything. She said it cleanly, clearly, with practiced confidence. She had been running this script since graduation, and she knew every beat. She could deliver this speech in her sleep. She had delivered it in her sleep to her mother, to Vanessa, to herself in the bathroom mirror at 2 a.m. A habit, Rochelle repeated. A habit. The man passed a water station. He passed 2 women offering him Gatorade. He walked all the way to the 6th row, took your bottle, drank from it, touched your hand, looked you in the eye, and then walked back to the court without saying more than 3 words. Rochelle ticked the sequence off on her fingers. And that's a habit. Yes, Nikki Marie. It is. Child. Rochelle looked at Mrs. Zhang for support. Mrs. Zhang said nothing but raised both eyebrows, which from Mrs. Zhang was the equivalent of a billboard. Nikki's skin prickled under the scrutiny. She could feel the phantom of it even now, 4 days later, the exact spot where his thumb had rested on her knuckle. The contact had lasted less than a second. Her body was treating it like a permanent installation. I was there, Joanne said, leaning forward. I had a clear line of sight. He didn't look at a single other person in that gym. Not one. He looked at you. That's not habit. That's intent. I was there too, said a woman named Brandy, sitting cross-legged near the poetry section with her wine balanced on her knee. And I'll tell you what I saw. I saw every woman in that gym watch that man walk toward you, and I saw every single one of them know exactly what it meant. Including the 2 with the Gatorade, Joanne added, especially the 2 with the Gatorade. Joanne's right, Ebony said quietly. She'd stopped sketching. I know intent. I'm married to a man who pursued me when I couldn't see it. That man knew exactly what he was doing. The comparison hit Nikki in a place she wasn't expecting. Ebony and Jabril. She'd heard the story, pieces of it anyway, how Jabril had been steady and patient and persistent with a woman who didn't believe she deserved what he was offering. The parallel was sitting right there in the room, and Nikki did not want to look at it. You all are reading into this. Nikki's voice was steady, but her fingers had found the hem of her cardigan and were working it between her thumb and index finger, a fidget she only did when her composure was under pressure. She caught herself and stopped. Bryce is an affectionate person. He's tactile. He's always been like that. He does things like this with people he's comfortable with. Does he drink from other women's water bottles? Vanessa asked from the back of the circle, her voice mild and precise. I don't monitor his hydration habits, Vanessa. I'll take that as a no. The laughter that moved through the room was warm and conspiratorial and aimed squarely at Nikki, and she felt it the way she felt pop quizzes. Surrounded. She reached for her own wine, took a sip that was larger than she intended, and set the glass back down. Look, she said, setting her hands flat on her knees because she didn't trust them not to fidget again. I've known Bryce for almost a decade. He was my study partner in college. We spent 3 years sitting across a library table from each other, 2 nights a week. I know how he operates. He's warm, he's generous, he remembers things. That's who he is. It doesn't mean he's in love with me. The word love left her mouth before she could catch it, and the room went quiet with the silence of 6 women who had just heard a confession disguised as a denial. She heard it too, the word she'd introduced, the word no one else had used. Not Rochelle, not Joanne, not Vanessa. Nikki had said love, and she'd said it while insisting it wasn't happening, and the contradiction was sitting right there in the air between them like a card she'd accidentally turned face up. Can we please talk about the book? We are talking about the book, Rochelle said. The heroine in Chapter 10 does the exact same thing you're doing. She's got a man right in front of her telling her with his whole body that he wants her, and she keeps calling it friendship because she's afraid of what it means if it isn't. The sentence landed like a stone in a still pond. Nikki stared at Rochelle and felt the ripples move through her, concentric and widening, and for a moment she had nothing. No script, no defense, no practiced line about study partners and college habits. Then the moment passed and the walls rebuilt. That's a novel, Rochelle. This is my life, and I'm telling you, Bryce and I are friends. Rochelle looked at her for a long beat. Then she nodded, slow and deliberate, the nod of a woman who was choosing mercy. All right, friends, I hear you. She picked her book back up. Now, Chapter 12. Who wants to start? The discussion resumed. The attention shifted. Nikki breathed, but the stone was still in the pond. After the meeting, the women filtered out of the diner in clusters. Rochelle and Mrs. Zhang left together. Rochelle's arm linked through Mrs. Zhang's, their voices carrying down the brick sidewalk in a pattern of commentary that Nikki couldn't quite hear but could easily imagine. Brandy waved goodnight from the parking lot. Ebony had already slipped out with a quiet wave. Vanessa was waiting by the door. Walk me to my car? Vanessa said. This was not a request for escort. This was a summons. Nikki picked up her bag and followed her out into the evening. Main Street was quiet. The string lights were on, casting the brick sidewalks in a soft amber glow, and the air was cool enough that Nikki was glad for her cardigan. They walked in silence for half a block, and Nikki counted the steps and waited for it. I'm not going to give you the speech, Vanessa said. Good. But I am going to say one thing. Of course you are. Vanessa stopped walking. They were standing in front of Roasted Beans, closed for the evening, the interior dark. Vanessa turned to face her, and her expression was not teasing, not conspiratorial. She cared, and she was choosing her words with surgical precision. How long have we known each other? Vanessa asked. 3 years. In 3 years, I have never once seen you fidget in a meeting. You don't fidget when the principal is unhappy. You don't fidget during parent conferences. You don't fidget when a student challenges you in front of the class. Vanessa paused. But every time Bryce Carter's name comes up, your hands find the nearest piece of fabric and start working it. Nikki looked down. Her thumb was on her cardigan hem again. She dropped it. Nikki, that man is telling you. He's not hinting. He's not being ambiguous. He's not leaving room for interpretation. He is telling you, with his body and his time and his attention and his presence, every single day, that you are the reason he's here. And I'm watching you rewrite it in real time because believing him would require you to believe something about yourself that you decided a long time ago wasn't true. The words hung in the night air. A car passed on the road behind them, headlights sweeping across the storefronts. Somewhere down Main Street, a door closed. "You don't know that," Nikki said. Her voice was quieter than she wanted it to be. "I know what I see. I see a man who brings you lunch 3 times a week and sits in your classroom and asks about your students and shows up at your door and drinks from your water bottle in front of the whole town. And I see a woman who is brilliant enough to solve any equation in the world except the one sitting right in front of her face." Nikki's throat tightened. She adjusted her glasses. Vanessa saw the adjustment and recognized it for what it was, because Vanessa always recognized it, because Vanessa had been watching Nikki with the same careful attention that Nikki gave her students. Protective, precise, unwilling to let someone she cared about fail quietly. "I'm not telling you what to do," Vanessa said. "I'm not even telling you what to feel. I'm just asking you to consider the possibility that the story you've been telling yourself about who wants you and who doesn't might be out of date. It's not a story. It's evidence. It's old evidence, Nikki, and the new evidence is walking into your classroom every day with lunch and a smile that I have never, in all the time I've known you, seen a man give you. Not once. Think about it," Vanessa said. Softer now. "That's all I'm asking. Just think about whether the story you're telling yourself is still true." She started walking again, then stopped. Her face shifted from the personal to the professional, the way Vanessa could pivot between registers in a heartbeat. "One more thing, while I have you, and this one's a heads up, not a lecture." Vanessa crossed her arms. "A parent called the front office last week about Math League. Said 4 morning practices a week is excessive for an extracurricular. Said her kid is exhausted and it's affecting his other classes." Nikki went still. "Which parent?" "I don't know. Sandra mentioned it to me because she thought you should hear it before the principal does. It might be nothing. 1 parent, 1 phone call. But you know how these things go." 4 mornings a week is the minimum for what I'm building. The relay format alone requires 3 days of sequenced practice. You can't build timing in 1 session a week. "I know that. You know that. The parent doesn't know that, and the parent doesn't care about relay format. The parent cares that her kid is tired." Vanessa's voice was careful. "I'm telling you because I'd rather you be prepared than blindsided." The complaint sat in Nikki's stomach like something cold. 4 mornings a week. Excessive. The word landed on the same shelf as too much, too intense, too demanding. A parent looking at her program and seeing the same thing men had been seeing in her for years. A woman who was doing too much and needed to be dialed back. "Thank you for telling me," Nikki said. Her voice was steady. The steadiness was a performance. Vanessa squeezed her arm once and walked to her car. Nikki stood on the sidewalk and watched her pull away and then stood there a little longer, alone on Main Street with the string lights and the quiet, and Vanessa's words sitting on her chest like a book she wasn't ready to open. She drove home on autopilot. Fed Euler, changed into pajamas, washed her face, did all the things that constituted her evening routine, in order, mechanically, using routine as armor. The water bottle from the game was still on the kitchen counter. She'd left it there for 3 days. She hadn't poured it out. She hadn't moved it. She hadn't looked at it directly either, but she knew exactly where it was. The way you always knew where a bruise was, even when you weren't touching it. It was happening in other places, too. Yesterday, she'd reached for a water bottle at her desk, and her hand had frozen mid-reach, her brain flashing to his mouth on the rim, his throat working, his eyes on hers. She'd stood in the shower that morning, and the warm water running down her neck had sent her somewhere she hadn't agreed to go, somewhere that smelled like his soap and sounded like his voice at close range. And she'd stood under the spray for a full minute doing nothing, thinking nothing, feeling everything. And the hugs. The goodnight hugs that had become their ritual since the lake, his arms opening, her walking in, her cheek against his chest, his chin on her head. They were getting longer. She'd noticed. The first one had been 3 seconds past the appropriate release point. Now the release point came and went, and neither of them acknowledged it, and she'd started losing count, and the not counting was more frightening than the counting had been. Her body was keeping a ledger of every contact, every near miss, every brush of skin, and the balance was compounding with interest she could not afford. She made tea, sat at the kitchen table, opened her laptop to grade, stared at the screen. She dreamed about him last night. She was not going to think about the dream. She was absolutely not going to reconstruct the details, the specifics of what his hands had been doing, where his mouth had been. The sound he'd made against her neck that had woken her up at 3 a.m. with her heart hammering and her skin electric and a word on her lips that was his name. She was not going to think about it. She'd brushed her teeth for 4 minutes that morning, twice her normal time, as if she could scrub the dream off the inside of her eyelids. She could not. She closed the laptop, picked up her tea, took a sip that burned. What if they're right? The question arrived without permission. It had been building since the book club, since Rochelle's stone-in-the-pond observation, since Vanessa's speech on the sidewalk, since the water bottle moment itself, which was now 4 days old and still living in her body with the persistence of a song she couldn't stop humming. What if they're right about him? What if the water bottle wasn't a habit? What if the coffee and the lunches and the knee under the table and the thumb on her knuckle and the hugs that kept getting longer and the way he said her name weren't friendship? What if he's telling you? She set the tea down, pressed her palms flat against the table, breathed. Because if they were right, then she'd been wrong. Not about him, about herself. About the story she'd been telling since college, the foundational narrative that organized her entire emotional life. That she was too smart, too intense, too much for the kind of man who could love her. That the thing she was proudest of, her mind, was the thing that kept people at a distance. That men like Bryce, men who were tall and athletic and beautiful and easy in their own skin, didn't choose women like her. If they were right, then the story was a lie. And the lie had cost her years. And the years had cost her everything she might have had if she'd been brave enough to look at the evidence instead of the narrative. She wasn't ready. She could feel the truth pressing against the door, heavy and patient and warm, and she was not ready to open it. She turned off the kitchen light, carried Euler to bed, lay in the dark with her cat curled at her feet and the question curled against her ribs. Her phone glowed on the nightstand. One notification. Bryce. Jalen told me today he wants to try out for the basketball team. Said you've been talking about discipline and teamwork in math league, and it made him curious. Just thought you should know. You're building something with those kids. She read the message. Read it again. Not a flirtation, not a come on, not a man testing the boundary. A man noticing the thing she cared about most and telling her it mattered. A man who saw her work and named it and honored it in a text at 9:30 on a Tuesday. She typed, "That's the best thing I've heard all week. Thank you for telling me." His response was immediate. "Good night, Nikki." 2 words. Her name in his mouth, even in text, even through a screen, even in the dark of her bedroom where no one could see her face. 2 words that landed on her chest and stayed there, warm and impossible to reclassify. "Good night, Bryce." She set the phone down, closed her eyes, told herself the same story she always told. We're friends. That's all this is. The math doesn't work. The story held, but only barely. And for the first time since college, Nikki Harper wondered if the math she trusted was the wrong equation entirely.
Chapter 10. Deshaun, you've got to stop telegraphing the crossover. You're reading the defense right, but your shoulders give you away before the ball moves. Tighten it up. Deshaun nodded, dribbled to the top of the key, and ran the move again. Better. Not clean, but better. Bryce made a note on his clipboard and blew the whistle for the next drill. Jabril was at the other end of the court running defensive slides with the big men, his voice booming through the gym with an authority that made teenagers move faster without asking why. Terrell was in the rotation, and the kid was improving. Not dramatically, not in the way that made highlight reels, but in the small, accretive ways that told Bryce the foundation was being laid. Terrell had started setting harder screens. He'd started holding his ground on box-outs instead of giving way. 2 weeks ago, Bryce had watched him seal a defender in the post and finish with a hook shot that was ugly but effective, and the look on Terrell's face afterward had been the look of a boy who was starting to believe he was allowed to take up space. It was the same look Bryce was trying to put on someone else's face. Someone who didn't play basketball. Someone whose court was a classroom, and whose defense was a smile designed to make everyone comfortable but herself. Practice ended at 9:50. The team filtered out. Jabril lingered, retying his shoes on the bench, and Bryce was organizing the ball rack when he heard footsteps in the hallway above. The gym sat below the second floor, below room 214, below her. He glanced up at the ceiling out of habit and then caught himself doing it and shook his head. "You good?" Jabril asked from the bench. "Yeah, just thinking. About the team or about the woman upstairs?" "The team." "Liar." Jabril grinned, stood, and clapped him on the shoulder. "I'll see you at lunch." The hallway was full between second and third period, students streaming in both directions, voices bouncing off lockers, the controlled chaos of a high school in motion. Bryce was heading from the gym toward the main office to drop off eligibility paperwork when he saw her. Nikki was standing near the stairwell, holding a stack of papers against her chest, talking to a man Bryce recognized as one of the history teachers. Tall, clean-cut, an easy, confident presence that filled a room without pushing. He was leaning against the wall, smiling, saying something that seemed to require sustained eye contact. His body language was open, interested. The lean said, "I'm in no hurry to leave this conversation." Bryce slowed. He wasn't jealous. Jealousy implied uncertainty, and Bryce Carter was not uncertain about what Nikki Harper felt. What he was, standing 15 feet away with a folder of eligibility forms in his hand, was observant. He was watching the thing he'd been watching since college, the contraction that tightened his chest every time he saw it, the pattern that made him want to cross the distance and stand beside her and say, "Stop doing that." She was dimming. It was subtle. It always was. Her shoulders had drawn in, not dramatically, just enough to make her body smaller, less expansive, less her. Her smile had shifted from the open, full-face smile he knew into something more measured, more contained, a smile designed to be pleasant without being too bright. She was nodding at the right moments, maintaining eye contact, being warm and gracious and perfectly lovely. And she was doing all of it from behind a pane of glass that she'd installed so quietly he doubted she knew it was there. Her posture told the story. With Bryce, she stood tall, her shoulders opened, her hands moved when she talked. She took up space the way a person does when they feel safe. With this man, a man who was perfectly pleasant and perfectly harmless and hadn't done a single thing wrong, she'd pulled her elbows closer to her body and angled her chin downward and made herself approximately 15% less visible, and the reduction was so practiced it looked natural. It wasn't natural. It was survival. He'd watched her do this in college. In the library, she was luminous. Her whole body was engaged, leaning over the table, gesturing with her pencil, her voice rising when a proof clicked. Then they'd walk across campus together, and someone would approach, a classmate, a male friend, a man with any trace of romantic interest, and she'd contract. The volume would lower, the gestures would still. The brilliance would dim to a polite glow, bright enough to be kind, but not so bright that it made anyone feel small. She shrank herself. He'd seen her do it since college, the same contraction, the same measured response, and the pattern was so consistent it had become invisible to her. The history teacher said something. Nikki laughed, a social laugh, the kind that acknowledged humor without surrendering to it. The same laugh he'd seen her give the colleague in the hallway weeks ago, not the real laugh, not the one that came from the back of her throat and tipped her head back, the measured one, the safe one. The teacher touched her arm, a casual, friendly touch, nothing inappropriate, nothing that crossed a line. Nikki smiled, said something Bryce couldn't hear, and stepped back, a quarter step. Just enough to widen the perimeter. The teacher didn't seem to notice. He nodded, said goodbye, and walked toward his own classroom. Nikki stood in the hallway for a moment, adjusting the papers against her chest, and then she turned and saw Bryce. The smile changed. He watched it happen, the same involuntary shift he'd first catalogued in this very hallway weeks earlier. The softening around her eyes, the widening at the corners, the brightness returning. The glass pane dissolved. She was back to full wattage, and he doubted she knew the difference was visible. "Hey," she said, "heading somewhere?" "Main office, eligibility forms." He held up the folder. "How's your morning?" 3 students are panicking about the quiz on Friday. Amara aced the practice test, and Cameron asked me if the Pythagorean theorem was named after a person or a place, which might be the most alarming question I've received this year. He laughed. The real one. The one that came from the part of his chest that only she activated. She was doing it again. The thing she did with him and only him. Talking with her hands, leaning forward, eyes lit, the full, unguarded, brilliant version of herself that she tucked away when anyone else was looking. Everything about her bearing said she was oblivious to the shift. The woman who had just been measured and gracious with the history teacher was now standing in front of Bryce with her shoulders open and her face animated and her whole body tilted toward him like she was under a gravitational pull she couldn't name. He wanted to tell her. Right here, in this hallway, with students streaming past and the bell about to ring and his eligibility forms in his hand and her quiz papers pressed against her chest. He wanted to say, "You just dimmed yourself for that man and then lit back up for me, and you don't even know you did it, and I need you to know that the bright version is the real version and the dim version is the lie, and I am not going to let you live in the lie anymore." He didn't say it. The hallway was full. The bell was coming. The time wasn't right. "Good luck with Cameron," he said instead. "Tell him it was a person. I'm going to make him research it himself." That's a teachable moment. "See, that's why you're great at this." The compliment landed, and he watched her receive it. For half a second, her eyes went warm, and her breath caught, and her gaze went to his mouth, and the raw, open pleasure of being praised by him was written across her face in a language anyone could read. Then she deflected. "I'm adequate at this. The kids are great. I just point them in the right direction." She adjusted her glasses, tucked a curl behind her ear. Both tells, both erasures. She'd taken the compliment, felt it, and then redistributed the credit so thoroughly that the original gift was unrecognizable. He let it go. He added it to the ledger. He walked to the main office with the folder in his hand and the taste of frustration in his throat. "I need to talk to you about something that isn't basketball." Jabril looked up from his lunch. They were in the coaching office, door closed, the remains of takeout containers spread across both desks. It was Wednesday. They'd been eating lunch together on days when Bryce wasn't eating with Nikki, which had become its own routine, a standing appointment between 2 men who had become genuine friends in the way that genuine friendships sometimes happen, quickly, deeply, without ceremony. "Go ahead," Jabril said. "I watched her dim herself this morning, in the hallway. She was talking to Porter from the history department, and the second he showed interest, she contracted. She got smaller, quieter, less. And then she turned around and saw me and lit back up like someone flipped a switch, and she didn't even know she'd done it." Jabril set his fork down. "What do you mean, dim?" "I mean she makes herself less. She tones herself down. She's this extraordinary woman, brilliant, funny, beautiful, and when a man shows her attention, she files it under, 'He's just being nice,' and responds by shrinking. She turns the volume down on herself so nobody feels threatened by how smart she is. You've seen her do this before. I watched it happen all through college. Men would approach her and then leave when they realized she could outthink them. And she learned from it. She learned that her brain was the problem. That the thing that made her exceptional was the thing that made her undesirable. He pushed his container aside, and now she does it automatically. She doesn't even know she's doing it. Jabril didn't answer right away. When he spoke, his voice was lower, deliberate, the voice of a man who recognized the terrain. Ebony used to do something similar, not the same, but similar. She'd look in the mirror and see every reason a man shouldn't want her, and she'd build a whole defense system around it. By the time I met her, the walls were so high I couldn't see over them. He leaned back. You know what got through? What? Consistency. Not grand gestures, not speeches, just showing up every single day and treating her like the person I saw, not the person she thought she was. Eventually, the evidence was too heavy for the walls to hold. How did you know the walls were coming down? She stopped correcting me. Jabril's smile went private, the smile of a man remembering a specific moment. I'd tell her she was beautiful and she'd argue with me, every time. No, I'm not. You're being nice. You don't have to say that. And one day I told her and she just looked at me. Didn't argue, didn't deflect. Just looked at me like she was trying the words on for the first time, seeing if they fit. That's when I knew. Bryce sat with that. He thought about this morning in the hallway. He'd told her she was great at her job and she'd said I'm adequate at this. Still deflecting, still redistributing the credit. The walls were still up. I'm doing that. I'm showing up. Every day. Coffee, lunch, the water bottle, being there. I'm telling her every way I know how. She won't hear it. She hears it. She's just not ready to believe it. How long? Jabril gave him a look. How long was the drive to get here? 9 hours. It took Ebony 6 months to let me hold her hand in public. You think that drive is patience? Jabril shook his head. This isn't about how long it takes. This is about whether you mean it when it's hard. I mean it. Then keep showing up. And when the moment comes, and it will, don't just tell her you want her. Tell her you see her. Tell her the thing she's been hiding behind is the thing you love most. Because that's what she needs to hear, Bryce. Not that you love her. That you love the parts she's been told are unlovable. The sentence landed in Bryce's chest and stayed there. He sat with it. Let it settle. Let the weight of it reshape the plan he'd been carrying since he'd driven into Sweetgum with a job offer in his pocket and a woman's name on his tongue. This wasn't just about pursuit anymore. It wasn't about patience or persistence or showing up. It was about repair. About a woman who'd been handed the wrong story about herself by every man who'd ever been too small to stand next to her, and the slow, careful daily work of giving her a different one. Thank you. Bryce said, don't thank me, just don't mess it up. Jabril picked up his fork. Now eat your food, it's getting cold. That night, he lay in bed in his apartment, lights off, hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. The fantasy was vivid, and it lived in his body like a held breath. Crossing that hallway, walking up to her while she was mid-sentence, mid-smile, mid-brilliance. Putting his hand on her waist and feeling the warmth of her through her blouse, and pressing his mouth to hers and kissing her until the word friend dissolved on her tongue, and the only word left was yes. His hands fisted in the sheets. His jaw tightened. Then he let it go. Not because he didn't want it, because the wanting wasn't the hard part. The hard part was waiting for the moment when she could receive what he was offering without it breaking something inside her. Waiting was the hardest thing he'd ever done, and he'd been a D1 athlete who knew something about discipline. He picked up his phone, typed a message, simple, true, not a confession, a bridge. Heard through the grapevine that Cameron researched Pythagoras for an hour after class today. That's your impact, Nikki. Don't deflect it. Her response came 3 minutes later. I'm not deflecting. I'm being accurate. You're being modest. It's not the same thing. Good night. Good night, Bryce. He set the phone down, smiled at the ceiling. She'd stopped arguing. She'd just said good night. For Nikki Harper, that was practically a concession. He'd take it.
Chapter 11. Miss Harper, can we use real candles or do they have to be the fake ones? Jalen was standing on a ladder in the middle of the gym, holding a strand of fairy lights in one hand and a battery-powered taper in the other. His expression suggesting that the entire homecoming decorating committee was waiting on her answer to a question of critical national importance. Fake ones. Fire code. Nikki handed him a box of LED candles from the supply table. No exceptions, not even for atmosphere. Coach Carter said the same thing. Jalen took the box. He said, and I quote, "If this gym burns down, I don't have a basketball season, so use the fake candles." Smart man. That's what he said about you. Nikki looked up. Jalen was already back to work, threading the lights through the ceiling structure with the focus of a kid who didn't realize he'd just lobbed a grenade into her nervous system. That's what he said about you. She filed it, moved on. picked up the next box of decorations and carried it to the stage where Vanessa was arranging a backdrop of gold and burgundy streamers. "How's it looking?" Nikki asked. "Like a high school dance that's trying its best." Vanessa adjusted a streamer that kept curling, which is all any of us can do. The gym was transforming. What had been a basketball court 2 hours ago was becoming a different space entirely. Softer, warmer, draped in lights and fabric, and the optimism of teenagers who believed decoration could turn a gymnasium into a ballroom. Amara was organizing the DJ's playlist with the seriousness of a concert promoter. Cameron was hanging a banner that read "Sweetgum Homecoming" in letters that were mostly straight. A cluster of sophomore girls was inflating balloons with a helium tank and laughing at each other's voices. Bryce was across the gym, helping the custodial staff move bleachers. He was in a t-shirt and jeans, lifting the folded bleacher sections with a casual strength that made the task look effortless. And Nikki was not watching him lift things. She was organizing centerpieces. She was focused on centerpieces. The centerpieces were fascinating. She was watching him lift things. The dance started at 7. Nikki went home after decorating, showered, changed, and came back. She hadn't agonized over what to wear. She had not stood in front of her closet with her hands on her hips and her jaw set and rejected 4 perfectly acceptable outfits for reasons she refused to articulate. She had not pulled a dress from behind her winter coats, the dark green one with the low back that she saved for occasions that mattered more than she wanted to admit, and held it against her body in the mirror and felt her pulse change. She was wearing it for the homecoming dance. That was all. It was appropriate for the event. End of analysis. She was wearing it now. For the students, for the occasion, for school spirit. She was lying to herself and she knew it, and she put on the dress anyway and drove to the school with her heart sitting higher in her chest than it had any right to be. The gym was unrecognizable. The lights were low. The fairy lights cast the ceiling in a constellation of warm white. The DJ was playing something with a heavy bass line that she could feel through the soles of her shoes, and the floor was filling with students in suits and dresses who looked simultaneously older and younger than they did in her classroom. She found Vanessa near the punch table. "You clean up nice, Harper." "It's just a dress. It's a green dress that makes your skin glow, and you wore it to a dance that a certain basketball coach is also attending, and I am not going to say another word about it." "Thank you." "You're welcome." Bryce arrived at 7:15. She knew this because the gym shifted when he walked in, a subtle recalibration of the room's energy that she felt in her chest before she saw its cause. He was in a navy button-down with the sleeves rolled to the forearms, dark slacks, dress shoes. He'd gotten a haircut. He looked like a man who had prepared for this evening with intention, and the intention landed on her body like a hand on bare skin. He saw her from across the gym. He didn't come straight to her. He stopped to talk to students, to shake hands with parents who'd come to drop off kids, to clap Jabril on the shoulder and say something that made them both laugh. He was doing the work of a coach and a community member, and he was doing it well, and she watched him move through the room with ease. He belonged here. He had made himself part of this town's fabric in the span of 3 months. Then he crossed the floor to her. "Hey! Hey!" She was holding a cup of punch she didn't want. She gripped it tighter. His eyes moved over her face and then lower, briefly taking in the dress. Not lingering, not inappropriate, but thorough. "You look incredible." She opened her mouth to deflect. "It's just a dress. I found it in my closet. It's nothing special." The words were right there, loaded and ready. She could feel them assembling on her tongue. She didn't say them. "Thank you," she said instead. And the thank you came out clean, undecorated, without a redirect or a joke or a qualifier. Just the 2 words, landing between them with a weight she hadn't expected. Because she'd never let a compliment from him land without cushioning the fall. Something shifted in his face. Not surprise exactly. Recognition. Like he'd been waiting for her to receive a compliment without flinching, and she'd just done it, and he'd noticed, and the noticing meant more to him than the dress. "Save me a spot on the chaperone wall," he said. "I need to check on the sound system." "I'll hold your place." He grinned and walked toward the DJ booth, and she stood there with her punch and her green dress and the afterimage of his eyes on her body and the unfamiliar sensation of having let a compliment land. The evening built slowly. They chaperoned from the perimeter, positioned along the gym wall where they could see the floor. They weren't standing together at first, spaced apart the way chaperones should be, each covering a section. But the rotation brought them closer as the hours passed. By 9 o'clock, they were side by side, shoulders nearly touching, watching the students dance. He leaned down to say something, and his lips were close to her ear, close enough that she could feel the warmth of his words on her skin. Deshaun just asked a girl to dance. I've been coaching him on basketball for 2 months, and I've never seen him this nervous. She laughed. His breath moved her hair. Her eyes closed involuntarily, just for a second, and the second was long enough for her entire body to register the proximity. His shoulder against hers, the heat coming off his skin through the button-down, the scent of his cologne, which was different tonight, richer, deliberate, chosen for this evening. Amara's been dancing all night, she said, turning her face toward him, which was a mistake because it brought her mouth closer to his jaw. Close enough that if she tilted up and he tilted down, the distance would disappear. I've never seen her this confident. You did that. The kids did that. Nikki. His voice was lower than it had been 5 minutes ago. Take the credit. She looked up at him. 8 inches. The height difference that she'd been measuring unconsciously since the day he arrived. His eyes were dark in the low light, and they were on her face with an intensity that had nothing to do with the homecoming dance and everything to do with the two of them standing in this half-dark gym with music pulsing through the floor and no space left to pretend this was professional. A slow song started. The lights dimmed further. Students paired up on the floor, swaying with the earnest awkwardness of teenagers learning how to hold another person. The music was soft, and the bass was gone, and the gym felt suddenly, impossibly intimate. She was aware of his hand beside hers on the gym wall, not touching, an inch of space between his knuckles and her fingers. She could feel the heat of his skin across the gap. If she moved her hand a quarter inch to the left, they'd be touching. She didn't move her hand. She also didn't move it away. Across the floor, Deshaun was slow dancing with a girl from Nikki's third period class, and his hands were positioned at an exaggerated, respectful distance, and the girl was trying not to laugh at his formality. Jalen was near the punch table, deep in conversation with Amara, who was smiling with an openness Nikki had never seen from her in a classroom. The room was full of beginnings, and Nikki was standing next to a man whose hand was an inch from hers. And the slow song was doing things to her nervous system that no amount of professional composure could address. Come on, he said. Let's check the hallway. Make sure nobody's where they shouldn't be. She followed him out of the gym and into the corridor, and the door swung shut behind them, and the music dropped to a muffled pulse, and the hallway was empty. The fluorescent lights were off for the event, replaced by the ambient glow leaking through the gym door's window. The air was cooler out here. She could breathe. They walked a few steps, checked the stairwell, empty. Checked the water fountain alcove, empty. The school was deserted except for the dance, and the silence of the hallway was the loudest thing she'd ever heard. He stopped walking. She stopped beside him. They were standing near the trophy case, its glass reflecting the faint light, and the trophies inside cast small, distorted shadows across the wall. Nikki? She turned to face him. He was close. Closer than the gym wall or the faculty lounge table, or any distance they'd maintained since he'd arrived in Sweetgum, and she could feel his body heat from 6 inches away, a warmth that pressed against her skin like a physical thing. I need to tell you something, he said. His voice was quiet. The coaching register was gone. This was a voice she'd only heard in fragments, in the low goodnights at the parking lot, in the way he said her name when nobody else was listening. Okay, that dress? He paused. It's not just that you look incredible in it, it's what you do to a room just by being in it. The whole gym was different tonight. I walked in and you were there, and the room was brighter, and I don't think you saw it, but I did, and I need you to know that I see it every time. The words arrived one at a time, each one landing on her chest like a heartbeat. She was looking up at him, 8 inches up, and his eyes were on her mouth. Not her eyes. Her mouth. And the look was not casual. It was not friendly. It was the look of a man who was seeing something he wanted and was deciding in real time whether to reach for it. She stopped breathing. Her hand was near his, close enough that the fine hairs on her wrist were standing. She could feel the charge between their fingers, the electromagnetic field of 2 bodies that wanted to close a gap they'd been maintaining for months. Her gaze lifted to his mouth. She didn't decide to. It just happened. Her eyes found his lower lip and stayed there, tracing the shape of it, and her entire body tilted forward by a fraction of an inch, a movement so small it was almost imaginary, except that it wasn't imaginary at all. Her glasses had slid slightly down her nose. She didn't push them up, because pushing them up would break whatever was building between them, and she did not want it to break. For the first time in her life, she did not want the math to intervene. She wanted the equation to stay unsolved. She wanted to stay in this hallway with this man and his eyes on her mouth, and the distance between them shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. His hand rose. She could see it in her peripheral vision, his fingers lifting toward her face, and her skin was already responding to the touch that hadn't arrived yet, every nerve ending reaching. A door opened. "Coach Carter?" A student's voice echoed down the hallway. "Mr. Torres is looking for you. Something about the DJ." The spell shattered. Nikki stepped back. Her hand went to her throat, pressing against her own pulse, and she could feel it hammering under her fingers. Her breath came back in a rush. The hallway snapped into focus. The trophy case, the fluorescent glow, the student standing 20 feet away looking at his phone, oblivious to what he'd interrupted. "Be right there," Bryce said. His voice was steady. His composure was intact. She didn't know how. Her own composure was somewhere on the floor of the hallway, scattered and unsalvageable. He looked at her. One beat. She could read his expression as clearly as an equation. He had been about to kiss her. She had been about to let him. They both knew what had just happened. "I'll be back," he said. Quiet. Just for her. He walked toward the student. Nikki stood in the hallway, with her hand on her throat and her pulse under her fingers, and her glasses still slightly down her nose. She pushed them up. The gesture felt like closing a door she'd been about to walk through. She leaned against the trophy case, pressed the back of her head against the glass, closed her eyes. I was going to kiss him. I was leaning in. Another 3 seconds, and I would have been kissing the man I've been calling my friend since college, in a school hallway, at a homecoming dance, and I would not have stopped. The knowledge sat in her chest like liquid heat, heavy and bright and impossible to put back. She went back to the gym. She chaperoned. She smiled at students and refilled the punch and said goodnight to parents and performed every function of a teacher at a school dance. And underneath every gesture, every word, every professional smile, her body was replaying the hallway. His eyes on her mouth, his hand rising toward her face. The fraction of an inch she'd tilted forward. The dance ended at 10. The gym emptied. The lights came up. The DJ packed his equipment. Students filtered toward the parking lot in waves of laughter and corsages and the giddiness of a night that had been everything they'd hoped. Bryce found her in the parking lot. The air was cool, October cool, and she could feel it on her bare arms, and it was what she needed because her skin had been burning for the last hour. They stood between their cars, the same distance, the same position, the ritual. He opened his arms, she walked into them. His chin found the top of her head. Her cheek found the space below his collarbone. Her hands pressed flat against his back, and then, without permission, her fingers curled into the fabric of his button-down and held. Not a grip, a refusal to let go. The release point arrived and passed. 10 seconds. 15. She lost count. Her breath was shaking, and his heartbeat under her ear was steady, so steady, the heartbeat of a man who wasn't confused about anything. She stepped back. Slowly. Slower than she'd ever stepped back from him. Her fingers dragged along the fabric as they released, and the separation felt like tearing, and she couldn't look at him, because if she looked at him, she would walk back in. "Good night, Bryce." Her voice cracked on his name. She heard it and couldn't fix it. "Good night, Nikki." She turned. She walked to her car. She got in and sat behind the wheel and gripped it with both hands, and her knuckles ached, and her chest was full of a feeling she couldn't name, and refused to name, and was terrified to name. Through the windshield, she could see him standing where she'd left him, watching her, waiting until she pulled away before he moved. The way he always waited, the way he'd been waiting since he arrived. She started the engine, pulled out of the lot. She did not look in the rearview mirror. She didn't need to. She could still feel him, the exact pressure of his arms, the exact beat of his heart, the exact shape of his lower lip, which she had almost touched. The word almost was going to keep her up all night.
Chapter 12. Good night, Coach Carter. Great dance. A parent waved from across the parking lot, keys in hand, a teenager trailing behind. Bryce raised a hand back. Drive safe. The car pulled out, then another. Then the lot was quiet. Her taillights turned onto the main road and disappeared. Bryce stood in the empty parking lot and watched the dark where her car had been. The school was quiet behind him. The gymnasium lights were off. The homecoming banner was still hanging from the entrance, slightly crooked, the way it had been all night, and the October air was cool on his face and his hands were shaking. Not from nerves, not from cold, from restraint, from the effort of holding still in that hallway while every cell in his body had been reaching for her. Her face had been 6 inches from his. Her eyes had been on his mouth. Her body had been tilting toward him with a want so vivid he'd felt it on his skin like a change in temperature, and the distance between them had been shrinking inch by inch, not because he was moving, but because she was, her body closing a gap her mind hadn't authorized. And then a student had opened a door, a question about the DJ, the sound of reality arriving like a fire alarm in the middle of a prayer. She'd pulled back, reassembled, said something light about checking the water stations. Her voice had been steady, but her hands had been trembling, and the tremble was the most honest thing she'd shown him all night, and he'd filed it next to every other piece of evidence in a case he'd been building since the day he arrived in this town. And then the parking lot. The hug. The goodnight hug that had stopped being a goodnight hug somewhere around the 10-second mark and had become something else entirely, something that had no name in the vocabulary they'd been using and needed one. Her fingers gripping the fabric of his shirt, her cheek against his chest, pressed into the space below his collarbone like she'd been measuring herself for it, her breath unsteady against his heartbeat. The release point had come and gone, and she'd held on, 10 seconds becoming 15, becoming something that wasn't a hug anymore, but a declaration neither of them was willing to name. Her voice cracking on his name when she finally pulled away. The sound of it, Bryce, splitting at the center like something that couldn't hold its own weight. He'd heard her voice 1,000 times. In the library, in the classroom, across the table at the diner, through the phone during their years apart. He'd never heard it break before. The breaking was the sound of a wall developing a fault line, and fault lines don't seal themselves. He stood there for a long time. The parking lot held the silence the way the library used to hold it, thick and present and full of everything that hadn't been said. The green dress, the hallway, the almost. The hug that had lasted 30 seconds and told him everything and changed nothing and changed everything. He could still feel her, the exact pressure of her cheek against his chest, the exact grip of her fingers in his shirt, the way her breathing had been unsteady against his heartbeat, shallow and quick, like she was holding on to something she was afraid to name. He'd held her, and his arms had wanted to tighten, and his mouth had wanted to find the part in her hair and press against it. And he'd done none of it, because the timing wasn't right, and the timing mattered more than the wanting. He walked to his car, sat in the driver's seat, did not start the engine. He pressed his palms flat against the steering wheel. The leather was cold under his hands, and his pulse was hammering, and the afterimage of her face in the hallway, tilted up toward his, lips parted, eyes wide behind her glasses, was going to live behind his eyelids for the rest of his life. His hands were shaking. He looked at them in the dim light from the school's emergency exit sign, the only light still burning. He'd been a D1 athlete. He'd played in front of 10,000 people with the game on the line, and his free throw percentage had been 87%. His hands had never shaken at the line. They were shaking now, in a dark parking lot, because a woman in a green dress had looked at his mouth and tilted toward him and cracked on his name. He'd engineered that hallway moment. He could admit that now, alone in the dark, with no one to perform composure for. The trophy case check was legitimate, a real chaperone responsibility, but the timing had been chosen. He'd been watching the dance floor. The slow song had shifted the atmosphere. The gym was dim and romantic, and every teenager on the floor was holding someone. And Nikki was standing next to him with her bare arms and her green dress and her pulse visible in her throat, and he'd made the call. Come on, let's check the hallway. Not spontaneous, calculated. The most carefully timed play he'd ever drawn up, and the execution had been flawless until the student and the door and the question about volume levels. She'd been coming to him. The tilt was the proof. Not a lean, not a shift, but a tilt. The unconscious forward motion of a body that had stopped listening to the woman operating it. Her face 6 inches from his, her breath on his jaw, the faint sound of her inhale when his eyes had dropped to her mouth. An inhale that she probably thought was silent but wasn't. Not to a man who had spent years calibrating his hearing to the frequency of her breathing. And it had almost worked. Almost. The most important word in his vocabulary. He closed his eyes and a memory surfaced, unbidden and precise. The library. Late. A night that looked like every other Tuesday and Thursday night, except that this was the night the truth had arrived fully formed and refused to leave. She'd been checking his work, leaning over his shoulder, her curls brushing the side of his neck. The scent of her shampoo, something floral and clean, had filled his entire sensorium. Her breath was warm near his ear. Her finger traced a line of his solution and she said, "This step, right here, that's where you went wrong." And her voice was so close that if he'd turned his head 2 inches to the left, his mouth would have been on her throat. 2 inches. The most dangerous measurement in the world. His entire body had gone rigid. Every muscle locked. His pencil froze mid-stroke. His breathing stopped. He'd sat there with her curls on his neck, and her breath in his ear, and the pulse beating in her throat 2 inches from his lips, and the effort of not turning his head was the most physically demanding thing he'd ever done. Harder than any game, harder than any practice, harder than the championship free throws with the building shaking and the clock running out. She straightened up, pushed her glasses up her nose, said, "That one's right about the corrected step," and walked back to her side of the table with a slight sway in her hips that she was completely unaware of, leaving him sitting there with a frozen pencil and a hammering heart and a thought that arrived fully formed and permanent. I am in love with this woman, and I am going to lose her because I am a coward. He'd been right. He had lost her. She'd graduated and gone home to Sweetgum, and he'd sat in that same library chair and stared at her empty seat and felt the silence fill the space where her voice had been. He hadn't called. He hadn't followed. He'd let the fear win, and the fear had cost him years, and the years had cost him everything he might have had if he'd been brave enough to turn his head 2 inches to the left. 2 inches in the library, 6 inches in the hallway. The distances were getting smaller. The coward was getting braver, and the woman on the other side of the gap was starting to close it from her direction, which meant the math was changing, which meant the conclusion was approaching, which meant the only variable left was time. He thought about all the other nights in the library, 3 years of Tuesdays and Thursdays, 3 years of sitting across from her and watching her work, her mechanical pencil moving with the steadiness that defined everything she did, her glasses catching the overhead light, her lower lip between her teeth when she hit a knot in a proof. 3 years of manufactured proximity, of pretending he needed help so she'd lean over his shoulder, so her curls would brush his neck, so she'd say, "This step, right here," with her breath close to his ear. He'd engineered every tutoring session the way he'd engineered the hallway tonight. Carefully, precisely, with discipline. Being near her was the only play he had. He was not the man who'd sat frozen in the library. He was the man who had searched for the coaching job, the man who had driven to a town he'd never been to, The man who had just been 6 inches from kissing her and watched her come toward him, and the only reason it hadn't happened was a teenager with bad timing. He opened his eyes. The parking lot was empty. The school was dark. Her taillights were long gone. He was going to tell her. Not tonight, not tomorrow, but soon. The next time they were alone, the next time the distance closed to something small enough to cross, he was going to say it. All of it. Everything. The tutoring he didn't need, the search, the drive, the years of silence and the lifetime of wanting, and the simple, permanent, undeniable truth that had been living in his chest since the day she leaned over his shoulder and her curls brushed his neck and his entire world narrowed to 2 inches. He picked up his phone. He typed the message 3 times before he sent it. The first version was too much, the second was too careful, the third was the truth, stripped to its simplest form. For what it's worth, I'm glad the hallway was empty tonight. Even for a minute. Her response came after a long pause. 2 minutes. 3. He watched the screen in the dark car and his chest was tight, and the wait was a confession in itself, because a casual response would have come immediately. Me too. 2 words. No deflection, no joke, no reclassification, no exclamation point softening the honesty. Just 2 words sent after 3 minutes of deliberation from a woman who never said anything she hadn't thought through. Me too. She was sitting in her car right now, or maybe she was home. Maybe she was on her couch with Euler in her lap, and she had typed those 2 words and hit send, and the sending was the bravest thing she'd done since she'd tilted toward him in the hallway. He imagined her phone in her hands, her thumb hovering over the send button, the internal negotiation between honesty and safety, and the honesty winning. For once. For 2 words. For now. He set the phone on the passenger seat. Started the engine. The parking lot was empty. The homecoming banner fluttered in the night breeze, the only movement in the stillness. He drove home through the quiet streets of Sweetgum, past the dark diner and the closed bookstore and the string lights on Main Street that were still on, because someone always forgot to turn them off. The town looked like the place she'd described to him in the library, every detail intact. Every brick and window and streetlight exactly as she'd drawn it in his memory. She'd painted this town for him in fragments, offhand comments between problem sets, descriptions delivered with the casual specificity of a woman who didn't realize she was handing someone a map to the place she loved most in the world. The brick sidewalks are uneven in front of the bookstore. Rochelle makes sweet potato pie that could convert a northerner. The lake frogs sing so loud in summer you can hear them from Main Street. He'd kept every fragment, filed them, assembled them into a picture of a place he'd never been, a place that existed in his imagination as the backdrop for the life he wanted with the woman who'd described it. And now he lived here. He drove these streets, he walked these sidewalks. He ate at the diner and bought coffee at Roasted Beans and coached basketball in a gym where she sat in the bleachers, the way she'd sat in Section 12. And the town was everything she'd promised, and the woman was everything he'd remembered, and the 2 inches had become 6 inches, and the 6 inches were going to become 0, and the only question was when. He'd come here for her. The town was beautiful. The job was real. The students were worth every hour he gave them. But the origin of every decision that had brought him to this parking lot on this night was a woman with glasses and curls who had leaned over his shoulder in a library and changed the direction of his life with the scent of her shampoo and the words, "This step, right here." He pulled into his apartment and sat in the driveway with the engine off. The night was quiet. The stars were visible in a way they never were near the college, the Sweetgum sky wide and dark and close enough to touch. She'd told him about these stars. "You can see the Milky Way from the lake dock on a clear night," she'd said once, between problem sets, with the casual certainty of a woman describing something she loved. He'd filed the detail the way he filed everything she gave him, as coordinates on a map he was building to the place where she existed. He could see the Milky Way from here. She'd been right. She was always right. About the stars and the brick sidewalks and the diner's sweet potato pie and the town that had raised her and the lake where the frogs sang at night. She'd been right about everything except herself. About herself. She'd been catastrophically, heartbreakingly wrong, and the wrongness was the thing he was going to spend the rest of his life correcting. One coffee and one lunch and one water bottle and one goodnight hug at a time. 2 inches in the library, 6 inches in the hallway. The distance was closing. Me too. It was enough. For tonight, it was enough.
Chapter 13. Nikki, baby, you want the usual? Or are you waiting for your man to show up and order for you? Amy was leaning over the diner counter with a grin that had been sharpening since the homecoming dance, which had apparently been discussed by every person in Sweetgum who had not been invited, and several who had. Nikki set her bag on the stool and did not take the bait. The usual, Amy, and he's not my man. Amy wrote on her pad without looking down. Malachi says he saw Coach Carter bring you lunch 3 times last week. 3 times. That's not friendship. That's a meal plan. It's a colleague being thoughtful. It's a man who memorized your lunch order. Rochelle's voice carried from the corner booth. She had been waiting for this conversation to happen in her presence, and she was not going to miss it. A man who memorized her lunch order, her coffee order, her parking spot, her classroom number, and the way she likes her catfish. I've been married twice, and neither husband knew that much about me in the first year. The diner laughed. Nikki closed her eyes. When she opened them, Amy was still grinning, and Rochelle was still looking at her from the corner booth with Mrs. Zhang beside her, and the two of them together had the energy of women who had seen the ending of this story long before the woman living it. "Can I just eat my lunch?" Nikki said. "You can eat your lunch," Rochelle said, "but you can't eat it in peace, because peace requires honesty, and baby, you are not being honest with yourself." Nikki took her plate to a table by the window and ate with her back to the room, and Rochelle's words sitting on her shoulders like hands she couldn't shrug off. It was worse at school. On Monday, she walked into the faculty lounge for coffee, and her eyes found him before she was through the door. He was sitting at their usual table, eating an apple, reading something on his phone, and her body oriented toward him before her mind could intervene. A physical pull so automatic it felt involuntary, like a compass needle swinging north. She had to consciously redirect herself to the coffee machine, and the effort was physical, like swimming against a current. She poured her coffee. She did not sit down. She took it back to her classroom, and the walk down the hallway felt like retreating from a fire she'd been standing too close to. On Tuesday, a sophomore girl in her second period trig class raised her hand. "Miss Harper, Coach Bryce is always in the math hallway. Is he your boyfriend?" The question was delivered with the casual boldness of a 15-year-old who didn't understand the concept of a loaded question. The class went quiet. 22 faces turned toward Nikki with the synchronized interest of an audience at a tennis match. "No," Nikki said. Her voice was steady. Her neck was warm. "Coach Carter and I are colleagues and friends. He visits the second floor because his office is connected to the gym, which is in this building, and the stairs are right there." "But he only comes to this hallway," the girl said. "He doesn't go to the English wing or the science wing, just here." "The math wing has better lighting," Nikki said, and turned back to the board and wrote an equation, and her handwriting was not as steady as her voice. Behind her, she heard a whisper. She didn't catch the words. She caught the tone, the conspiratorial delight of teenagers who had decoded something the adults were still pretending wasn't there. She finished the equation, faced the class, taught the lesson. Her hand was steady by the third problem. Her pulse took longer. On Wednesday, Cameron stopped her in the hallway after class. "Miss Harper, I just want you to know, the whole team thinks Coach Carter is good for you. Deshaun said he's never seen Coach smile like that, except when he's talking to you." "Cameron, that is wildly inappropriate." "I'm just reporting the data, Miss Harper. You taught me to respect the data." She could not argue with her own pedagogy being used against her. That afternoon, Darius at the bookstore handed her the novel she'd ordered and said, without preamble, "You know Rochelle's already planning the wedding." "There is no wedding, Darius." "I know, I'm just warning you that there's a Pinterest board." She left the bookstore and sat in her car and pressed her forehead against the steering wheel. The entire town had decided she was in love with Bryce Carter, and they were watching her deny it with the patient amusement of people who knew how the story ended because they'd seen it before, in their own lives, in their neighbors' lives, in every love story that had ever played out on Main Street between the string lights and the brick sidewalks. The problem was that they were right. And the bigger problem was that knowing they were right didn't change the equation, because the equation wasn't about Bryce. It had never been about Bryce. The equation was about her, and the variable she couldn't solve was the one she'd been carrying since college. Am I the kind of woman a man like that chooses? Every piece of evidence said yes. Every piece of evidence had been saying yes for months. The coffee, the lunches, the knee under the table, the water bottle, the almost kiss, the hugs that kept getting longer. The way he said her name in a voice that dropped an octave and made the two syllables sound like a complete sentence. The evidence said yes. Her wound said no. And Nikki Harper, who trusted evidence more than anything in the world, could not bring herself to trust this evidence, because trusting it meant the wound was wrong. And if the wound was wrong, then every decision she'd made because of it was wrong too. And the scope of that reckoning was too large to face. So she did the only thing she knew how to do with variables she couldn't control. She managed the proximity. She started eating lunch in her classroom on Tuesdays and Thursdays. The excuse was grading. She had a stack of quizzes from her AP class that needed attention, and the faculty lounge was too noisy for focused work, and it made sense to use her planning period efficiently. The excuse was a lie. The real reason was the faculty lounge table and his knee against hers, and how he looked at her across that small space with an expression that made her forget how to hold a fork. She couldn't sit across from him anymore without her body betraying the composure her face was working so hard to maintain. The table was too small. He was too close. The evidence was too heavy. She ate in her classroom, alone. Euler would have been better company, but Euler was at home, so she ate her lunch in silence, and the silence was louder than the lounge had ever been. She could hear other teachers in the hallway, conversations she used to be part of, laughter she used to contribute to. She heard Jabril's voice once, deep and booming, passing her closed door, and she wondered if he knew. If Bryce had told him. If the whole coaching office had a theory about why Miss Harper was suddenly absent from the lounge on Tuesdays and Thursdays. She started leaving school at 4:15 instead of 5. She told herself she was being efficient with her time. The real reason was the parking lot, and the ritual, and the hug she couldn't trust herself to walk into without letting go of things she wasn't ready to release. She timed her departure, so her car was gone before practice ended. So there was no chance of the parking lot, no chance of his arms opening, no chance of her walking in and counting the seconds past the release point and losing count and feeling his heartbeat steady under her ear while hers hammered. She missed the hug the way she'd miss a hand she'd been holding. The absence was physical, and it lived at the top of her head where his chin used to settle. And some mornings she woke up and her hand went to that spot before she was fully conscious. She was managing variables. She was controlling what she could. It was not working. Vanessa found her in room 214 on a Thursday, eating a sandwich over a stack of ungraded papers, and closed the door behind her. "No," Nikki said. "I haven't said anything." "You closed the door. That's a speech in Vanessa language." Vanessa sat on the edge of a student desk and crossed her arms. "You've been eating lunch in here for a week. You leave school before 4:30. You haven't been in the faculty lounge since Monday. And according to Rochelle, who has her sources, you've been avoiding the diner during the hours when Bryce usually goes. I've been busy. You've been running." The word landed harder than it should have because it was accurate. Nikki set her sandwich down and looked at Vanessa and didn't have a deflection ready, which was a first. The cabinet was empty. The scripts were used up. She was standing in front of the one person who would not accept a rehearsed answer, and she had nothing left but the truth, and the truth was sitting in her throat like a stone. "Why can't it be real, Nikki?" The question was quiet, not a challenge, not a confrontation, a genuine question from a woman who cared about her and was watching her dismantle her own happiness with surgical precision. "Because," Nikki's voice was thin, thinner than she wanted. She could hear the edges fraying. Because men like Bryce don't choose women like me. They just don't. That's not self-pity, Vanessa. That's pattern recognition. I've been the smart girl my whole life. I've been the girl who wins the math competition and loses the date. I've been the girl who helps him study and watches him leave with someone else. Every time, without exception. Except Bryce didn't leave with someone else. He didn't stay either. The sentence hung in the room. Nikki heard it and felt its weight and knew it was both true and unfair. He hadn't stayed in college. He also hadn't been given a reason to stay because she'd never shown him what she felt, because showing him would have required believing she was worth choosing, and she hadn't believed it then, and she barely believed it now. He's here, Vanessa said. He moved to Sweetgum. He coaches at your school. He brings you lunch and eats in your classroom and drinks from your water bottle in front of the whole town. Nikki, that man didn't leave, he came back. You don't know that's why he came. Then why did he come? For the basketball program at a small-town high school? For the Georgia humidity? For the privilege of living 10 minutes from a woman he could have forgotten, and clearly hasn't. Vanessa leaned forward. You're a mathematician, Nikki. Run the numbers. What's the probability that a man who knew you in college moves to the exact town you live in and spends every waking minute finding reasons to be near you, and it's a coincidence? Nikki didn't answer. She couldn't answer because the probability was low enough to be statistically insignificant, and she knew it, and the knowing was the thing she was running from. I'm not saying jump, Vanessa said. I'm not saying confess your feelings or kiss him in the hallway or do anything you're not ready for. I'm saying stop running. Stop eating lunch alone. Stop leaving before the parking lot. Because the running isn't protecting you, Nikki. It's punishing both of you. Nikki's eyes burned, not with tears, with the pressure of everything she'd been holding since the hallway, since the hug, since the moment she'd tilted forward and almost kissed him, and the almost was still living in her chest like a second heartbeat. She blinked it back, adjusted her glasses, both tells. I need more time, she said. Time for what? To figure out if I'm brave enough to be wrong about the thing I've believed my whole life. Vanessa was quiet for a long moment. Then she stood, crossed the room, and put her hand on Nikki's shoulder. Not the arm squeeze, a different gesture, heavier, steadier, the weight of a woman holding another woman up. For what it's worth, Vanessa said, I think you've been wrong about yourself for a very long time, and I think you know it. And I think the only person in Sweetgum who still needs to be convinced is you. She left. The door clicked shut behind her. Nikki sat in the empty classroom with her sandwich and her ungraded papers and the ghost of Vanessa's hand on her shoulder. Her laptop chimed. Email notification. She opened it reflexively, grateful for the distraction, and the distraction turned to ice in her chest. Miss Harper, I'd like to schedule a meeting this week to discuss some concerns that have been raised about the Math League practice schedule. A second parent has contacted the office, and I want to make sure we address this before it becomes a larger issue. Please stop by my office at your earliest convenience. Principal Hodges, a second parent. The first one had been a single phone call, easy to dismiss as an outlier. 2 was a pattern. 2 was concerns that have been raised. Plural, formal, the language of a principal building a paper trail. She read the email again. Some concerns. The practice schedule, 4 mornings a week. The schedule she designed because relay innovation required sequenced repetition, because Jalen's speed needed daily maintenance, because Amara's confidence had been built through the accumulation of hundreds of practice buzzer presses, because Devon's performance anxiety didn't respond to a once-a-week club meeting. Excessive. That's what the first parent had called it. The word that had followed Nikki her entire life, wearing different clothes in every context. Too much homework, too intense in her approach, too demanding for an extracurricular. The same word, the same judgment, the same message. You are doing more than is appropriate. Please be less. She closed the laptop. Her sandwich sat untouched beside her. She was losing Bryce because she couldn't believe she deserved him. And now she might be losing the program because someone had decided she was too much for the kids, too. She stood up, walked to the small mirror on the wall by the door. the one she used to check for whiteboard marker on her face before parent conferences. She looked at herself. Brown skin, curls that never did what she wanted, glasses that were slightly too large for her face, but that she'd worn for so long they felt like part of her. A mouth that was too wide when she smiled. A body that was soft in places she'd been told should be firm. The whole of her, standing in a classroom where she was excellent at her job and beloved by her students and unable, absolutely unable, to see what Bryce Carter apparently saw when he looked at her across a table or a gym or a parking lot. She tried. She stood there and tried to see the woman who made a room shift when she walked in, the woman who made a man move to a town he'd never been to, the woman whose name sounded like a complete sentence in someone else's mouth. She couldn't find her. Or she could, for half a second, a flicker of recognition that lasted long enough to hurt and not long enough to hold, and then the old image reassembled. Smart, capable, reliable, and alone. She turned away from the mirror, sat back down. Below her, through the floor, she could hear the gym, the thud of basketballs, the squeak of shoes, and his voice, the coaching register she'd been hearing for months, giving instructions to teenagers who listened because he made them believe they were capable of more than they thought. He was right below her, doing his job, building his program, being the man he'd been since the day he arrived, present, steady, consistent. And she was sitting one floor above him, eating lunch alone, because being near him had become too dangerous, and being without him had become unbearable, and she was caught between two impossibilities with no equation to solve the distance. She pressed her palms flat on the desk, breathed. I miss him. I miss the lounge. I miss the hug. I miss the way he says my name. The admission arrived without permission, and it was the truest thing she'd thought in weeks. And it terrified her more than the almost kiss had, because the almost kiss was about his mouth and her body and the heat between them, and this was about something worse. This was about needing him. Not wanting. Needing. The distinction was an earthquake. She wasn't afraid of Bryce. She'd never been afraid of Bryce. She was afraid of being wrong about herself. And being wrong about herself meant rewriting every relationship, every rejection, every "you're intimidating," every moment she dimmed her own light to make a man comfortable. That wasn't a correction. That was a demolition. That was tearing down the entire structure of how she understood her own life and building something new in the rubble. And she didn't know if she was brave enough. And the not knowing was the loneliest thing she'd ever felt. She picked up her pen, went back to grading. His voice carried up through the floor, steady and sure. And she listened to it as she'd listened all semester, except now the listening hurt. Because the sound of Bryce Carter coaching basketball was the sound of a man she was in love with. And she could hear him, and she couldn't reach him. And the distance between the second floor and the gym had never felt so large.
Chapter 14. She eating in her classroom again? Jabril asked it without looking up from the defensive film he was reviewing, his feet on the desk, a bag of chips balanced on his chest. The coaching office had become a confessional over the past few months, and Jabril had stopped pretending the questions were casual around the same time Bryce had stopped pretending the answers didn't matter. "Third day in a row," Bryce said. "In the parking lot. Her car's been gone before I come out of practice every day this week. She's leaving at 4:15. "That's new," Jabril said. "It started after homecoming. After the hallway." Bryce didn't answer. He didn't need to. Jabril had seen his face when he'd come back to the dance after the interruption, and Jabril was not a man who required explanations for things he could read clearly. "How about the lounge?" "She was there Monday for coffee. Came in, poured a cup, didn't sit down, took it back to her classroom." He paused. "She didn't look at me. She came through the door and aimed herself at the coffee machine like she was navigating an obstacle course. The obstacle was me." Jabril set the chips aside. "That doesn't sound like a woman who's lost interest. That sounds like a woman who's managing a crisis." "That's exactly what it is." Bryce turned from the film and faced him. "She's not pulling away because she doesn't feel it. She's pulling away because she does. There's a difference. If she was indifferent, she'd still be in the lounge. She'd still be in the parking lot. She wouldn't need to manage the distance. So the avoidance is evidence. The avoidance is the strongest evidence I've had since the water bottle. Jabril considered this. Then he nodded, slow and deliberate. He had been through his own version of this. So what's the play? No play. I don't chase her into her classroom. I don't show up at her door with a speech. I wait. I stay consistent. And when the right moment comes, I show up in a way she can't reclassify. What does that look like? Bryce had been thinking about this for 3 days. The answer had arrived at 2 a.m, fully formed, while he was lying in bed listening to the silence of his apartment and missing the weight of her in his arms. Math League Regionals are Saturday. Sweetgum's hosting. Jabril's eyebrows rose. You're going to a math tournament. I'm going to watch her do the thing she loves most in the room where she's most herself. The basketball coach at a math competition. She's been to every one of my men's league games. Never missed a single night. Seems like it's my turn. Jabril stared at him for a long beat, and then a grin broke across his face, slow and wide. Man, you really are all in. I told you, since I was 20 years old. The Math League Regional was held in the Sweetgum High Gymnasium, which had been converted for the occasion with folding tables, electronic buzzers, and a scoring system that looked more complicated than anything Bryce used for basketball. The bleachers were half full with parents, teachers, and students from 6 schools across the region. Bryce arrived early, found a seat in the 3rd row, and waited. A parent beside him, a woman he didn't recognize, glanced over. You here for a student? I'm here for Miss Harper. He said it the same way he'd say the sky was blue or water was wet. A fact, an orientation. The simplest true thing he could have said, and he watched the woman process it, and he didn't clarify or soften or add a qualifier because the sentence didn't need one. The woman smiled. She's wonderful, isn't she? Yes, Bryce said. She is. The teams entered. Nikki was at the front of the Sweetgum squad, clipboard in hand, wearing a blazer over a blouse that he'd never seen before, her curls pulled back, her glasses reflecting the gym lights. She looked like a general reviewing her troops. She looked like a woman in command of her domain. She looked like the version of herself she only showed him in private, except here, in this room, with these kids, the private version was public, and the brilliance she dimmed for other men was turned up to full volume. And Bryce sat in the bleachers watching her with the quiet devotion she'd given him through every college game, and the reversal was not lost on him. He was in the stands for her now. The competition started. Nikki stationed herself behind the Sweetgum table with Jalen on one end and Amara on the other, and the dynamic between them was immediately visible. Jalen was calm, focused, his hand hovering over the buzzer with the patience of a kid who trusted his preparation. Amara was tense, her fingers tapping the table, her eyes scanning the moderator's face for cues. Between questions, Nikki leaned toward Amara and said something low, something only Amara could hear, and Amara's shoulders eased. It was the same thing Bryce did with Terrell before a big play. The quiet word, the steady presence, the reminder that the skill was already there and the only thing missing was trust. The first round was close. Valdosta was good, their relay team fast and precise. But Sweetgum was better, and the reason was Nikki. Her coaching style was nothing like Bryce's. No volume, no physicality, no gym energy. She coached with precision, with quiet, with focused intensity, believing every student in front of her was capable of excellence, willing to stay in the room until they believed it too. Between the first and second rounds, she gathered the team in a huddle. Bryce couldn't hear her words from the bleachers, but he could see her face, and the expression was one he recognized from the library, patient, specific, expectant. She was adjusting strategy in real time, the same way he adjusted defensive schemes at halftime, except her adjustments were about confidence, not coverage. She pointed to Amara, said something that made the girl nod. Then she put her hand on Amara's shoulder and held it there for 3 seconds, and Bryce watched the girl's spine straighten under the weight of her teacher's belief. The second round belonged to Sweetgum. Jalen ran the relay with a speed that drew a murmur from the Valdosta coach. A boy named Devin, who Bryce had seen in the halls but never spoken to, answered 3 consecutive toss-ups with the quiet certainty of someone who had been drilled until the answers were muscle memory. A toss-up question in the 3rd round. Find the derivative of a composite function. Amara's hand hit the buzzer first. She answered correctly, and the answer was fast and clean and delivered with a confidence that hadn't been there 2 months ago. And Nikki's reaction was instantaneous. She didn't shout. She didn't fist pump. She closed her eyes for 1 second, and when she opened them, the smile on her face was the most radiant thing in the gymnasium. Bryce watched her celebrate a 16-year-old's correct answer with the same unbridled joy she'd had in the college library when a proof clicked and something in his chest restructured itself. And the restructuring was not new. It was not a discovery. It was the familiar, permanent, bone-deep certainty that this woman was the center of his life, and he was going to spend whatever time it took making sure she knew it. Sweetgum won. The gymnasium erupted with the energy of a community that had shown up for its kids. Jalen was mobbed by his teammates. Amara stood slightly apart, stunned, until Nikki crossed the floor and pulled her into a hug that made the girl's face crumple into something between laughter and tears. Bryce watched Nikki hold the girl, one hand on the back of her head, the other firm across her shoulders, and the hug was not a coach's hug. It was a woman pouring belief into a girl who was learning to hold it for herself, and the image hit Bryce in the chest with a force that had nothing to do with basketball and everything to do with the woman he loved doing the thing she was born to do. Bryce stayed in the bleachers. He didn't approach during the celebration. This was her moment, her team, her victory. He watched from the stands the way she'd watched him from Section 12, with the quiet, devoted attention of a person who understood that sometimes the most loving thing you could do was witness. She found him after. The crowd was thinning. Parents were leaving with students. The gym was being dismantled by the custodial staff. Nikki walked toward him with her clipboard against her chest, and her face still glowing with victory, and her eyes uncertain, because she hadn't expected him to be here, and she hadn't had time to build her defenses. "Hey," she said. "You came. Wouldn't have missed it." "It's a math tournament, Bryce, on a Saturday. I know what it is, and I know what day it is." The corner of her mouth moved. Not the full smile, the reluctant one, the one that said she wanted to be annoyed and couldn't manage it. They fell into step together, walking toward the exit, and the hallway was empty, and their footsteps echoed, and their arms hung at their sides with their fingers inches apart, and neither of them closed the gap, and neither of them widened it. "Your kids are incredible," he said. "Jalen's relay speed is unreal, and Amara." He shook his head. 2 months ago that girl wouldn't have hit the buzzer. Today she was the fastest hand on the table. She's been working so hard. Nikki's voice softened. The coach persona was receding, replaced by the woman underneath, the one who cared about these students with a ferocity she didn't show anyone else. She practices after school, stays late. She started a study group with Devin and 2 other kids, and they run drills on their own time. I didn't ask them to, they just did it. Because you made them believe it was worth doing. I just showed them the math. A woman approached from the bleachers, mid-40s, pleasant face, the body language of a parent who was about to deliver a compliment with a condition attached. "Miss Harper, congratulations. That was a wonderful showing." "Thank you, Mrs. Lewin. Tyler did great in the individual rounds." "He did." The woman's smile held. "I just wanted to mention, since I've got you here, the morning practices have been a lot. He's been tired in his other classes. His history grade slipped a point this quarter, and I can't help wondering if the schedule is part of it." Bryce watched Nikki's composure assemble itself, the same composure from the hallway with the history teacher, the same measured smile, the same slight drawing in of the shoulders, the fraction of an inch contraction that made her smaller, less, the practiced response to being told she was doing too much. "I appreciate you sharing that," Nikki said. Her voice was warm, professional, giving nothing away. "I'll make sure Tyler knows he can adjust his practice schedule to fit his needs. The morning sessions are optional for students who need the flexibility." "Are they optional, though?" Mrs. Lewin's tone was light, conversational, the kind of light that had a blade inside it. "Tyler says the other kids all come, so he feels like he has to. I understand. I'll talk to him Monday. Thank you, Miss Harper. Mrs. Lewin squeezed her arm and walked away, and the squeeze was friendly, and the walk was satisfied, and the exchange had been civil, and Bryce wanted to put his fist through the nearest wall. Nikki stood very still for 3 seconds. Then she adjusted her clipboard against her chest and turned back to the exit, and her face was composed and her voice was steady, and the only thing that gave her away was the set of her jaw, which was tighter than it had been 30 seconds ago. She'd just won a regional championship. Her team had dominated. The girl who couldn't hit the buzzer 2 months ago had been the fastest hand on the table, and a parent had walked up to her at the moment of her greatest professional achievement and told her the schedule was too much. The wound wasn't just internal anymore. It was in the room. It was a woman in a parking lot using polite language to say, "You're too intense. Please be less." And Nikki had absorbed it without flinching because she'd been absorbing that message her entire life. You showed them more than the math, Nikki. You showed them what it looks like when someone is excellent at what they love. That's why they stay after school. Not because of the drills, because of you. She looked at him. The look was longer than she probably intended, and he could see the deflection assembling, the usual redirection forming behind her eyes. But it came slower this time, weaker. The machinery was running down. She reminds me of, she stopped. Of who? Nobody. She adjusted her glasses. The tell. She just reminds me of myself at that age, knowing the answer but not trusting it. The sentence landed between them with the weight of a confession she clearly hadn't meant to make, and Bryce held it carefully, the way you hold something fragile that someone has handed you without realizing they were holding it. "She's lucky to have you," he said. "The kids did the work." Nikki. He stopped walking. They were in the parking lot now, under the light, and the November air was cold and her breath made small clouds and her face was half in shadow. "You never give yourself enough credit." She went still. Not the defensive stillness of a woman building a wall. A different kind. The stillness of someone hearing something they'd needed to hear for a long time and not knowing what to do with it. The stillness of a wound being touched gently by someone who knew exactly where it was and was choosing to be careful with it. "I give myself exactly the right amount of credit," she said. But her voice was rough at the edges, and the roughness said the opposite. He didn't push. He didn't argue. He stood under the parking lot light and looked at her with everything he felt visible on his face, because he was done hiding it. And if she could see it, then she could see it. And if she wasn't ready to name what she saw, he would wait. The air between them compressed. She was looking up at him, the 8 inches, and her pulse was visible in her throat, and the cold was making her skin glow under the light, and he thought about warming her with his hands, with his body, with his mouth, and the thought was so specific that his body swayed forward before he caught it. She saw the sway. He knew she saw it because her breath caught, and her eyes went to his mouth for one unchecked second before she pulled them back. He didn't close the distance. Not tonight. Not in a parking lot after a math tournament when she was still running on adrenaline and hadn't had time to choose this rather than be swept into it. When he told her, when he finally said everything he'd been carrying, she was going to be standing still and clear-eyed and fully present, and the words were going to land on solid ground, not on the earthquake of a moment. He opened his arms. She made a sound, small, involuntary. The sound of a woman who had been missing something for a week and had just been offered it back. She walked into him, and her cheek found the space below his collarbone, and his chin settled on her head, and her fingers, this time, didn't press flat. They curled into the fabric of his jacket immediately, without the pretense of flatness first, without the gradual escalation. They gripped and held and didn't let go. He wrapped his arms around her shoulders and closed his eyes, and the November air was cold on the back of his neck, and the woman in his arms was warm against his chest, and he held her. And the parking lot was dark, and the gym lights were being switched off one by one behind them. And neither of them moved. He didn't count. He held her for as long as she needed, which was longer than any hug before, longer than the parking lot at the lake, longer than the dance, longer than any contact they'd shared. She was shaking, not from the cold, from the week of distance, the week of eating alone, the week of managing proximity that had cost her more than the proximity ever had. Her body was telling him what her words couldn't. I missed you. The avoidance was worse than the wanting. Don't let me do that again. When she finally stepped back, her eyes were bright and her breathing was unsteady, and her hands released his jacket with a reluctance that was no longer trying to disguise itself. Good night, Bryce. Her voice cracked. It had been cracking on his name since homecoming, and each time the crack went deeper. Good night, Nikki. She turned and walked to her car, and her keys jangled because her hands weren't steady. He watched her drive away, taillights disappearing down the dark road, and he stood in the empty lot with the cold on his skin and his jacket warm where her hands had been. She almost heard me that time. Not the words. He hadn't said the words yet, but the meaning underneath them, the I see you, I choose you, the thing you're hiding behind is the thing I love most. She'd almost let it in. He'd seen it on her face. The stillness when he'd said you never give yourself enough credit. The crack in her voice. Her hands gripping his jacket without apology. She was close. The avoidance had failed. She'd come back to his arms the moment he opened them, and the return had been more honest than any departure. The next time the moment came, he was going to say it all. He put his hands in his pockets and walked to his car. The parking lot was empty. The school was dark, and somewhere on the road between here and home, a woman he loved was driving with the ghost of his arms around her, and the echo of 5 words that had landed closer to the truth than anything he'd said before. You never give yourself enough credit. Soon he'd tell her the rest, and the rest would change everything.
Chapter 15. Good morning, baby. You sound distracted. Her mother's voice came through the phone at 6:47 a.m., which was 13 minutes before Nikki's alarm was set to go off, because her mother had never respected alarm clocks and never would. Nikki was standing in front of her closet in a towel, her hair still damp, staring at 3 outfits she'd laid out on the bed. She'd already tried on and rejected each of them once. I'm not distracted. I'm getting dressed. At 6:47, you don't leave for school until 7:30. I'm running early. You're running early, or you're trying on outfits. Nikki closed her eyes. Her mother had a sixth sense for the exact questions that made her feel 15 years old and transparent. Mama, I'm fine. What do you need? I don't need anything. I'm calling to check on my daughter, who has been suspiciously quiet for 2 weeks, which in my experience means she's either very happy or very confused. And since you won't tell me which, I'm going to assume it's both. Nikki pulled the burgundy blouse off its hanger and held it against her body. Too much. She put it back, reached for the cream sweater. Too soft. She put that back too. The gray blazer she'd worn to the math league event was still on the chair where she'd left it Saturday night. And she was not wearing that blazer because it smelled like him, like the parking lot and the November air and his jacket against her cheek, and she had not moved it to the hamper for reasons she was choosing not to examine. I'm fine, Mama. School is good. Math League won regionals. I heard. Rochelle called me. Rochelle called you. She calls me every week. We talk about you, among other things. A pause. She mentioned a certain basketball coach attended the tournament on a Saturday. Nikki picked up the navy blouse. Solid, professional, unremarkable, safe. She put it on, buttoned it, looked at herself in the mirror. The blouse was fine. It was perfectly fine. It made her look like a woman who had given 0 thought to her appearance, which was the goal. Except the goal was a lie, because she'd already spent 12 minutes on this process, and she was now running late because she couldn't stop thinking about a man who had no business affecting her wardrobe. He's supportive of the school's programs, Nikki said. That's all. Her mother's voice made it plain that she had been listening to this particular fiction since her daughter's sophomore year of college, and that her patience was not infinite. And how are things otherwise? With your friend? He's fine. We're fine. Everything is fine. 3 fines in 1 sentence. That's a record, even for you. Nikki sat on the edge of the bed. Euler was watching her from the pillow with the unblinking judgment of a cat who had observed the entire outfit crisis and found it beneath him. The dream was still in her body. Last night, the hallway at homecoming, except in the dream, no one had interrupted. In the dream, his hand had found her jaw and tilted her face up, and his mouth had covered hers. And the kiss had been slow and thorough and ruinous. And she'd felt it so vividly that she'd woken at 3 a.m. with her heart pounding and her sheets twisted around her legs and a word on her lips that was his name. She'd lain in the dark with her hand over her mouth, pressing against her own lips like she could hold the phantom pressure of his. She was not going to tell her mother about the dream. "Mama, can I ask you something?" "Always. When you met Daddy—" She stopped, started again. "How did you know it was real? That he actually wanted you and wasn't just being nice?" The silence on the other end was immediate and complete. The silence of a mother hearing the question underneath the question, the one her daughter had been carrying for years and had never, not once, spoken out loud. "Why are you asking me that, Nicole?" "No reason." "Baby. Nikki pressed her palm against the bedspread. Euler bumped his head against her wrist. "I've always been the girl men like to study with. I've never been the girl they come back for." She said it lightly. She intended it to be light, a throwaway observation, a wry joke about her romantic history. The lightness was a lie, and she heard the lie leave her mouth, and she couldn't retrieve it, and the sentence sat in the morning air between her and her mother like something she'd been carrying in her coat pocket for years and had finally accidentally set on the table. Her mother didn't laugh. She didn't rush to fill the silence. She held the moment the way you hold a child who's just told you the thing they've been afraid to say. Nicole Marie Harper. Her mother's voice was quiet, the voice she used when something mattered too much for volume. "You listen to me. I have watched you be extraordinary your entire life. I have watched you win competitions and teach students and light up rooms with a mind that makes people better just for being near it. And I have watched you believe, for reasons I have never understood and that make me want to weep, that the thing that makes you exceptional is the thing that makes you unlovable. And baby, I am telling you as your mother, as the woman who has known you longer than anyone on this earth, you are wrong." Nikki's throat closed. She couldn't speak. She couldn't breathe. Her eyes were burning, and her hand was gripping the bedspread, and Euler was pressing against her arm with the insistent warmth of a creature who knew, on some animal level, that his person needed him. "You have always been the girl someone comes back for," her mother said. "You just haven't met the man brave enough to do it. Or maybe you have, and you're too scared to look at him." The words settled into Nikki's chest and stayed there, warm and heavy, and she sat on the edge of her bed with her phone against her ear and her eyes closed, and the dream still living in her body and her mother's voice, which had always been the truest sound in her world, telling her something she wasn't ready to believe but couldn't find a way to deny. "I have to go, Mama. I'll be late for school." "Think about what I said. I will. And Nikki, wear the burgundy blouse." "The navy makes you look like you're hiding." Nikki laughed. It came out wet. "How do you know which one I picked?" "Because I know you, baby. I've always known you, even when you don't know yourself." They said goodbye. Nikki set the phone on the dresser and stood in front of the mirror. She was wearing the navy blouse. She looked at it. She looked at herself in it. She thought about what her mother had said. The navy makes you look like you're hiding. She unbuttoned it, put on the burgundy. Then she did something she never did. She picked up the tube of lipstick that had been sitting in her makeup bag for 8 months, unused, purchased for a dinner she'd never gone to. She uncapped it, looked at the color, put it on. The woman in the mirror looked different, not transformed, not dramatic, just present, visible, like she'd turned up a dial she usually kept low. She stared at herself for 10 seconds. Then she wiped the lipstick off with the back of her hand, put it back on, wiped it off again, opened a drawer, found the lip gloss. The compromise. The halfway point between hiding and showing up. She applied it, looked at herself, and hated herself a little for the negotiation, for the fact that even putting color on her mouth felt like a declaration she wasn't ready to make. She could solve differential equations in her sleep and explain them to a room full of teenagers before lunch. And she could not put on lipstick without having a crisis because a man who smelled like soap and said her name in a voice that dropped an octave had taken up permanent residence in her nervous system. "Don't judge me," she told Euler. Euler yawned. She left for school in the burgundy blouse and the lip gloss and nothing else she wasn't ready for. The color was warm against her skin, and the warmth felt like a small act of defiance, like wearing a flag for a country she wasn't sure she belonged to. On the drive to school, she named the fear. Not out loud, not in words she could hear with her ears. In the quiet, internal space where the truest and most terrifying thoughts lived, the space she usually occupied with equations and lesson plans and the controlled architecture of a life built on predictability. I am not afraid of Bryce. I have never been afraid of Bryce. I am afraid that if I let myself believe he wants me and I'm wrong, I will not survive it. I survived wanting him in college by teaching myself it was impossible. That was the only survival mechanism I built. If I open that door and he's not on the other side, I don't have another one. The thought was clear and precise, and it arrived with the same clean certainty that proofs arrived, the certainty that told her the logic was sound even when the conclusion was painful. She was not protecting herself from Bryce. She was protecting herself from hope, because hope was the most dangerous variable in any equation, the one that could turn a stable system into chaos, and she had spent her entire adult life eliminating it from her calculations. Except the calculations weren't working anymore. The evidence was too heavy. The coffee and the lunches and the knee under the table and the water bottle and the almost kiss and the hugs that kept getting longer and the crack in her own voice when she said his name and the way he'd shown up at a math tournament on a Saturday and said, "I'm here for Miss Harper," like it was the simplest truth in the world. The evidence said something her wound refused to hear. She pulled into the school parking lot, third row, same spot. She sat in the car for a moment, hands on the wheel, and looked at the building where she worked and taught and belonged. And somewhere inside that building was a man who had moved to her town for reasons she'd never asked about, but she was starting to suspect that the answer was the one thing she'd never allowed herself to consider. She went inside. She taught. She was good at it. She was always good at it. The math held her the way it always held her, steady and predictable, a language she could trust when every other language failed. Between second and third period, she was walking to the faculty lounge for coffee when she saw him at the end of the hallway. He was talking to a parent, leaning against the wall with his clipboard, listening with the focused attention he gave everyone. He hadn't seen her yet. She stopped walking. She stood in the middle of the hallway with students flowing around her like water around a stone, and she looked at him, and for once she didn't redirect her gaze or adjust her glasses or find a reason to turn down a different corridor. She just looked, at the line of his shoulders, at the way he held the clipboard against his hip, at the way his head tilted when he was truly listening, a quarter inch to the left, like he was offering his better ear. I am in love with this man. The thought arrived fully formed, not building, not accumulating, already complete. It had been complete for years. She just refused to open the envelope. He looked up, found her across the hallway. The distance was 40 feet, and he saw her instantly, the way he always saw her, and the corner of his mouth lifted, and the lift was for her, only for her. And she felt it in her chest, like a key turning in a lock she hadn't known she'd been guarding. She didn't look away. She held his gaze across the crowded hallway and let the moment exist without reclassifying it, without filing it, without building a case for why it didn't mean what it meant. 3 seconds. 4. An eternity in a school corridor. Then a student called her name, and the moment broke, and she went to the lounge and poured her coffee and sat at the table where his knee used to press against hers and drank the coffee without tasting it, and thought about the way he'd smiled at her from 40 feet away and how the smile had felt like arriving somewhere she'd been driving toward for years without admitting she had a destination. She didn't say it. Not out loud. Not to anyone. But she thought it. clearly and completely for the first time in her life, and the thought didn't destroy her. It terrified her, but it didn't destroy her. And the difference was everything. That night, she graded papers on the couch with Euler on her lap and the burgundy blouse still on, because she hadn't changed yet, because the blouse was comfortable and for no other reason. At 8:30, she opened her laptop and found the email from Principal Hodges. She'd been avoiding it for days, the way she'd been avoiding the lounge, the parking lot, the proximity. Another thing to manage, another thing to make smaller. She opened a reply and started typing. Principal Hodges, thank you for bringing this to my attention. I'd welcome a meeting to discuss the Math League practice schedule. Before we meet, I want to share some context. The 4-morning format is based on a relay design that requires sequenced repetition across multiple sessions. In the 3 years I've been coaching Math League, our team has moved from a 0-4 regional record to qualifying for the state bracket. Amara Osei, who transferred here this fall with significant performance anxiety, has increased her buzzer response time by 40%. Devin Kessler, who could not complete a relay under observation 6 months ago, anchored our team at the last invitational. Jalen Murray is ranked first in the state individual standings. These results are a direct product of the practice schedule, and I believe reducing it would compromise the program's trajectory. I'm happy to discuss flexibility for individual students, but I will not reduce the schedule that is building these outcomes. She read it back. It was clear and unapologetic. It was the professional equivalent of the burgundy blouse, showing up instead of hiding. Her thumb hovered over the send button. The old instinct was there, the familiar contraction. Too much. Tone it down. Make it softer. Add a qualifier. Don't sound defensive. The voice that had been managing her volume for years, turning the dial down so nobody felt threatened by how much she cared. She hit send. The email left her outbox, and the sending was the first brave thing she'd done in weeks that had nothing to do with Bryce Carter. It was the version of herself that she was in the classroom, the version that was excellent and uncompromising and fully alive, applied to a fight that was hers to win. She was done being less. At least here. At least for these kids. If she couldn't yet be brave enough to open the door she'd been guarding her whole life, she could be brave enough to keep the 4-morning schedule that was building state-level competitors out of kids who'd been told their school was too small to matter. She closed the laptop. Euler purred against her ribs. The water bottle from the men's league game was gone from the kitchen counter. She'd finally poured it out 3 days ago and washed the bottle and put it in the cabinet, and the absence of it on the counter felt like closing a chapter in a book she was still reading. She didn't need the bottle anymore. She had the real thing, or she was close to having the real thing, or she was terrified of having the real thing. All three were true simultaneously, which was not how math usually worked, but Bryce Carter had never been a variable that obeyed the standard rules. Her phone buzzed at 8:45. Cameron asked me today if I thought mathematicians were smarter than athletes. I told him to ask you. He said, "Coach, Miss Harper would destroy you in that argument." I think he's right. She read it, laughed. The laugh was real and warm, and it filled her apartment in a way that made the quiet afterward feel larger. She typed, "Cameron is always right. It's his most annoying quality. Delete. Too playful. Too open. Too much of the burgundy blouse version of herself." She typed, "He's a smart kid. You're lucky to have him on the team. Delete. Too professional. Too navy blouse. Too careful." She typed, "He's right. I would absolutely destroy you." She stared at it. The sentence was flirtatious. It was confident. It was the kind of thing she'd say to him across a library table at midnight with a pencil behind her ear and a proof she'd just solved, and the giddy, reckless energy that came from being 19 and brilliant and sitting across from a man who made her feel like both things were allowed. It was the burgundy blouse in text form, the version of herself she kept behind glass. Her thumb hovered over the send button. She could feel the argument happening in real time. The navy blouse voice saying too much, pull back, be safe, and the burgundy blouse voice saying send it, just send it, stop being the girl who edits herself into nothing. She thought about her mother's voice. You have always been the girl someone comes back for. She thought about the dream, about his hand on her jaw, about the phantom pressure of a kiss that had never happened and lived in her body like one that had. She thought about the hallway today, the 40 feet, the 4 seconds, the smile he'd given her that was only hers. She sent it. His response was immediate. "Bryce, I know you would. That's one of my favorite things about you. Good night, Nikki." She pressed the phone against her chest, her heartbeat and his words in the same place. She could feel the pulse pushing against the screen, or maybe it was the screen pushing against the pulse, and the warmth that spread through her chest was the same warmth that had been spreading through her chest for months, except now she had a name for it, and the name was the most terrifying and most beautiful word she'd ever thought. "Good night, Bryce." She set the phone on the cushion, looked at the ceiling, smiled. The smile lasted longer than she expected. It was still there when she fell asleep.
Chapter 16. Thanksgiving at the Harper house started with an ambush. "My mother is insisting," Nikki said at their lounge table on the Tuesday before the holiday, delivering the invitation to her sandwich instead of to him. "You don't have to come. She gets ideas. You would be walking into a fully operational idea." "What time?" She looked up. "That's it?" "That's it." He reached over and took one of her chips. "What time?" So her parents knew of him. He kept his voice level because the alternative was letting her see what the sentence had done to him. Her mother was insisting. You did not insist on a stranger. Somewhere in a house he had never seen, he already had a name. The Harper house was a brick ranch 2 blocks off Main, on a street of oaks that had given up most of their leaves, with a porch swing and a yard raked by someone who took leaves personally. Bryce parked at the curb at 2 o'clock with one of Rochelle's sweet potato pies balanced on one palm and his heart working like he was the one about to play. Her father opened the door before he could knock. He was tall, gray at the temples, with Nikki's dark eyes, and he offered a handshake that took its time. "Coach Carter?" "Mr. Harper." Her father looked at the pie, looked at Bryce, looked back at the pie. "Rochelle's sweet potato?" "Yes, sir." "Come in before my wife sees you standing out here and starts narrating." The house smelled like sage and cornbread dressing and 30 years of Thanksgivings. Her mother met him in the hallway with both hands and a once-over that missed nothing, and Nikki appeared behind her in an apron looking like she had been supervised all morning and was nearing her limit. "Bryce Carter." Her mother said his name like she was confirming a delivery. "In my house, at last." "Thank you for having me, Mrs. Harper." "Baby, we've been expecting you for years. You just finally showed up." "For years." He filed it with his face arranged, and the filing failed. Years reached back past Sweetgum, past the drive, all the way to a library table where he had been so sure the wanting only ran one direction. Dinner was turkey and dressing and greens and a macaroni and cheese. Her mother guarded like a state secret, and the conversation moved through the team and the town and the math league standings with her mother steering by way of strategic pauses. Nikki relaxed by degrees. By the second helping, she was talking with her hands, the way she did when she forgot to manage herself, and her father watched her do it with a quiet that wasn't absence. Bryce recognized that quiet. It was inventory being taken. Midway through the meal, her father set down his fork. "You know," he said, in a voice with no particular weight to it, which Bryce had already learned meant the weight was coming. "For 3 Christmases running, I set a place at this table for a boy named Bryce." "Daddy?" Empty plate, empty chair. Her father nodded at the table like the chair was still there. "Your mother thought it was the funniest thing in Georgia. I thought it was practical. Seemed like a matter of time." He picked the fork back up. "Glad the food won't go to waste this year." Bryce set his fork down because his hand had stopped being reliable. 3 Christmases. She had talked about him enough that her father set a place for the shape of him. All those years he had counted hug seconds and rationed himself, certain he was a secret he was keeping from her, and the whole time there had been a chair with his name on it in Georgia. Nikki was studying her greens with the focus she usually reserved for proofs. Her mother was watching all three of them at once, which should have been geometrically impossible, and smiling like her long game was finally on the board. "It won't, sir," Bryce said. "You have my word." Afterward, there was football on low in the den and leftovers wrapped in foil over his objection, and at dusk Nikki walked him out to his car. The porch light came on behind them, which was either a courtesy or surveillance. "They liked you," she said. "I liked them." He opened the car door and didn't get in. "Your dad set me a place. For 3 years." She pulled her cardigan tighter against the cold. "I was never going to tell you that. I know." He looked at her over the foil-wrapped plate in his hands. "I would have come, Nikki, any of those years. All anyone had to do was ask." The sentence sat between them in the cold. Her breath made a small cloud. He watched her decide how to hear it, and he watched her choose the safer hearing, the way she always chose it, and he let her, because her parents' driveway on Thanksgiving was not the place. Not yet. Letting her cost him more than the whole dinner had. "Good night, Bryce." "Good night, Nikki." He drove back through town past the string lights on Main Street, with the plate warm on the passenger seat, and thought about an empty chair that had waited 3 years at that table. Her family had been setting him a place long before he'd found the courage to fill it. All he'd ever had to do was show up. The thought hurt, all that wasted time, and it did something else too. It rearranged the years. He had never been alone in any of it. He carried that the rest of the way home, like a man who had just learned the final score of a game he had spent a decade believing he lost. "Coach, Deshaun just did the behind-the-back pass in warm-ups, the one you told him not to do in games." Terrell was standing at the scorer's table with a towel around his neck and the expression of a boy who was absolutely tattling and enjoying it. Behind him, the Sweetgum High gym was filling for the team's 3rd home game of the season, and the energy was different from the men's league nights. Louder, younger. Students in the bleachers with painted faces and homemade signs, parents in Sweetgum green, the pep band warming up in the corner with a drummer who was enthusiastic but not quite on beat. "I'll handle Deshaun," Bryce said. "You focus on your box outs. Valdosta's center has 3 inches on you and he's going to try to push you around." "He can try." Terrell set his jaw, and the jaw set was new, the posture of a kid who had spent a semester learning that his body was a tool and not an apology. "I'm not moving." "That's what I like to hear." Terrell jogged back to warm-ups, and Bryce stood on the sideline and surveyed the gym with the practiced eye of a coach taking inventory. His team was ready. 5 wins, 2 losses on the season, and the losses had been close and competitive, games that built character and exposed weaknesses he could fix in practice. Deshaun was becoming the point guard Bryce had seen hiding underneath the laziness. Terrell was becoming a force in the paint. The program was real. The results were coming. But his inventory wasn't finished until his eyes found the stands. She was in the 4th row, center section, water bottle in her left hand, a stack of papers in her lap that she would pretend to grade and wouldn't touch. She was wearing the burgundy blouse, which she'd been wearing more often lately, and the color against her skin under the gym lights made something behind his ribs tighten with the ache of a man looking at a woman he loved in the middle of a crowded room where he couldn't say it. He had a theory about the blouse. He did not let himself finish it during warm-ups. She'd come to every game, every single one, home and away. She'd driven to Valdosta for the road game 2 weeks ago, an hour and a half each way, and when he'd asked her why, she'd said, "School spirit," with a straight face, and he'd let it go because the explanation was absurd and the truth was written all over her, and he was learning to let the truth arrive at its own pace. Before the game, he'd watched a moment that had become familiar and still made his chest tight. A parent, a man he recognized from the booster club, had stopped Nikki in the concession line. The conversation looked casual. The man said something and gestured toward the court, and then he said something else, and Nikki smiled, the measured one, the one she deployed when men paid her attention. And then the man said something that was clearly a compliment because Nikki's expression flickered, the half-second of surprise followed by the instant reclassification, the brightness dimming so fast it looked like a light being switched off. She thanked him. redirected, made it about the team, the students, anything but herself. The man nodded and walked away satisfied, never knowing that the woman he'd just complimented had received the words, felt them, and returned them unopened. Bryce had watched it from the sideline, and the anger he felt was not at the man. The man had been genuine. The anger was older and wider and aimed at every man who had come before, the ones who had built the defense system Nikki was now operating on autopilot. He knew the history, not because she'd told him directly, because he'd been paying attention since sophomore year. He knew about the date junior year. A guy from their economics class who'd asked Nikki to dinner and spent the evening looking increasingly uncomfortable as she talked about game theory with a passion that made her eyes light up and her hands move. Bryce had watched them leave the campus dining hall together and watched the guy's smile thin by degrees as Nikki's intelligence became undeniable. The date had ended with a handshake at her door and a text the next day. "You're really smart. I think we're better as friends." Translation, "Your brain is a problem I don't want to solve." Nikki had mentioned it casually the next Tuesday at their study table, as if it were a data point and not a wound. "He said I was smart," she'd told Bryce, shrugging. "I think that was code for something." Bryce had wanted to tell her what it was code for. He hadn't. He knew about the boyfriend's senior year. A pre-law student who'd lasted 3 months before telling her, in the tone of a man who thought he was being helpful, that she always had to be right. As if accuracy were a character flaw. As if knowing the answer were a social violation. As if a woman who was smarter than her boyfriend was a woman who needed to be corrected rather than celebrated. The relationship had ended with Nikki crying in the library stacks while Bryce sat 2 aisles away, pretending not to hear, hating himself for not walking over, hating the boyfriend more, clenching his fists against his knees because the woman he loved was 15 feet away with tears on her face and he was too much of a coward to cross the distance. He knew about the pattern that had formed before she'd had the language to name it. Smart girls don't get pursued. Brilliant girls don't get chosen. The woman who wins the argument loses the man. She'd learned it the way students learn theorems, through repetition, through evidence, through the steady accumulation of data points that all pointed in the same direction. And by the time she'd graduated, the theorem was load-bearing. It held up her entire understanding of her own desirability. Every man before him had treated her intelligence like a flaw. He was going to make sure she knew it was the reason. The buzzer sounded. Game time. He coached. He paced the sideline, called plays, made adjustments, burned timeouts when the defense broke down. His voice carried through the gym with an authority earned over a lifetime on courts, and the team responded as they always responded, with effort, with trust, with the growing confidence of young men who believed their coach saw something in them worth developing. He was good at this. The coaching was not a cover story. It was not the excuse he'd used to get to Sweetgum. It was real and necessary, and it mattered, and the 60 teenagers on his roster deserved a man who was fully present, and he was fully present, and the fact that a woman in the 4th row was watching him with the attention of someone memorizing a performance did not diminish his focus. It sharpened it. He could feel her gaze, the same weight he'd felt in college, the quiet pressure of her attention on his body. Except now she wasn't watching him play. She was watching him lead. She was watching him build something, and the watching had a different quality, deeper. She understood what it meant to pour yourself into a room full of young people and shape them into something better than they thought they could be. Deshaun hit a 3-pointer in the 4th quarter that put Sweetgum up by 7, and the gym erupted. Bryce clapped, pointed at Deshaun, and his eyes went to the stands before his hand came down. She was on her feet, clapping. The papers had slid off her lap onto the bleacher seat, and she hadn't noticed. Her face was open, radiant, the full wattage version she usually reserved for her classroom, and she was showing it to a gymnasium full of people. And Bryce thought, there she is. That's the one. That's the woman I came here for. Sweetgum won by 12. The gym emptied in waves of celebration. Bryce shook hands with the opposing coach, a man named Womack who'd been coaching D2 level programs for 15 years before taking the Valdosta job. Good game, Womack said. Your defensive adjustments in the second half were D1 quality. You know that, right? Thanks. The kids executed. I mean it. Womack held the handshake a beat longer. Listen, I got a call last week from David Chen at Lancaster State. They're building a D2 program and they're looking for a head coach. Your name came up. I told him you'd be a fool to stay at a high school. He studied Bryce. They'll be reaching out if they haven't already. They had. The email had arrived Tuesday morning. Bryce had read it 3 times in the coaching office with the door closed and his hands flat on the desk. Lancaster State, Division II, a program with funding, recruiting infrastructure, and a conference schedule that would put him on a national stage. A head coaching position 3 years ahead of any timeline he'd mapped for himself. The part he hadn't said out loud to anyone was that his pulse had jumped when he read it. I appreciate the heads up, Bryce said. Carter. Womack dropped his voice. I've seen 100 coaches pass through programs like this on the way to something else. You've got the eye. You've got the system. You belong at a level where the talent matches what you're building. Don't let loyalty to a small town keep you from the career you're supposed to have. Womack walked away, and the sentence sat in Bryce's chest like a stone with a sharp edge. Don't let loyalty to a small town keep you from the career you're supposed to have. The career he was supposed to have. Not the career he'd chosen. The career the world assumed he was aiming for, because a D1 athlete, with his record and his eye, didn't stay at a high school unless something was keeping him there. And something was. But the something wasn't the only reason. He loved this program, he loved these kids, he loved what he was building. The question he hadn't expected was whether loving it was enough, or whether the competitor in him, the part that had played in front of 10,000 people and missed the roar, would eventually need something this gym couldn't give. He didn't have an answer. The not having was new. Bryce Carter always had an answer. She found him in the hallway outside the gym. The corridor was half lit, the overhead fluorescents turned down for the event, and the residual noise of the crowd faded as the building emptied. Good game, coach, he turned. She was leaning against the wall with her water bottle and her stack of ungraded papers, and she looked as she always looked after watching him work, alert, engaged, warm in a way that had nothing to do with the temperature. Thanks. The kids played hard. They played smart. She pushed off the wall and fell into step beside him as they walked toward the exit. The defensive rotation you ran in the third quarter, the one where you had Deshaun hedge the screen instead of switching, that was the adjustment that changed the game. Valdosta's point guard couldn't handle the pressure and started forcing passes, and that's where the turnovers came from. Most coaches switch on every screen. You read the matchup and adjust it in real time. He stopped walking. She stopped beside him. He looked at her. This woman who had just broken down his defensive scheme like an analyst, who had been watching not just the game but the strategy, who had understood the tactical adjustment that had turned the momentum and could articulate it with the clarity of someone who thought in systems. This was what the other men had run from. This exact thing. The mind that processed the world at a resolution most people couldn't access. The clarity that saw through the surface and identified the structure underneath. The intelligence that made her extraordinary in a classroom and devastating in a conversation, and to every man too small to stand next to it, threatening. It was the most attractive thing about her. It had always been the most attractive thing about her. And she had spent her entire adult life believing it was the thing that kept people away. His eyes dropped to her mouth. He didn't decide to. It happened the way breathing happened, involuntary, physical, an event his body produced before his mind could intervene. His gaze fell to her lower lip while she was mid-sentence, mid-observation, mid-brilliance, and the drop lasted less than a second, but it was enough. She stuttered. Nikki Harper, who stood in front of classrooms and commanded rooms and held the attention of teenagers and mathematicians and every person she'd ever taught, stuttered. The words she'd been forming came apart in her throat, and the pieces scattered, and her voice caught, and she looked at him, and the reason was written on both their faces, and neither of them said it. And the silence that filled the hallway was louder than the gymnasium had been. Her hand went to her glasses. She adjusted them. The tell, the reset, the gesture that meant I need a second to reconstruct the version of myself that can handle what just happened. "Sorry," she said. "Lost my train of thought." "No, you didn't." The sentence was quiet, direct. He said it without heat, without pressure, without anything that could be mistaken for aggression. Just the truth, delivered in the low register he used only when they were alone. The voice that said her name like a complete sentence. She looked at him. The hallway was empty. The gym was dark behind them. The exit was 20 feet ahead, and neither of them moved toward it. Bryce, Nikki. The air compressed. He could feel it happening. The same atmospheric shift that had happened in the homecoming hallway. The same narrowing of the world to two people and the space between them. Except this time, she didn't look away. She held his gaze, and the holding was deliberate. A choice. A woman standing in her own want for the first time without running from it. He opened his arms. She walked in. Not slowly, not with hesitation. She crossed the distance and pressed herself against his chest, and her arms went around his waist, and her face found the place below his collarbone, and her fingers gripped the back of his coaching polo, and the grip was fierce. The grip of a woman who was tired of letting go. He held her, his chin on her head, his arms around her shoulders. Something he had been carrying since college finally stopped being heavy. He had held her 100 times, 3 seconds, always counting, always careful. This was the first time she had ever held him back like she meant to stay, and the difference went through him like the roar of a full arena, except quiet, except his. The gym was dark and the hallway was empty, and her breathing against his chest was the steadiest it had been in weeks. She wasn't shaking, she wasn't hesitating. She was just there, pressed against him, holding on. He lost count before the count began. Time dissolved. The hug lasted as long as it lasted, and when she finally stepped back, she didn't drag her fingers along the fabric. She released him cleanly, looked up at him. And the expression on her face was not the crack or the tremble or the half-second of want, followed by the rapid reassembly. It was calm, clear, the expression of a decision made and not yet announced. "Good night, Bryce. Good night, Nikki." She walked to her car. He watched her go. She didn't grip the steering wheel. She started the engine, pulled out of the lot, and drove away with steady composure. Wherever she was going there on purpose. He stood in the hallway for a long moment, then walked to his own car. He stood in the shower with the water too hot, his palms flat against the tile, his head bowed. He wasn't thinking about the game. He wasn't thinking about the win, or the defensive adjustments, or Deshaun's three-pointer. He was thinking about the stutter, the way her voice had broken when his eyes dropped to her mouth, the way the word had come apart in her throat like something that couldn't hold its own weight. Her voice had caught because his attention had landed on her mouth, and her body had responded before her mind could intervene, and the response was involuntary and honest, and it told him everything he needed to know. She wanted him. She had been wanting him. The stutter had said so. The sound of defenses failing, not because he'd broken them, but because she was tired of maintaining them. He thought about what he was going to say to her, not the words themselves. The architecture, the structure of a confession that needed to carry years of silence, and the drive, and 100 hugs, and the truth about the tutoring, and Lancaster State. The email sat underneath the confession like a fault line. He told himself it belonged to a different conversation, that one truth at a time was the honest sequence, that she was finally close, and the offer would read like an exit he was keeping open. Protecting her, he called it. Even standing under the water, he could hear how the word bent. "I didn't need the tutoring, Nikki. I never needed the tutoring. I sat across from you twice a week for 3 years because you were the only place I wanted to be, and when you left, I spent the years after learning that no one else came close. And I drove to a town I'd never been to because I refused to spend the rest of my life wondering what would have happened if I'd been brave enough to say this when I was 20. He turned the water to cold. It didn't help. You are the only person who has ever seen me clearly. You saw my defensive adjustment tonight. You saw it, and you could explain it, and you cared enough to tell me about it, and that is the woman I fell in love with. Not the woman who dims herself for other men. The woman who breaks down basketball schemes in a hallway at 10 o'clock at night because her mind never stops working and she doesn't know how beautiful that is. Why can't you see yourself how I see you? He turned off the water, dried off, got into bed, stared at the ceiling. Soon. He was going to say it soon. The stutter had told him she was closer to ready than she'd ever been. The hug had told him. The calm expression on her face when she'd said goodnight, not cracked, not trembling, but clear and certain, had told him. The next time they were alone, he was going to say everything. And this time, nothing was going to interrupt.
Chapter 17. Did you hear? Coach Carter got offered a position at a D2 program. Head coach. Full program. The words came from another math teacher, a woman named Patricia, who taught geometry and had the talent of delivering earth-shaking information with the casual effect of someone reading a grocery list. She was pouring coffee in the faculty lounge, her back to Nikki, talking to the science department chair, and the sentence hit the room like a dropped glass. Really? The science chair leaned against the counter. That's a big step up from a high school program. Where? Somewhere up north, I think. I don't know the details. Jabril mentioned it to one of the assistant coaches, and you know how that goes. Patricia sipped her coffee. It's a real offer, the kind you don't turn down. Nikki was sitting at the lounge table with a stack of quizzes and a red pen and a cup of coffee she'd stopped tasting 30 seconds ago. Her hand was still. Her face was still. Everything about her was arranged in the posture of a woman who was not affected by what she'd just heard, because the arrangement was automatic, because she'd spent her entire life learning how to hold her face together when the floor fell out. He's leaving. The thought arrived with the mechanical precision of a theorem she'd always known was true. Not surprising, not shocking, inevitable. The way a proof resolves when the last axiom clicks into place, not with drama, but with the quiet, devastating logic of a conclusion that was always embedded in the premises. Of course he was leaving. Something better had come along. Something bigger. A real program. A real career move. The kind of opportunity a man with his credentials and his talent deserved. Sweetgum was a stepping stone. It had always been a stepping stone. The school was small, the town was small, and she was small, and the equation balanced as it always had. The brilliant man outgrows the place, outgrows the people, outgrows the woman who was foolish enough to think that showing up and being present and drinking from her water bottle meant he was staying. She picked up her red pen, went back to grading. Her hand was steady. The steadiness was a performance so practiced it felt like a physical skill. The equivalent of maintaining a plank position while the ground shook. Patricia and the science chair moved on to other topics. The lounge filled and emptied and filled again. Nikki graded 12 quizzes without registering a single answer. She marked them anyway. She'd regrade them tonight. At one point, Vanessa came in for coffee and paused at the table. You okay? You look tense. Grading AP quizzes. You'd be tense too. Vanessa studied her for a beat. Nikki kept her eyes on the paper. After a moment, Vanessa poured her coffee and left. The door closed behind her, and the lounge was quiet, and Nikki sat in the quiet with the red pen and the stack of quizzes and the detonations still echoing in her chest. The bell rang. She gathered her things and walked to room 2114 and stood in front of her whiteboard and taught trig for 50 minutes with the crisp authority of a woman whose interior had not just detonated. The students noticed nothing. She was too good at this. She'd had too much practice at being fine when she was not fine, at making her face and her voice and her body perform normalcy, while the real version of herself sat behind the glass pane and watched the wreckage. Jalen stayed after second period to ask about the upcoming state competition. She answered his questions with the focused attention she gave every student who needed her, and the focus was a relief because it was genuine, because she loved these kids, and the love wasn't complicated by the things that made everything else complicated. Miss Harper, are you okay? Jalen asked as he packed his bag. You seem kind of, quiet. I'm fine, Jalen. Just a long week. He nodded, unconvinced, and left. She stood in the empty classroom and listened to the silence and thought about how a 16-year-old had seen through a composure that had fooled every adult in the building. Between periods, she saw him in the hallway. He was walking with Deshawn, demonstrating something about footwork, his hands moving in the animated way they moved when he was coaching. And he looked up and saw her and smiled. And the smile was the one, the real one, the one that said, "You're here," like her presence was the organizing principle of his day. She smiled back, kept walking, didn't stop. If she stopped, she would crack. And if she cracked, he would see it. And if he saw it, he would ask. And if he asked, she would have to say something. And the something she would have to say was too large for a school hallway on a Tuesday morning. He called her name. She pretended not to hear it. She was already turning the corner, already moving away from the sound of him, and her hands were gripping the strap of her bag so tightly that the seams pressed into her palms. The retreat began that afternoon. She didn't go to the men's league game on Thursday. She texted Vanessa that she had grading to catch up on and parent emails to answer and a math league practice to plan, and every word of the text was true, and none of it was the reason. The reason was the bleachers. The reason was watching him play and feeling her body respond to the sight of him on a court, and knowing now that the response was building toward a goodbye. She could not sit in those stands and watch him and want him and know that he was going to leave. The wanting had been bearable when she'd believed, however reluctantly, that he might stay. The wanting was unbearable now. She sat on her couch that evening with Euler and a stack of papers and the television on a channel she wasn't watching. At 7:30, the time the game would have started, her pulse kicked up. The elevation was involuntary, Pavlovian. Her body responding to a stimulus that wasn't present, expecting the gym and the noise and the sight of him on the court and the weight of his gaze finding her in the stands. She pressed her hand against her chest and breathed through it and graded 3 more quizzes, and the pulse didn't settle until 8. Her phone buzzed at 8:45. Bryce, missed you tonight. Malachi actually hit a 3-pointer. You would have loved it. She typed 6 different responses, deleted all of them. Sent, sorry I missed it, drowning in grading. Tell Malachi I'm proud of him. The exclamation point was a weapon, bright, breezy. Punctuation as proof that she was not slowly coming apart. On Friday, she ate lunch in her classroom. She told herself it was about efficiency. She didn't examine the lie because the lie was load-bearing, and she needed it to hold. Through the floor, she could hear the gym, the thud of basketballs, his voice, steady and sure, coaching the JV team through afternoon practice. The sound reached her as it always did, through 2 layers of floor and the insulation between them, muffled and persistent. And she sat with her sandwich and her silence and listened to the man she was trying to let go of. And the listening was its own kind of grief. On Monday, she left school at 4. She passed the gym on her way to the parking lot and heard the thud of basketballs through the closed doors and his voice calling instructions, and the sound went through her like a wire being pulled from her chest, slow and hot. She managed the exposure as she'd managed it before, in the avoidance weeks after homecoming, except this time the management was sharper, more surgical, because this time she wasn't running from her own feelings. She was running from his departure. She was disassembling the architecture of need she'd built around him, board by board, contact by contact, so that when he left, the structure wouldn't take her with it. Shorter conversations, fewer doorway lingerings. She stopped going to the lounge on Tuesdays and Thursdays. She kept her classroom door closed during planning periods. When he stopped by between classes, she was warm and brief, the colleague who had work to do, and she smiled and asked about the team and redirected every conversation away from anything personal. And the redirection was seamless, and it cost her everything. On Tuesday, he brought lunch. She thanked him, ate it at her desk while reviewing quiz results, and did not invite him to sit. He stood in the doorway with his hands in his pockets and watched her eat, and the watching was patient and confused and gentle, and she could feel his attention on her like sunlight on closed eyes, and she did not look up because looking up would end her. She answered his texts promptly and warmly and briefly, each response calibrated to the exact register of happy for a colleague and not at all devastated. The calibration was exhausting. Every short response cost her more than a long one would have, because the long ones were true and the short ones were manufactured, and the manufacturing required energy she was running out of. On Wednesday night, she sat in her apartment with the lights low, an oiler curled against her thigh, and allowed herself, for the first time since the lounge, to feel it. The loss came in specifics, not the romantic fantasy she'd been too afraid to fully construct, not the imagined future she'd never let herself picture clearly enough to grieve. The loss was in the present tense, in the things that already existed and were about to stop existing. His face in her classroom doorway between periods, the lean against the frame, the hey that always sounded like it had been traveling toward her all morning. The lunch deliveries, the bag set gently on her desk by a man who had memorized her order and treated the memorization like a privilege. The way he asked about Amara's progress like he cared about every student she cared about, because caring about her students was a way of caring about her. The way he said her name. The hallway between classes, when they'd pass each other, and his hand would brush the small of her back or her elbow, contact so brief it could have been accidental, except that his hand always found the same spot every time, with the accuracy of a man who had mapped her body from 3 feet away. The hug. The goodnight hug that had become the only honest conversation of her day. The one where her body told his body everything her mouth refused to say. His chin on her head, her cheek on his chest, the heartbeat under her ear that was always steady, always present, the metronome she hadn't realized she was timing her life to. The game nights, the bleachers. The way he found her in the stands before the ball hit the floor, the way his entire body performed at a higher frequency when she was watching, as if her attention were the dial that turned everything up. She was going to lose all of it. She was going to lose the doorway lean and the lunch, and the way he looked at her across a crowded room, like she was the only signal in the noise. She was going to lose the man who showed up at a math tournament on a Saturday and said, "I'm here for Miss Harper," like it was the simplest true thing in the world. Her throat closed, her eyes burned. She pressed her palms flat on her thighs and breathed, and the breathing was ragged. An oiler pressed closer against her leg, warm and insistent. She thought about the burgundy blouse. She'd been wearing it more often, and the wearing had felt like bravery, like showing up, like the beginning of something she'd been too afraid to start. Now the blouse was in her closet, and the bravery felt like stupidity, and the showing up felt like exposure, and the beginning felt like the kind of false start that made the ending worse. She thought about the stutter, the moment in the hallway after the game when his eyes had dropped to her mouth and her voice had come apart, and the look on his face afterward, patient, certain, the look of a man who was not going to let her pretend. "No, you didn't." 2 words, the most honest thing anyone had said to her in months. And she'd stood in that hallway and felt the ground shift under her and let herself, for a single moment, want what she wanted. And now the ground was shifting again, in the other direction, and the wanting was the thing that was going to destroy her. This is what happens. This is what always happens. You let yourself get close. You let yourself start to believe, and then the thing you believed in leaves because you were never the reason it stayed. The thought was familiar. She'd carried it since college, since before college, since every boy who sat next to her in class and chose someone else for the dance. The thought was old, and it was wrong, and she knew it was wrong because her mother had told her it was wrong, and Vanessa had told her it was wrong, and every piece of evidence Bryce Carter had placed in front of her for months had told her it was wrong. And she was choosing to believe it anyway, because believing it hurt less than hoping and being disappointed. Hope was the variable she couldn't control. So she eliminated it. She wiped her eyes, straightened her glasses, breathed. She would be gracious. She would be the woman she'd raised herself to be, composed, generous, selfless. She would tell Bryce to take the offer, that it was the right move, the smart move, the move any ambitious coach would make. She would smile and mean it, and the meaning would be real, because she genuinely wanted the best for him. even if the best for him was somewhere else, even if somewhere else meant without her. She would let him go. The way she'd let him go after graduation. The way she always let go. Quietly, gracefully, with a smile that held until the door closed. She'd done this before. She'd stood in the parking lot after their last exam and hugged him goodbye and walked to her car and driven home and cried for 3 hours and then stopped and rebuilt and moved on. She could do it again. She was good at rebuilding. She was excellent at moving on. She had made a career out of the graceful exit, and if the grace was a mask and the exit was a wound, at least the mask was convincing and the wound was private. She reached for her phone, opened their text thread. The last message was from yesterday, a photo of Cameron's latest math problem solved on the back of a basketball play diagram with the caption, "Your influence is spreading." She stared at the photo. Cameron's handwriting, half numbers and half X's and O's, the intersection of everything she and Bryce had built in this school. The math and the basketball, the classroom and the court. The two of them, teaching the same kids in the same building, weaving their lives together in a pattern that felt less like coincidence and more like design. She was going to lose this. All of it. She typed, "That's the best thing I've seen all week. He's going to be something special. Warm, brief, generous." The navy blouse version of herself, dressed up as the burgundy. She sent it, set the phone down, pulled Euler into her lap and held him against her chest and pressed her face into his fur, and the tears came, finally, in the dark, in the silence, where no one could see them, and no one could tell her she was wrong about the things she'd been believing her whole life. Euler didn't judge her. He never judged her. He pressed his head against her chin and purred, and she held him, and he stayed.
Chapter 18. She wasn't at the game last night. Jabril said it without preamble, dropping into the coaching office chair. He had been holding this observation since the final buzzer, and he was done holding it. "I know," Bryce said. "She hasn't been at the last 2 games. She hasn't been in the lounge. She's leaving school before practice ends." Jabril studied him. Something shifted. "The offer. What about it?" "Someone told her. The faculty lounge, probably. She heard about the D2 position, and she's running the only equation she knows how to run." Bryce leaned back in his chair and looked at the ceiling. "She thinks I'm leaving." "Are you?" Jabril's voice was careful, not accusing. He had watched his friend weigh the offer for weeks and had refused to push. "I called Lancaster this morning. I told them no. You've been sitting on that for 2 weeks. I needed to make sure the no was for the right reason. I needed to know I was staying for the program and the kids and the life I'm building here, not just for her. Because if I stayed just for her and it didn't work, I'd resent the town and the job and myself." He paused. "The answer is both. I'm staying for the program, and I'm staying for her, and the two are not in conflict." "She doesn't know any of that." Jabril considered that. The coaching office was cramped, fluorescent lit, smelling of old sneakers and dry erase markers, and it had become the place where Bryce said the truest things he knew. "So what are you going to do?" "I'm going to tell her, today, after the last bell, all of it." Jabril's eyebrows rose. "All of it. The tutoring, the search, the move, why I'm here, everything she doesn't know, and everything I should have said a long time ago." In her classroom. Jabril leaned forward, elbows on his knees, and looked at Bryce with the focus of a man weighing something important. "You ready for what happens if she doesn't take it well?" "She's going to take it badly at first. She's going to deflect. She's going to try to make it about the job or the program or anything other than what it's actually about, and I'm going to stand there and not let her. And if she tells you to leave, then I leave, but she's not going to tell me to leave." He paused. "She's going to tell me I don't want her. That's the script. That's the line she's been rehearsing since college. And when she says it, I'm going to tell her the truth, and the truth is going to be louder than the lie she's been telling herself." Jabril stared at him for a long beat, and then he nodded once, slow and certain. "Go get your girl, coach." The last bell rang at 3:15. The hallways emptied in waves, students streaming toward buses and parking lots, and the freedom of a Wednesday afternoon. By 3:25, the building was quiet. By 3:30, the quiet had settled into a stillness that made footsteps audible from 3 corridors away. Bryce walked through the empty halls toward the east wing. His pulse was loud in his own ears. His hands were steady. The two facts coexisted the way they always coexisted in him. The body in motion, the nerves underneath. He'd played in front of thousands with the game on the line, and his hands had never trembled. They weren't trembling now, but his heart was running at a pace that no amount of conditioning could control, because the distance between the coaching office and room 214 was the length of a confession he'd been carrying since college. He took the stairs to the second floor, turned left. The east wing hallway stretched ahead of him, empty, sun falling through the windows in long rectangles on the floor. Her door was open. He could see the edge of her desk, the corner of the whiteboard, the glow of afternoon light through her classroom windows. This was the play, the final drive. He'd been patient for months. Patient had served its purpose, and its purpose was over. The woman he loved was on the other side of that door, building a wall out of a job offer he'd already refused, and he was not going to let her finish building it. He stopped at the door. She was at her desk, head down, pen moving. Her curls were pulled back in the loose bun she wore when she was grading, and her glasses had slid halfway down her nose, and she was wearing the burgundy blouse, and something in his chest seized at the sight of her. Not his heart, something deeper. The thing underneath his heart that had been reaching for this woman since college. The thing that tightened every time he saw her doing the work she loved, in the light she deserved, in the room that was hers. He stepped inside, closed the door. The click of the latch filled the room. She looked up. Her pen stopped. Her eyes found his, and he watched her composure assemble itself in real time, watched the pulse jump in her throat, watched her eyes widen for half a second before the mask slid into place. His own pulse kicked harder. She knew why he was here. He could see it in the set of her jaw. Bryce. Her voice was careful, the voice she used when she was managing something. Nikki. He didn't sit down. He stood near the door, 6 feet from her desk, and let the silence hold. The room was small. The afternoon light made the whiteboard glow behind her. The building was empty around them, 200 classrooms and a gymnasium and a cafeteria, and no one in any of them, and the privacy was enormous and charged. "I heard about the offer," she said. She set her pen down and aligned it with the edge of her desk. "The D2 program, head coaching position. That's incredible, Bryce. You should really consider it." The script. He could hear it the moment it started, the rehearsed quality, the measured warmth, the carefully constructed generosity. She was performing a graceful exit. He took a step closer. "I turned it down this morning. I called them and said no." Her composure flickered, a fraction of a second. Then it reassembled. "That's a mistake. An opportunity like that doesn't come around twice. Some things don't." He took another step. He was at the edge of her desk now. "I sat with that offer for 2 weeks, Nikki. I read the proposal. I looked at the facilities. I thought about what it would mean for my career. And this morning I picked up the phone and said no. Because there is nothing in that program that compares to being in the same building as you." "Bryce, I'm serious. A D2 head coaching position is exactly the kind of career move you should be making. You're talented. You're wasted at a high school program. You can't turn that down to stay in a town you'd never even heard of before. Before you told me about it." He felt the words leave his mouth and watched them hit her. She went still. Not the practice stillness. Something raw underneath it, something unprotected, and the sight of her unprotected made his hands want to reach for her and his discipline hold them at his sides. "What?" "You told me about Sweetgum, Nikki, in the library. Tuesday and Thursday nights for 3 years. You told me about the brick sidewalks and the string lights and the diner with the best sweet potato pie in Georgia. You told me about the lake where the frogs sang at night and the bookstore that smelled like old paper. You described this town to me like you were handing me a map to the place you loved most in the world, and I kept every word, every detail, every fragment." She was staring at him. Her hands were flat on the desk. Her knuckles were tight. "I searched for coaching positions near Sweetgum for months. Every program within driving distance. When the opening here came up, I applied the same day. The interview was over video. The offer came 2 weeks later. I accepted before the call ended. He paused. The job is real. I love this program. I love these kids. But the reason I'm standing in this town is you. Bryce, stop. I'm not stopping. You can't say that. I'm saying it. He moved around the edge of the desk. She stood up from her chair, and the standing put her body in front of him, the full height difference, the 8 inches, her face tilted up to his. She backed up a step. He didn't follow. He didn't have to. The room was too small and the truth was too large, and there was nowhere for either of them to go. The tutoring, he said. His voice was low and steady, aimed at her with care. He had been rehearsing these words in the shower for weeks. I didn't need it. I never needed it. I understood the material before I walked into that library. I sat across from you twice a week because you were the only place I wanted to be, and the tutoring was the only excuse I had to keep you close. Her hand came up. The gesture was defensive, automatic, the instinct to create distance. Her palm landed on his chest. She didn't push. Her fingers spread against the fabric of his shirt, and he knew the moment she felt it because her expression changed. His heartbeat. Fast. Hard. The pounding of a man whose composure was a performance and whose body was telling the truth. Your heart is racing, she said. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Yes. You're always so steady. Not with you, never with you. Her fingers pressed harder against his chest. Not pushing, holding. Her eyes were on her hand, on the place where his heart was hammering under her palm, and he could see her processing, the mathematician running the numbers, the evidence finally arriving at a conclusion she couldn't deflect. You don't want me. She said it like a reflex, autopilot, the thesis of her life, delivered in a voice that cracked on the last word. He stepped closer, 1 inch. Her back was near the whiteboard. His eyes were on hers. Don't tell me what I want. The words came from somewhere low in his chest, from the place where he'd been keeping them for years. Not angry, something past anger. Something that had been locked behind his teeth since the first night she'd leaned over his shoulder in the library, and the lock was broken now, and the truth was out, and he was looking down at her, and he was done. Done being silent. Done performing friendship. Done watching her build a life around a lie about herself, while he stood close enough to touch her and kept his hands at his sides. She broke. Her fist closed on the front of his shirt. The grip was sudden and fierce, and it yanked him forward, and he bent, the full height difference folding, and then her mouth was on his. The kiss was not gentle. It was not tentative. It was the sound barrier breaking. The controlled detonation of everything she'd been suffocating since the first night she sat across from him in the library, and it hit his body like a physical event. Her lips were warm and insistent, and her grip on his shirt tightened, and her other hand found the back of his neck, and her fingers dug into his skin, and the contact sent a current through him that erased every calculation he'd ever made about patience. His hands found her waist. He pulled her flush against him, and the full contact, chest to chest, hip to hip, her body pressed against his from shoulder to thigh, was a revelation that reorganized his understanding of every moment that had come before. Every hug, every near miss, every carefully maintained distance had been a fraction of this. This was the whole. She gasped against his lips. The sound was small and involuntary, and it traveled through him like a current through water. His hand slid up her back and into her curls, and her head tilted into the touch, and her glasses pressed between their faces when the kiss deepened, and neither of them cared, and she made a sound, a quiet, desperate, shattered sound, and the sound went through him like a hand reaching into his chest and closing around his heart. He kissed her back with everything he had, with the frozen pencil and the 2 inches he'd never closed, and the water bottle and the parking lot hugs, and the shower where he'd stood with the water too hot, thinking about exactly this. He kissed her the way he'd wanted to kiss her since he was 20 years old, which was thoroughly and completely, and with the intention of making sure she understood that every other woman he'd ever kissed had been a failed attempt to find her. She wrenched away. The separation was violent. She tore herself from his arms, and his hands grabbed at air where her body had been, and the absence was a physical shock. She backed into the whiteboard and pressed against it. Her hand went to her mouth. Her eyes were wide. Her glasses were askew. Her curls were wild from his hands. Her breath was coming in short, uneven pulls, and her lips were swollen, and the burgundy blouse was wrinkled where he'd gripped, and she was trembling. He could see the tremor from where he stood. "I'm sorry." Her voice was raw. I shouldn't have." He stood where she'd left him. His chest was rising and falling. His shirt was wrinkled where her fist had grabbed it. He didn't smooth it. He looked at her. His chest hurt. Not from the kiss. From the sight of her trying to take it back. From the practiced apology already forming on her lips. From the knowledge that this woman had spent her whole life learning that wanting things out loud was dangerous. And she'd just want it out loud. And her first instinct was to apologize for it. He was not going to let her apologize for it. "That's all the answer I need." She blinked. "What?" "We have time, Nikki. I'm not going anywhere. I sat with that offer for 2 weeks, and every day I woke up knowing the answer and being afraid to say it, because the answer meant choosing this town and this gym and this building over the career I thought I was supposed to want. And this morning I said it. I said no, because the only thing I've ever been sure of is you." He kept his voice steady, low, the register he used only when they were alone. "I should have told you the day the call came. I thought keeping it to myself until I knew my answer was protecting you. Instead, you heard it from someone else and started building a wall out of it. That's the only time since college I've read you wrong. It won't happen again." He held her eyes. "I don't need you to say it yet. I just need you to stop running from it." Her hand was still at her lips. Her eyes were bright. Her body was pressed against the whiteboard, like it was the only thing holding her up. He stepped back, gave her room, gave her air. His eyes stayed on hers. "When you're ready, I'll be right here. Same place I've always been." He turned, walked to the door, opened it, looked back at her one last time. The burgundy blouse, the wild curls, the crooked glasses, the swollen lips, the afternoon light on her face. His throat tightened and his hand gripped the doorknob, and he made himself walk through it. He closed the door gently. The hallway was empty. The building was silent. His footsteps echoed on the tile as he walked toward the stairwell, and his heart was still pounding, and his shirt was still wrinkled, and his mouth tasted like her, and the taste was going to live on his lips for the rest of his life. He made it to the parking lot before his knees went soft. He sat in his car with his hands on the steering wheel and his forehead against the leather, and he breathed. In through the nose, out through the mouth. The only steadying rhythm he'd ever trusted, except no rhythm had ever been tested like this. She'd kissed him. She'd grabbed his shirt and pulled him down and kissed him, and the kiss had been everything and more than everything, and the sound she'd made against his lips was going to echo in his chest until he was 90. She was going to need time. He knew that the way he knew his own body after a game, by feel, by the evidence of what had just happened, by the wrench and the backing away and the "I shouldn't have" that were the old machinery firing. The defense system running on autopilot. She was probably in her car right now, gripping the steering wheel, trying to convince herself it was a mistake. The effort was going to fail. He knew that too, because his mouth still tasted like hers, and his shirt still held the shape of her fist, and his body was still vibrating with the contact. And you can't unfeel a kiss like that. Not when the kiss said what that one said. Not when the woman who kissed you grabbed your shirt and pulled you down and made a sound that rewrote your understanding of what wanting sounded like. He wasn't worried. For the first time since he'd arrived in Sweetgum, he wasn't calculating or strategizing or measuring distance. The distance was gone. She'd closed it herself, with her fist in his shirt and her lips on his, and no amount of reconstruction was going to undo what her body had told him in that classroom. He lifted his head from the steering wheel, looked at the school, second floor, east wing, her window. She was still in there. He could see the light. "I'll be right here. Same place I've always been." He started the car, drove home, the taste of her on his lips and the wrinkle in his shirt and the ghost of her fist gripping the fabric and pulling him down to her. She'd kissed him, she'd chosen him, and everything else was just time.
Chapter 19. Morning, Miss Harper. You're early. Jalen was already at the door of room 214, backpack slung over one shoulder, math league practice problems in his hand. He was always early on Thursdays, the morning they ran through competition drills before first period, and his presence was usually the steadiest part of Nikki's week. Good morning, Jalen. Her voice was normal. Her face was normal. Everything about her was performing normalcy with the precision of a woman who had kissed a man in this classroom 14 hours ago and could still feel the shape of his shirt in her fist. You okay? You look kind of... I'm fine. You said that last time and you weren't fine. I'm finer this time. Set up the buzzers. I'll be right in. Jalen gave her the look of a 16-year-old who knew when adults were lying and had decided to be generous about it, and disappeared into the classroom. Nikki stood in the doorway. The coffee was on her desk, a large oat milk latte, 1 pump vanilla, still warm. Sitting on the corner of her desk in the exact spot where he always placed things, the lunch bag, the napkin, the small, steady gestures she'd spent months filing under friendship. No note, no explanation, just the coffee, set on the corner nearest her chair. He had walked into her classroom before she arrived and left before she could see him. She crossed the room, set her bag on the floor, picked up the cup. It was warm in her hands. She held it with both palms wrapped around it, the way she held everything, and the warmth traveled through her fingers and up her wrists and settled into the same place in her chest where his heartbeat had pounded under her palm yesterday afternoon. Fast and hard and nothing like steady. He hadn't disappeared. He hadn't pulled back. He hadn't treated the kiss like a crisis to be managed or a mistake to be corrected. He had walked into her room before dawn and placed a coffee on her desk and walked out. And the gesture said everything his mouth had said yesterday and more. I'm still here. Same place I've always been. She thought about all the mornings he'd brought coffee during pre-service week, before school started, before the lunch deliveries, before the water bottle. This was the first coffee since those August mornings, and the return of the gesture felt deliberate, a loop closing, the man who had started with coffee coming back to coffee after the most important conversation of their lives. She brought the cup to her lips, drank from the place his hands had been. She did it consciously. She let herself do it. The coffee tasted like a beginning. Last night had been impossible. She'd sat in her classroom for 40 minutes after he left, in the chair behind her desk, with her hand pressed to her lips and the whiteboard behind her still carrying the impression of her shoulders. The building was empty. The parking lot was empty. The entire world was empty, except for the room where he'd told her the truth, and she'd answered it with her body before her brain could intervene. She'd driven home on autopilot, fed Euler, changed into pajamas, stood in the bathroom with her toothbrush in her hand, and couldn't brush her teeth because the toothbrush against her lips made her think of his lips, and the thought buckled something in her knees that she hadn't known knees could do. She'd gripped the sink, looked at herself in the mirror. Her curls were still wild from his hands. Her glasses were still slightly crooked. Her lips were tender in a way that had nothing to do with pressure and everything to do with the ghost of a kiss that had rearranged everything she understood about herself. She touched her lips in the mirror, pressed 2 fingers against the lower one. The gesture was clinical, investigative, the gesture of a woman trying to catalog what had changed. Everything had changed. The same mouth she'd used to teach derivatives and correct proofs and tell Euler not to judge her had been on Bryce Carter's mouth. And the contact had lasted maybe 15 seconds and had restructured her entire nervous system. I didn't need the tutoring. I never needed it. The sentence had been playing on a loop since he'd said it. She'd been tutoring him. For 3 years, twice a week. And he hadn't needed it. He'd sat across from her at that library table, let her explain derivatives and proofs and trigonometric identities, let her lean over his shoulder and correct his work, let her believe she was providing a service, and the entire time he'd been there for her. Not the math, her. The scope of the rewrite was staggering. Every Tuesday and Thursday night for 3 years. every problem set he'd brought her. Every time she'd pushed her glasses up and said, "That one's right." Every time she'd walked back to her side of the table and felt the satisfaction of having helped, the satisfaction that confirmed the story she told about herself. I'm the one who helps. I'm the one who teaches. I'm useful. That's my value. And he'd been sitting there wanting her the whole time. He'd been watching her explain math he already understood because being near her was worth the pretense. And she'd never seen it because seeing it would have required believing she was worth wanting, and she hadn't believed it then. She thought about all the times he'd brought a problem set with an error she'd catch. The errors had been so specific, so targeted, always in the exact area she'd explained the week before, as if he'd placed them there deliberately so she'd have something to find. So she'd lean over his shoulder, so her curls would brush his neck, so she'd say, "This step, right here. That's where you went wrong," with her breath close to his ear. He'd engineered the closeness. Every problem set, every error, every leaning over. The tutoring was a blueprint for proximity, and she'd been too busy being useful to see the architecture. She'd lain in bed with the lights off and replayed the kiss frame by frame, his chest under her palm, the heartbeat so fast, from a man who was always composed, her fist in his shirt, the pull, the way he'd bent to reach her, the full height of him folding, and then his lips and the world dissolving and his hands on her waist, pulling her against him, and the full body contact that had been a detonation of everything she'd been holding for years. His hands sliding up her back, into her curls. The way her head had tilted into the touch without permission, her body responding to his hands the way a plant responds to light, instinctive and undeniable. The press of her glasses between their faces when the kiss deepened. The small discomfort she hadn't cared about because caring about anything other than his lips had been physically impossible. The sound she'd made. She pressed her face into the pillow, and her neck went hot with the memory of it. The quiet, desperate sound that had escaped without permission, the most honest thing her body had ever said. She'd heard it as if from a distance, and the hearing had been the thing that broke the spell. The thing that sent her wrenching away because the sound was too real and too vulnerable and too much of the version of herself she'd spent her whole life hiding. And then, his face. After the wrench. After she'd backed into the whiteboard and covered her mouth and said, "I'm sorry." His face had not been triumphant. It had not been victorious. It had been tender in a way that made her chest ache even now. 12 hours later, lying in the dark. The tenderness of a man who had received something precious and knew it and was not going to rush what came next. That's all the answer I need. When you're ready, I'll be right here. Same place I've always been. You don't want me. Don't tell me what I want. She whispered his name into the dark, once, because no one could hear her, because her body ached with a wanting so powerful it had a name, and the name was his, and she was done pretending otherwise. The hallway, second period. She rounded the corner toward the copy room, and he was there. They both stopped, 2 feet apart. The hall was empty. The fluorescents hummed overhead. The eye contact was a physical event. She could feel it in her chest, in her wrists, in the backs of her knees, in places she did not know could register another person's gaze. His eyes moved over her face with the quick, cataloging attention of a man checking whether the woman in front of him had slept. And the attention was so careful that her breath came shorter. "Good morning." His voice was quiet, not pushing, not retreating. The register he used only with her, the one that turned her name into a complete sentence and turned a greeting into a conversation. "Good morning." Her voice came out rougher than she intended, lower. She had spent the night replaying his hands on her waist and his lips against hers, and the roughness was a tell she couldn't control. Something shifted in his eyes, quick, heated. The flash of recognition that she'd been thinking about the kiss the way he'd been thinking about the kiss. And the recognition lasted a fraction of a second before he smoothed it, and the smoothing gave him away as thoroughly as the smile would have. He walked past her. His arm brushed hers. The contact was brief, the same graze that had been happening for months, forearm against forearm, the accidental, not accidental touch that had been their private frequency since the bookstore door. Except now she knew what those arms felt like wrapped around her, what those hands felt like in her hair. And the knowledge turned the brush into a current that traveled through her entire body and left her standing in the hallway with her hand on the wall and her pulse in her throat. She stayed there for 3 seconds, breathing. A student walked past and said, "Hey, Miss Harper," and she said, "Hey," back, and the single syllable took more effort than a proof. Then she went to the copy room and made 23 copies of a quiz she'd already copied yesterday and didn't realize the duplication until third period, when Cameron said, "Miss Harper, I already have this one," and she had to pretend it was intentional. At lunch, she sat in her classroom with the door open, not closed, open. She didn't examine the choice. She ate her salad and graded the stack of quizzes she'd butchered on Tuesday, and the red pen moved mechanically, work as a seawall against the tide of everything she was feeling. He didn't come by. The doorway stayed empty. She caught herself looking at it twice, 3 times. The 4th time, she put the pen down and pressed her palms flat on the desk and said, out loud, to no one, "Stop." Euler would have judged her if he'd been there. Euler was at home, mercifully, being spared the sight of a grown woman staring at a doorway and thinking about a man's heartbeat under her palm. At 3:15, the last bell rang. She packed her bag, walked to the parking lot. His car was still there. The coaching office light was on. She could see the glow through the gymnasium windows, and she stood next to her Honda and looked at the light and thought about walking back inside, and she did not walk back inside, and the not walking was the hardest thing she'd done all day. That night, she called her mother. Not for advice, not for reassurance. For the thing underneath both of those, the thing she'd been circling since the burgundy blouse and the lipstick crisis, and the hallway where she'd held his gaze for 4 seconds and thought, "I am in love with this man. Mama, baby, you sound different." I kissed him. The silence on the other end was immediate, total, and lasted exactly 3 seconds. Then her mother exhaled, long and slow, the exhale of a woman who had been holding her breath for years on behalf of a daughter who would not save herself. "Tell me everything," so Nikki told her. The offer, the retreat, the classroom, the closed door, the confession that had dismantled every belief she'd been building since college. I didn't need the tutoring, the heartbeat under her palm. Don't tell me what I want. And then the kiss, which she described in terms that were factual and inadequate because no words she had could capture what it had felt like to grab Bryce Carter's shirt and pull him down to her and feel the world rewrite itself in the space of a breath. He engineered the tutoring sessions, Mama. He brought problem sets with errors in them so I'd lean over his shoulder and correct them. For 3 years. He sat there and let me teach him things he already knew because it was the only way he could be near me. Her voice was unsteady. I thought I was helping him. I thought that was my role, the tutor, the helper, the useful one, and the whole time he was just trying to be close to me. And you didn't see it. I couldn't see it, because seeing it would have meant believing I was worth that kind of effort, and I didn't believe that. I've never believed that. I know, baby, that's what breaks my heart. And then I pulled away, Nikki said, and I told him I was sorry, and he stood there and said, "That's all the answer I need." Her mother was quiet. "Mama, I'm scared. I know you are." Because I think he means it. I think he meant all of it. The tutoring, the search, the move, everything. And if he means it, then I've been wrong about myself my whole life. And I don't know how to be wrong about this. I don't know how to be the woman somebody chooses, because I have never been her, and believing I could be her feels like standing on the edge of something with no ground underneath. Her mother's voice was steady, gentle, the voice that had always been the truest sound in her world. "Nicole, what if being wrong about yourself is the best thing that's ever happened to you?" "I don't know how to answer that," Nikki said. "You don't have to answer it tonight. You just have to sit with it. You just have to let it be possible." A pause. "Can you do that? Can you let it be possible that you are exactly what that man wants, and that wanting you is not a mistake he's going to correct?" Nikki's throat tightened. "I'm trying. That's enough. For right now, trying is enough." The question settled into Nikki's chest and stayed there, heavy and certain, and she sat on her couch with Euler in her lap and the phone against her ear and the taste of coffee still on her lips from a cup that had been waiting for her on her desk that morning, placed there by a man who had driven across the country because she described a town to him in a library. And the question her mother had asked was the only equation she'd ever encountered that she wanted the answer to be yes. "Think about it," her mother said. "That's all I'm asking. I will." "And Nikki? Yeah? That man sat across from you twice a week for 3 years and didn't need the tutoring. That is not a man who gives up. That is a man who waits. And baby, he's still waiting." The call ended. Nikki sat in the quiet with Euler's purr against her ribs and her mother's voice still in the room and the beginning of something she didn't have a name for, yet settling into the spaces between her heartbeats. She was scared. She was also, for the first time in her life, not running. She was sitting still, in the quiet, with the fear and the wanting and the ghost of his lips on hers. And she was letting all of it exist at the same time. The difference was everything.
Chapter 20. Winter break arrived 2 days after the kiss, like a whistle blowing with the play still live. School let out on a Friday. Nikki left the building at 3:20 with a box of grading and her eyes fixed on the middle distance, and Bryce stood at the gym doors and watched her car pull out of the lot and understood that the next 2 weeks were going to be a discipline all their own. No hallways, no lunch table, no coffee on the corner of her desk before first period. Every structure that let him be near her without asking anything of her was closed for the holidays. He'd told her he would be right here, same place he'd always been. It turned out holding still was harder without a building to hold still in. Rochelle's Christmas Eve open house was a Sweetgum institution, which Bryce learned the way he learned most things in this town. From Rochelle, in a tone that made attendance sound optional and meant nothing of the sort. The B&B glowed. Benjamin had traded the sweet tea for cider, garland wound the porch rails, and half the town moved through the front rooms with ham biscuits and paper napkins, while Mrs. Zhang presided over the tea station like a diplomat at a summit. Nikki came with her parents. She wore red, which he had never seen her wear, and she kept to the opposite side of whatever room he was in with a consistency that required effort. He tracked the effort. The effort was information. They managed one conversation by the front window with the willow pond dark behind the glass, 4 feet apart, both holding cups neither of them drank from. It lasted 3 minutes and was about nothing. The weather, the tournament schedule, Cameron's holiday practice packet, which Cameron had assigned to himself. It was the emptiest conversation they had ever had, and running underneath it, silent, was the fullest. Her eyes kept landing on his mouth and leaving. Neither of them mentioned the classroom. From beside the tree, Rochelle watched them with an expression he couldn't read, checked her watch like the date on it owed her money, and said nothing at all, which for Rochelle was a form of shouting. Christmas morning, his phone buzzed at 9:12. "Nikki, Merry Christmas, Bryce." He looked at it for a long moment. In the 8 days since the classroom, every exchange had started with him. Careful openings she answered warmly and never initiated. This one was hers. He typed back, "Merry Christmas, Nikki. Tell your dad the plate worked. I showed up." The reply took 11 minutes, and he spent all 11 of them not looking at the phone by looking at the phone. Nikki. He knows. He has been insufferable about it since Thanksgiving. He set the phone on his chest and looked at the ceiling and let himself smile. She would answer texts and avoid rooms, and he understood the difference and didn't take it personally. It wasn't the classroom. It wasn't the word he was waiting for. It was a woman easing back across a distance 1 message at a time, and he could wait out the rest. He'd waited 4 years. He could wait out a holiday. "Coach, did you and Miss Nikki have a fight?" Deshaun asked it between layup drills, bouncing the ball between his hands, casually direct, with no understanding of the concept of a loaded question. Terrell, beside him, looked mortified. Cameron, predictably, was paying attention from 3 spots back in the layup line. "No, we didn't have a fight." "You sure? Because you've been kind of, I don't know, intense, like more intense than usual, and she didn't come to the game last week." "Miss Harper had grading to do." She always has grading to do. She always comes anyway. Deshaun bounced the ball once more. The whole team's noticed. Cameron says you've been playing differently at men's league too. More aggressive. He says it's statistically significant. Cameron needs to stop analyzing everything. That's what Miss Harper says too. The sentence landed with a precision Deshaun didn't intend. Even the kids could see the connection. Even the kids knew that he and Nikki were two threads in the same fabric, and when one thread pulled, the other moved. Coach, Terrell stepped forward, shooting Deshaun a look that said, "Shut up. We just want you to know that we like Miss Harper. She comes to our games. She knows our plays. She's one of us." He paused, searching for words with visible effort. He didn't usually make speeches. "So whatever's going on, we hope it works out. That's all." "I appreciate that, Terrell." He meant it. These kids had absorbed the relationship between him and Nikki the way they absorbed everything in a school, by osmosis, by attention, by the animal awareness of young people who noticed when adults cared about each other. "Miss Harper and I are fine. Now run the drill. And Deshaun?" "Yeah, coach. If I catch that behind-the-back pass in a game, you're running suicides until you graduate." Thursday night, men's league. He'd been placing coffee on her desk every morning. Before dawn, before Mr. Franklin finished his rounds. Large oat milk latte, 1 pump vanilla on the corner nearest her chair. No note. The gesture said what it needed to say, "I'm still here," and it was working. The cup was always empty by 7:55. She'd started holding it with both hands, both palms wrapped around it, the way she held everything precious. But the discipline of the mornings wasn't reaching the rest of him. On the court, the restraint was failing. The first half had been fine, controlled. He'd run the offense the way he always ran it, patient and structured, finding Sean on the wing, feeding Darius in the post, moving the ball until the defense gave him something. But somewhere in the third quarter, the patience broke. A missed layup, a turnover on a pass he should have made in his sleep. The frustration that had been living in his hands all week found the basketball and started squeezing. Bryce set a screen on Rashad at the top of the key and felt his shoulder drive harder than the play required. Rashad stumbled, caught his balance, gave him a look. Bryce was already cutting to the basket. Sean fed him the ball. He went up strong, too strong, and the layup rattled off the rim. He was putting something into the ball that had nothing to do with basketball. The whistle blew. Foul on the other end. Bryce grabbed the rebound and slammed the ball back to the floor with both hands, and the sound echoed through the gym with a sharpness that turned heads. Sean, at the wing, raised an eyebrow. Darius, at the baseline, said nothing, which was worse. Jabril appeared at his elbow. "Walk with me." They crossed to the water station. The gym was loud around them, the community energy that Bryce had built still humming even when its builder was cracking at the joints. Jabril handed him a bottle and leaned against the wall, casual in the way he only got right before saying something direct. "You almost knocked Rashad over on that screen." The screen was clean. The screen was angry. Jabril's voice was low enough that the gym noise covered it. Sean noticed. Darius noticed. "Malachi asked me at halftime if you were all right. You're playing like a man with something in his chest that he can't get to the basket." Bryce drank the water, set the bottle down. His hands were tight around the plastic, the same tightness he'd felt setting the coffee on her desk this morning, the controlled pressure of a man holding everything carefully because the alternative was holding nothing at all. "She's coming to me," he said. "I can feel it. The way she holds my gaze, the way she stopped timing her exits to avoid me. Everything in her body is saying yes, and she's still running the equation that says no, and I can't reach in and change the math for her." His jaw worked. "I'm patient. I'm always patient. But it's costing me, Jabril. It's in my hands and my shoulders, and it's coming out on the court, and I can't stop it." "So stop trying to stop it." Jabril crossed his arms. "Not here, not on the court. These men didn't sign up to absorb your frustration, but somewhere. Go run. Hit the weight room at midnight, punch a heavy bag. Find somewhere to put it that isn't a screen on Rashad's ribs." "I know. Do you? Because the man I watched play tonight isn't coaching. He's surviving. And surviving isn't what you came here to do." The words hit the way Jabril's words always hit. without padding. Bryce looked at the gym. The men were back in the game, running the second half without him. Malachi had taken his spot and was running a pick and roll with Sean that worked better than it should have. The basketball was moving, the community was playing, and the room he'd built was functioning even when he wasn't in it. "I'll talk to Rashad," he said. "I already talked to Rashid. He's fine. Just don't do it again." He found Rashad after the game. The ice cream shop owner was packing his gym bag near the bleachers, his usual easy grin in place. "My fault on that screen," Bryce said. "Came in too hard." "Man, I've been setting screens on Jabril for 3 months. You think your shoulder is the hardest thing that's hit me this season?" Rashad zipped his bag. "You're good. Just don't make it a habit." "I won't. Good." Rashad clapped him on the shoulder. "Whatever's going on, figure it out. You're too good a player to be out here fighting the ball." He drove to the B&B after the game. Benjamin was on the porch with sweet tea and the stillness of a man who had learned that the best conversations happened when you stopped trying to start them. The willow pond in the back garden was catching the last of the evening light, and the property had the settled quiet of a place that had been loved well for a long time. "How's the season going?" Benjamin asked, pouring a second glass without being asked. 7-3. Good kids, improving. "And the other thing?" Bryce took the glass, sipped. The tea was cold and sweet and tasted like the first afternoon he'd spent on this porch. "She's processing. That's what they do." Benjamin settled back in his chair. The wicker creaked. "Rochelle needed time, too. Not as much as she'd claim, but enough. A woman who's been taking care of herself for a long time doesn't hand that over easy, even when she wants to. I'm not trying to take anything over. I'm trying to stand next to her. I know. That's why she'll come to you." Benjamin sipped his tea. "Can I tell you something about Rochelle? When I first started coming to the diner, she thought I was there for the food. Took her a while to realize I ordered the same thing every night because it was the only excuse I had to see her face." Bryce looked at him. "Sound familiar?" Benjamin's mouth twitched. "A man finds a reason. Any reason. The food, the coaching job, the tutoring. The reason doesn't matter. The woman does. And eventually, if the man is patient enough and honest enough, she stops looking at the reason and starts looking at the man." "When did Rochelle stop looking at the reason?" "The night she burned my pot roast because she was too busy watching me through the kitchen window to check the oven. She came out to my table with a plate of charcoal and an apology, and I ate every bite, and she married me." Benjamin chuckled. "The fact that you're still here is doing the work, son. Every coffee you put on that desk, every game you coach, every time you show up and don't push, she's watching, she's counting, and when she's counted enough, she'll walk to you on her own." They sat on the porch and watched the willow pond go dark. The tea was cold and the evening was settling. "Can I ask you something?" Bryce said. "Shoot. How did you know? With Rochelle. How did you know she was worth the wait?" Benjamin considered this. He set his glass down and folded his hands and looked at the willow pond with the attention of a man consulting his own history. "I knew because every time I walked into that diner, the room got better. Not because of the food, not because of the decor, because she was in it. And I knew because when she looked at me, I wasn't the man the world told me I was. I was the man I wanted to be." He paused. "Your girl does that for you. I can see it. When she's in the room, you stand taller. When she talks, you listen with your whole body. That's not attraction, son. That's recognition. You recognized her the first time you saw her, and you've been trying to get her to recognize you back ever since." Recognition. That was the word he'd never found. Not love, not infatuation, not attraction. Recognition. The sense of walking into a room and seeing the person your soul already knew. "She'll get there," Benjamin said. "She recognized you a long time ago. She's just scared of what it means." He locked up the gym at 6:15 the next day. The building was empty. The parking lot was almost clear. The winter air was cold on his face as he pushed through the side door, and his shoulders still ached from the heavy bag, a good ache, the kind that reminded him the body was a machine that needed maintenance, and the maintenance was physical, and the physical was honest. Her car was still there, 3rd row, and the light in her classroom window, 2nd floor, east wing, was still on. He stopped. His keys were in his hand. The gym door was locked behind him. The distance between the side entrance and the main building entrance was 40 feet, and the distance between the main entrance and room 214 was 2 flights of stairs and a hallway, and every step was available to him. He didn't take them, because Jabril was right. The frustration had been coming out in his hands and his shoulders and the force of his screens, and until he could stand in front of her without the wanting leaking through the composure, going to her would be selfish. She needed him steady. She'd always needed him steady. And the heavy bag had steadied him, but the steadiness was temporary, and the wanting would rebuild by morning. And he would place the coffee on her desk and close the door and walk away, and the discipline would hold for another day. He drove home. The road was quiet. The string lights on Main Street were on, the same lights she'd described to him in a library, and they looked the way they always looked, like a promise the town kept for everyone who lived here. At his apartment, he changed clothes and went to the small gym in the complex's basement. It was empty at 7 p.m. on a Thursday. A rack of dumbbells, a treadmill with a squeaky belt, and a heavy bag in the corner that looked like it hadn't been touched in months. He wrapped his hands with tape from his gym bag, stood in front of the bag, set his feet. The first hit was controlled. The second was less. By the third, the bag was swinging and his shoulders were burning, and the frustration that had been living in his body for weeks was finally going somewhere that wasn't Rashad's ribs or a basketball rim or the steering wheel of his car. He hit the bag with his palms, flat, open-handed, the way his old trainer had taught him. Not punches. Contact. The rhythm of a man putting something physical into a surface that could take it. The bag swung and returned, and he caught it and hit it again. His breathing found a pattern. His chest loosened. The want was still there, the physical want that had been tightening his hands and his jaw and his game for weeks. But it was moving now. It had somewhere to go. He thought about the classroom, about the kiss, about the sound she'd made against his lips, about the way her fist had gripped his shirt and pulled him down to her, about the way she'd wrenched away and pressed against the whiteboard and said, "I shouldn't have," with a voice that cracked on every word. About the way she'd been pulling back for weeks, and the pulling was the old machinery running, and the machinery was breaking down, and the woman inside it was coming toward him, even as the machine tried to drag her back. The bag swung. He caught it, held it still. His breathing was heavy, and his hands were warm under the tape, and the basement was quiet, and the frustration had been converted into something he could carry. His phone buzzed in his jacket pocket. He walked over, checked it. "Nikki, the coffee was good today. Thank you." 5 words. First time she'd acknowledged the coffee directly. First time she'd sent a text about it instead of letting the empty cup speak for itself. He typed back, "Same time tomorrow." Her response came in under a minute. "I'll be here." 3 words. Not "you don't have to" or "that's sweet of you" or any of the deflections that would have come a month ago. Just, "I'll be here." An invitation. Small, certain, brave. He set the phone down, looked at the heavy bag, looked at his hands. The shaking had stopped.
Chapter 21. Look who's back. Vanessa said it without looking up from her salad, but the warmth in her voice carried across the faculty lounge like a hand extended. Nikki set her lunch bag on the table, pulled out the chair she hadn't sat in for over a week, and lowered herself into it with the careful deliberation of a woman returning to a place she'd left for the wrong reasons. "I've been busy," Nikki said. "You've been hiding." "Those are the same thing in my defense." Vanessa looked at her. The look lasted exactly long enough to say, "I see you. I'm glad you're here. We don't have to talk about it unless you want to." Then she went back to her salad. Nikki unwrapped her sandwich. The lounge was half full with the usual lunch crowd, conversations layered over each other, the coffee machine humming in the corner, normal, ordinary. The kind of ambient noise she'd been missing from the silence of her classroom, where every sound had been too loud and every quiet had been too full of him. The thaw had started 3 days ago, not with a decision, with exhaustion. She'd woken up on Tuesday morning and realized that the effort of staying away from Bryce Carter was costing her more than the effort of being near him, and the equation was unsustainable. She was tired of eating alone, tired of timing her departures, tired of navigating the school like it was a minefield when the only dangerous thing in it was a man who had kissed her back with tenderness and then given her all the room in the world. So she stopped. Not dramatically, not with an announcement. She just stopped leaving early. She stopped closing her classroom door during planning periods. She let herself walk the hallways at normal speed instead of calculating routes that avoided the gym wing. And now she was sitting in the faculty lounge with a sandwich, and the door was about to open, and he was about to walk in, and she was going to let it happen. The door opened. Bryce walked in with a container from the diner and stopped when he saw her at the table. The pause lasted less than a second, but she felt it in her chest. The recalibration of a man who had been bringing lunch to her classroom every day and was now seeing her in the space she'd abandoned. He didn't comment. He crossed the room, pulled out the chair across from her, and sat down. The table between them was the same small table it had always been, the one where his knee had pressed against hers for weeks, the one she'd fled because the pressure had become unbearable. His knee found hers under the table. She didn't move away. She didn't reclassify it as accidental. She didn't shift her leg to create distance, or cross her ankles, or angle her body toward the wall. She pressed back. The pressure was small. A quarter inch of deliberate contact, her knee firm against his, holding instead of retreating. She watched his hand still on his coffee cup, watched his eyes lift from his food to her face. Something passed between them that had no words and needed none. And the something was this. I'm here. I came back. I'm not running anymore. He held her gaze. 1 beat. 2. Then the corner of his mouth moved, the almost smile, the one that was only hers, and he went back to eating, and his knee stayed where it was, and her knee stayed where it was, and the table was small, and the contact was steady, and the world kept turning. They talked about school, about the state tournament schedule, about Terrell's improvement, and Deshaun's three-point shooting, and whether Cameron would ever stop turning everything into a data set. The conversation was easy and normal, and underneath it the knee contact was a live wire, steady and warm, and she held it there through the entire lunch period and didn't pull away once. Vanessa, across the table, ate her salad and said nothing and saw everything. She ran into Rochelle at the diner on Saturday. Nikki had come in for takeout, a quiet lunch she intended to eat at home with Euler and a stack of competition prep for the state tournament. Rochelle was in the corner booth with Mrs. Zhang, and the moment Nikki walked through the door, Rochelle's eyes locked on her instantly. She had been waiting for this encounter, and she was not about to waste it. Sit down, baby. Malachi won't have your order ready for 10 minutes anyway. Nikki sat. She didn't have the energy to resist, and some part of her, the part that had been quietly crumbling since the kiss, needed to sit across from a woman who had known her since childhood and had never once let her be less than honest. How are you doing? Rochelle asked. The question was not casual. I'm fine. Nicole, the full name. Rochelle only used it when she was done accepting a surface answer. Nikki looked at her hands, at the table, at Mrs. Zhang, who was watching with the carefully neutral expression of a woman keeping her own counsel. I'm confused, Nikki said. I'm scared, and I don't know what I'm doing. About Bryce. About everything. About him. About me. About whether I'm the kind of person who... She stopped. The sentence was too large for the diner. The kind of person who what? Who gets this? Who gets to have this? Her voice was thin. I have spent my entire life being the woman men respect, but don't pursue. The one they study with, but don't stay for. The one who's too smart, too intense, too much. And now there's a man who says I'm not too much, and I don't know how to believe him, because believing him means every man who made me feel that way was wrong. And if they were wrong, then I've been punishing myself for their mistakes my whole life. Rochelle said nothing at first. Mrs. Zhang set her tea down. Nikki. Rochelle leaned forward. Her voice was the voice she used when she was about to say something that would rearrange a room. That man is not intimidated by you. He has never been intimidated by you. He sat across from you in a library and watched you be brilliant, and instead of running from it, he kept coming back. He moved to this town because you described it to him. He coaches basketball at a high school because it put him in the same building as you. She paused. And you are so used to being too much for people that you cannot recognize what it looks like when someone thinks you are exactly enough. The sentence landed in the center of Nikki's chest and detonated. Exactly enough. She had heard, "You're too much," her whole life, from dates who didn't call back, from a boyfriend who told her she always had to be right, from the quiet, accumulated evidence of a world that rewarded smart women with respect and punished them with loneliness. She had carried too much like a diagnosis, like an explanation for every empty chair across the table, every man who walked away, every relationship that ended with the same unspoken verdict. Brilliant, yes. Desirable, no. Nobody had ever said you're exactly enough. The phrase didn't exist in her vocabulary. She had too much and not enough and nothing in between, because the in-between was a place she'd never been invited to occupy. Until Bryce, who had sat in a library with her math and her curls and her glasses and her intensity and had not once in 3 years suggested she dim any of it. Who had come to a town he'd never been to because the woman who was too much for everyone else was exactly what he wanted. Her eyes filled. She blinked, nodded. She didn't speak, because if she opened her mouth, what came out would not be casual, and she was in a diner on a Saturday afternoon, and the composure was the only thing keeping her upright. Mrs. Zhang reached across the table and placed her hand over Nikki's. The gesture was silent and firm, and it said everything a lifetime of friendship could say without a single word. Rochelle held the moment. She didn't fill it. She let the words sit where they'd landed and do their work. "Think about it," Rochelle said softly. "That's all." Nikki walked out of the diner with her takeout bag, and Rochelle's words, and the phantom warmth of Mrs. Zhang's hand still on hers, and the phrase, exactly enough, lodged in her chest, like a key that had been waiting for a lock she hadn't known existed. She sat in her car for 5 minutes before she started the engine. She wasn't crying, she was rearranging. The structure she'd built her life on was shifting, and the shifting didn't feel like collapse. It felt like renovation. Monday afternoon. Math league practice. The state tournament was less than 2 weeks away, and the team was sharp and focused and running relay drills with the intensity of students who had been preparing for this since September. Bryce appeared in the doorway. He didn't announce himself. He leaned against the frame, arms crossed, and watched. Nikki saw him arrive, and her pulse kicked up, and she let it. She let the pulse happen. She let the heat spread. She stopped fighting the body's response and let it exist, and the letting felt like surrender. She coached. She ran the team through 3 relay rounds, adjusted the handoff sequence between Amara and Devin, corrected Jalen's approach on a category he was underperforming in. She moved through the practice with the authority she always brought, and she was aware of him in the back row the entire time, and the awareness sharpened rather than distracted her. His attention on her had always done this, even in college. She'd been better at the board when he was in the room, cleaner in her logic, fiercer in her focus, because some part of her had always performed at a higher level when he was watching. He stayed for the entire practice. He watched Jalen run calculations with the speed that had made him the top-ranked individual in the state. He watched Amara hit the buzzer first on 3 consecutive questions, the confidence that had taken months to build, now operating like a reflex. He watched Devin anchor the relay, quiet and precise, no trace left of the boy who used to freeze under pressure. When Amara answered a particularly difficult question about convergent series, Bryce leaned forward in his desk and nodded, and the nod was the same one he gave his basketball players after a good defensive rotation. Genuine, impressed. The response of a man who recognized excellence in any room, not just his own. After practice, when the students had packed up and filtered out, Bryce crossed the room to her desk. "That relay sequence in the 3rd round," he said. "The handoff between Amara and Devin. She answered the setup question, and he took the computation. That's not standard relay format." Nikki looked at him. "You noticed that? You designed it. The setup question feeds the computation directly, so the second person already has the framework when they get the buzzer. It's like a basketball assist. You're creating the shot." She stared at him. This man, this man who had watched her math league practice with the same structural attention she gave his basketball games, who could identify the tactical innovation she'd built into the relay format and articulate it using his own sport as the analogy. This was what he'd always done. He'd always seen her work the way she saw his, as craft, as architecture, as something worth studying. "You told me about that in college," he said. His voice was quieter now. "You were working on a problem set one night, and you said something about how relay competitions were broken because they treated the handoff like a reset instead of a continuation. You said, if the first person sets up the architecture, the second person should be building on it, not starting over." He paused. "I didn't understand what you meant then. I watched your team today, and I do now." The room was empty. The afternoon light fell through the windows, and Nikki stood behind her desk and felt the scope of his attention wash over her. The understanding that this man had held a throwaway comment she'd made over a library table and carried it forward for years, and watched her implement it and recognized it. She had said that. She barely remembered it. A frustration she'd voiced while working through a problem set, an offhand criticism of how relay competitions were structured, the kind of thing she said constantly and forgot immediately because her mind was always 3 steps ahead of her mouth. He hadn't forgotten. He'd held it the way he held everything she gave him, carefully, precisely, as if every word she said was worth preserving. She had never been invisible to him, not for a single second. She had been the only thing he was looking at. "Bryce," her voice was barely above a whisper. "Yeah?" She looked at him, at the lean against her desk, at the hands in his pockets, at the face she'd been studying since college, the face she'd kissed in this room, the face that looked at her like she was the most extraordinary thing he'd ever encountered and always had been. Her body was telling her what it had been trying to tell her for months. She ached, not metaphorically, physically. Her skin missed his hands. Her cheek missed the space below his collarbone. Her knee, which had been pressed against his at lunch, with deliberate intent for the first time, was still holding the imprint of the contact 2 hours later. She had been holding herself at a distance from the only person who made her feel like the smartest, most beautiful woman in any room, and the distance was the cruelest thing she'd ever done to herself. Rochelle's words were in her chest. Her mother's words were in her chest. The coffee on her desk every morning, and the knee under the table, and the man standing in front of her who had remembered a throwaway comment about relay handoffs because he remembered everything, because she had never been background noise to him, because every word she'd ever spoken in his presence had been received and held and treasured. Exactly enough. "I'm not running anymore," she said it quietly, simply, without drama. The way proofs resolved. Not with fireworks, but with the clean, inevitable logic of a conclusion that had been embedded in the premises all along. He didn't move. He didn't close the distance. He stood where he was and looked at her with an expression that held no surprise and something larger than triumph. Something that looked like recognition. A deep, quiet look. He had been waiting for exactly this. "I know," he said. 2 words. The same weight as every other 2-word exchange they'd ever shared. "Thank you. Me too. I know." She smiled. Not the measured smile. Not the deflection. The full one. The one that came from behind the glass pane and filled her whole face and made the room brighter, and she didn't dim it and she didn't take it back, and she let him see it. All of it. The woman she'd been hiding behind competence and composure and the careful architecture of a life built on the assumption that being extraordinary meant being alone. He saw it. He'd always seen it. The silence between them was not distance. It was the breath before beginning. And for the first time in her life, Nikki Harper was not afraid of what came next. She was standing in her classroom with the afternoon light on her face and a man across the desk who had crossed the country for her and waited for her and placed coffee on her desk every morning like a prayer. And the fear was still there, somewhere behind her ribs, but it was quieter now. Smaller, outweighed by something larger and steadier and truer. The something didn't need a name yet, but it had one, and the name was his.
Chapter 22. Night, coach. Good practice. Deshaun slapped the doorframe on his way out, sneakers squeaking on the corridor tile. Behind him, Terrell raised a hand and Devin nodded, and the three of them disappeared down the hallway with the loose-limbed energy of boys who'd been running for 2 hours and still had fuel to burn. "Good work today," Bryce called after them. "Devin, those free throws are getting consistent. Keep it up." Devin's voice came back from around the corner. "Yes, sir." The gym emptied. The sound drained out of the room in layers, voices fading, locker doors closing, the side exit clanging shut. By 5:30, the building was quiet. By 5:35, the quiet had settled into the stillness of a school after hours, when the hallways belonged to nobody and the rooms remembered they were just rooms. Bryce collected the basketballs from the court, loaded them into the rolling rack, checked the scoreboard controls, swept the baseline with the wide push broom because Mr. Franklin had left early today and the court needed to be clean for tomorrow. The routine was physical and simple, and it gave his hands something to do while his mind ran the same loop it had been running since yesterday afternoon. "I'm not running anymore." 4 words. She'd said them standing behind her desk with the afternoon light on her face and her glasses slightly crooked and the full weight of a decision she'd been building toward for months, settling into the space between them. She'd said them quietly, simply, the way proofs resolved, and he'd looked at her and said, "I know," because he had known, because the evidence had been accumulating for weeks. The knee press and the held gaze, and the correction time stretching from a quarter second to a full second, and the conclusion had been approaching with the inevitability of a mathematical proof. She hadn't kissed him. She hadn't closed the distance. She'd said the words and smiled, the full smile, the one from behind the glass pane, and the silence between them had been a breath and not a wall, and then the moment had ended because ending it was part of the proof. She needed to walk away from the declaration and come back to it, needed to sleep on the words and wake up and still mean them. He believed she still meant them. He believed it with the same certainty he had in gravity. He had spent months collecting evidence, and he understood the weight of data. What the data could not hold was how the words had felt. 4 words from behind a desk, and something he had carried since a library in Virginia had finally been given somewhere to rest. He had driven home that night with his hands loose on the wheel for the first time in months, but she hadn't come to him. Not yet. Not today. She'd been in the building. He'd felt her presence as he always did, a change in the atmospheric pressure that told him she was near, but she hadn't appeared in his doorway or texted or found an excuse to cross his path. The space she was giving him was deliberate, and the deliberateness told him everything. She was preparing. She was building up to something. She was going to come to him when she was ready, and the coming was going to be a choice, not an impulse. He finished sweeping the baseline, put the broom back, walked to the bench and sat down, elbows on his knees, staring at the empty court. The gym lights were still on, bright and buzzing overhead, and the floor gleamed. The bleachers were folded against the walls. The scoreboard was dark. The championship banner from 7 years ago hung from the rafters, the only evidence that this program had once been something worth celebrating. He was going to make it something worth celebrating again. The playbook was built. The conditioning program was mapped. Deshaun's court vision was developing into something special, and Terrell was finally learning to use his reach instead of apologizing for his size. And Cameron was turning game film into statistical models that would have impressed a college analytics department. The team was becoming a team. The program was becoming a program. The work was real and good and his. And the woman who had brought him here was somewhere in this building, or maybe she'd already gone home, and the not knowing was another form of patience. He heard her before he saw her. Not her voice, her footsteps. The rhythm of Nikki Harper's shoes on a gymnasium floor, a sound he'd cataloged years ago at college games, the quiet, deliberate step of a woman who walked like she thought about everything, including the mechanics of walking. He turned his head. She was standing in the doorway. The expression on her face was terrified and determined and beautiful, all 3 at once, the way a lit match is all 3 things in the same instant. She was wearing the burgundy blouse. Her curls were loose. Her glasses were straight for once, pushed up properly, as if she'd adjusted them in the hallway before walking through the door. She didn't speak. She walked toward him. The distance between the doorway and the bench was about 40 feet, and she crossed it with the same precision she brought to everything, with intention, at a measured pace. The fear he'd seen in the doorway didn't change the speed of her stride. Her eyes were on his. Her chin was up. Her hands were at her sides, not in her pockets, not gripping her sleeves, not touching her hair. Open, visible, unprotected. He stood up, slowly. The way you stand when something important is arriving and you don't want to rush its approach. She stopped when she was close enough that he could see the pulse beating in her throat. 2 feet between them. The same distance that had been between them in the hallway at homecoming, in the classroom during the confession, in every charged moment where the gap had been too small for friendship and too large for what they actually were. Nikki, don't talk. Her voice was steady, almost steady. There was a tremor underneath it, the fine vibration of a woman holding herself together through an act of will, and the tremor was the bravest thing about her because it meant she was afraid and she was here anyway. I'm terrified, she said. I have spent my entire life being the woman nobody chose, the one who was too smart, too intense, too much. I have spent my life building walls out of competence, because if I was useful enough, people might stay, and if they didn't stay, at least I'd know it wasn't because I didn't try hard enough. It was because I was too much. That was the answer. That was always the answer. Her eyes were bright. She didn't blink. And then you showed up, and you sat across from me in a library and let me tutor you in math. You already knew, because being near me was worth the pretense. And you drove to a town you'd never heard of because I described it to you between problem sets. And you drank from my water bottle in front of the whole gym and touched my hand and looked at me like I was the only person in the room. And I told myself it was friendship, because friendship was safe and wanting you was not. She stepped closer. 1 step. The gap between them narrowed from 2 feet to 18 inches. And at 18 inches, he could feel her body heat and smell her shampoo and see the exact shade of brown in her eyes behind her glasses. I'm not safe anymore. I stopped being safe the night you kissed me, and I kissed you back, and I made a sound I'll never forgive myself for, and the sound was the truest thing I've ever said, and I've been running from it for weeks because the truth is terrifying. Her hands came up. They were shaking. She placed them on his chest, palms flat, fingers spread, and he felt the contact travel through his entire body like a current through water. I don't know how to be the woman somebody chooses, Bryce. I have never been her. I've been the tutor, the colleague, the friend, the woman who's brilliant enough to admire and too intense to love. Her voice was breaking now, not cracking the way it had cracked on his name at homecoming, but breaking open, the difference between a fault line and a door. But I'm here, and I'm choosing you, even though I'm scared, especially because I'm scared. Because being scared of losing you is proof that you matter, and you matter more than the fear, and I am done letting the fear win. The gym was silent around them. The lights hummed. The court gleamed. And Bryce stood 2 feet from the woman he'd loved since college, and listened to her dismantle the thesis of her life, sentence by sentence, with the precision of a mathematician proving a theorem wrong. She was choosing him. She was standing in his gym in her burgundy blouse with her hands shaking and her voice breaking, and she was choosing him. And the choosing was not a declaration of confidence. It was an act of courage performed in the absence of confidence, which made it the bravest thing he'd ever witnessed. He looked at her hands on his chest, at her eyes, bright and unwavering, at the burgundy blouse she'd chosen for this moment, as she'd chosen it for every brave moment since the night she stood in front of her mirror and decided to stop hiding. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. His hands came up and covered hers where they lay on his chest, and the covering was gentle, his palms warm against the backs of her hands, and his heartbeat hammered against her palms, fast and hard, the composure a performance, and the body telling the truth. You feel that? He said. His voice was low, the register that was only hers. That's what you do to me. That's what you've always done to me. Every Tuesday and Thursday, every game, every water bottle, every time you pushed your glasses up and said, "That one's right. My heart has been doing this for you since the day we met." Her eyes filled. She blinked. The tears didn't fall. She held them the way she held everything, with control and precision, but the holding was not a wall this time. It was a vessel. She rose on her toes. The 8 inches between 5'6" and 6'2" closed in a motion that was nothing like the classroom. The classroom had been a fist and a pull and a detonation. This was a rise, a lifting. Her hands slid from his chest to his jaw, her fingers framing his face, and she pulled him down to her with a gentleness that was its own kind of ferocity. Her eyes were open behind her glasses until the moment her lips touched his. Then they closed. The kiss was slow, deliberate, the opposite of everything the first kiss had been. She pressed her mouth to his with the full conscious intention of a woman who knew exactly what she was doing, who had chosen this moment and this man and this contact with every faculty her brilliant mind possessed. Her fingers slid from his jaw into his hair. Her body pressed forward into his, not with desperation but with certainty, the certainty of a woman who had solved the equation and trusted the answer. He wrapped his arms around her, not tight, not crushing. He held her the way he'd wanted to hold her since the day he met her, completely, deliberately, steady, and not letting go. He lifted her slightly, not off the ground, just onto her toes a little more, closing the gap until there was no air between them, chest to chest, heartbeat to heartbeat. She made the sound, the one from the classroom, the quiet, desperate sound that escaped without permission the first time and was now offered with full knowledge of what it meant. She didn't pull away. She stayed. She pressed closer. She swallowed the sound and gave him another one, quieter, deeper, a sound that came from a place she'd been guarding her entire life and was now unlocking. And his arms tightened around her, and his face turned into her neck, and he breathed her in, the shampoo and the warmth and the pulse beating under her skin. This is what I came for. This is what I waited for. She was always the answer. The thought was not new. He'd known it in the library. He'd known it in his old apartment, alone on the couch, the night the truth arrived and refused to leave. He'd known it standing by the lake on his first day in Sweetgum, watching the water catch the sun and thinking about a woman who had described this place to him like she was handing him a map to her heart. But knowing and having were different countries, separated by years and distance and fear, and the crossing had taken everything both of them had, and the arriving was this. Her body against his in an empty gym, her sound in his ears, her hands in his hair, the full, conscious, terrified, brave weight of a woman who had decided he was worth the risk. She hadn't stopped being scared. He could feel the tremor in her fingers, the slight unsteadiness of her breathing against his neck. She was terrified. She was here anyway, and the anyway was the part that undid him, the part that cracked open the last remaining compartment of restraint he'd been maintaining, because she hadn't come to him because the fear was gone. She'd come to him because she'd decided he was bigger than the fear. He held her, face in her hair, arms around her, his chest against hers, their heartbeats running at different speeds but in the same direction, 2 rhythms finding each other. The kiss ended slowly, not with a wrench, not with a separation, with a gradual softening, her lips gentling against his, her fingers loosening in his hair, her body settling against him rather than pulling away. Her forehead found his chin. His arms stayed where they were. The gym was empty and bright, and the court gleamed under the lights, and the building was theirs. "I'm not going anywhere," he said into her hair. "I need you to hear that. I turned down the job. I'm staying. The only woman I have ever wanted is you, and I am not going anywhere." She pulled back enough to look at him. Her glasses were crooked again. Her eyes were wet. Her lips were swollen, and her curls were wild from his hands, and she was laughing, or she was crying, or she was both, and the sound of it filled the gym as her laugh had filled the library on the first day, the real one, the one that came from deep in her chest and caught at the top like it surprised her. He took her face in his hands, held it, looked at her the way he'd been looking at her since the day he first sat across from her at a library table, and knew, with a certainty that had never wavered, that she was everything he'd ever wanted and more than he'd ever imagined. "There you are," he said. She laughed again, the real one, tears on her cheeks and his thumbs brushing them away, and the burgundy blouse wrinkled where his arms had held her and the gym lights humming overhead. "Here I am," she said. The silence that followed was not distance. It was not the breath before beginning. It was the beginning itself, arrived at last, quiet and sure and full of everything they'd been building toward since a woman leaned over a library table and a man's world narrowed to the scent of her shampoo and 2 inches he'd spent years learning to close. He kissed her forehead. She closed her eyes. His arms stayed around her. Her hands settled on his chest over his heartbeat, the same place they'd landed in the classroom. Except this time the hands were not a barrier. They were a bridge. Her fingers spread against the fabric, pressing into the beat, still fast, still honest, and she leaned closer. The gym was empty. The court was clean. The frogs were singing from the lake, and for the first time, neither of them was afraid.
Chapter 23. Night, Miss Harper. Night, Coach. The voice came from across the parking lot. Jalen, walking to his mother's car with his backpack and his math league binder, one hand raised in a wave. His mother's headlights were on, idling near the far exit. He'd been in the building for late practice, and the fact that he was seeing both of them leaving together at 6 p.m. landed on his face as information he intended to process later. "Night, Jalen." Nikki called back. Her voice was steady. Her hand was in Bryce's. She didn't know when that had happened. Somewhere between the gym and the side door, his fingers had found hers and laced through, and she'd let them stay because letting them stay was the easiest thing she'd done in months. His hand was warm and large, and his grip was firm without being tight, holding on without squeezing. And the contact traveled up her arm and settled into her chest and stayed. They walked to his car. The winter air was sharp, and the parking lot was nearly empty, and the school was dark behind them except for the emergency exit sign and the faint glow from Mr. Franklin's utility closet. Bryce opened the passenger door for her. She got in. He closed it gently and walked around to the driver's side, and the 10 seconds he was outside the car were the loneliest 10 seconds of her life. He got in, started the engine, looked at her. "My place?" he said, quiet. Not assuming, asking, yes, one word, no deflection, no qualification. No, just for a little while, or we should probably talk, or any of the distance-creating language she reached for whenever a moment got too close. Just yes, the simplest and bravest word in her vocabulary, offered to a man she trusted with the full weight of it. He drove. The town was quiet around them, Main Street passing in a blur of string lights and closed storefronts. His hand found hers on the console between the seats, their fingers interlacing without discussion, and the contact was simple and enormous, and she held it, and he held it, and neither of them let go. His apartment was 10 minutes from the school, a second-floor unit in a quiet complex on the edge of town that he'd moved into after the B&B. She'd never been inside. She'd imagined it. In the weeks since the kiss, in the nights she'd spent replaying his hands on her waist and his heartbeat under her palm, she'd imagined what his space looked like, what his bedroom looked like, what his sheets smelled like. The imagining had been the safest version of wanting, the version that happened behind closed eyes and didn't require courage. She was done with the safe version. He parked. They walked up the exterior stairs, his hand on the small of her back, and this time, her body didn't freeze. It leaned in. It softened against his palm. It said yes the same way she'd said it in the car, simply and without qualification. His apartment was clean and sparse and just what she would have expected from a man who organized his life the way he organized a playbook. Efficiently, intentionally, with nothing wasted. A couch, a table, a bookshelf with coaching manuals and a few novels and a framed photograph she couldn't see from the doorway. The kitchen was small and tidy, the light was low. He closed the door behind them. The click of the latch was quiet, and the sound echoed something she'd heard before, in a classroom, on an afternoon that had changed everything. Every closed door between them had been a threshold, and this one was the last. She stood in his apartment and breathed. The space smelled like him, the clean, soap and cotton scent she'd been cataloging since the first goodnight hug. The scent that lived in the memory of every embrace and every hallway brush. She was standing inside the scent now, inside his life. She turned to face him. He was standing 2 feet away, the gap that had defined them. Too small for friendship, too large for what they actually were. She closed it. She stepped forward and put her hands on his chest and felt his heartbeat under her palms, the same fast, honest beat she'd felt in the classroom. The heartbeat that had told her the truth before his mouth had. His hands came up and covered hers, and his thumbs moved across her knuckles, and the touch was so gentle it made her throat tighten. "Nikki," his voice was low, the register that belonged only to her. "Are you sure?" "I have never been more sure of anything in my life." He kissed her, slowly, his hands cradling her face, his thumbs against his jaw, his mouth unhurried and deliberate, and the deliberateness wrecked her in a way urgency never could have. She'd been kissed with urgency in the classroom, and it had set her on fire. But this was different. This was a man who had all the time in the world and intended to use every second of it. And the patience that had defined him for months was now being applied to the angle of his lips against hers, the pressure of his hands on her skin, the devastating attention he gave to every response her body offered. Her glasses pressed between their faces. He reached up and took them off, carefully, and set them on the table by the door without looking away from her. The world went soft at the edges. She could still see him, close enough that focus didn't matter, and the softness was intimate in a new way. The sharp edges of the world dissolving until there was nothing left but his face and his hands and the nearness of him. Without the glasses, she was unshielded. She'd worn them since the 7th grade. They were her frame, her perimeter, the thin barrier between her face and the world. He'd removed them with the same care he brought to everything, and the absence left her feeling more exposed than the blouse would. "You're beautiful," he said, against her mouth, against the corner of her jaw, against the place below her ear where her pulse was hammering. No deflection came, no redirect. None of the practiced responses she'd spent years deploying since the first man had called her pretty, and she'd decided he couldn't possibly mean it. She let the word land. She let it settle into her body the way warmth settles, spreading outward from the center, and she felt it reach places that had been cold for years, places she'd stopped visiting because the cold had become so familiar she'd forgotten it wasn't permanent. Beautiful. Not brilliant. Not impressive. Not, "You're so smart." Beautiful. The word she'd never allowed herself to claim, offered by the man whose opinion was the only one that had ever mattered. She'd spent her life armored in intelligence, leading with her mind because her mind was the thing people valued, the thing that made her useful. Nobody had ever wanted her for the rest, for the body and the skin and the curve of her hip and the dark of her eyes. Nobody had ever looked at her with an attention so complete it felt like being held without being touched. "Say it again," she whispered. "Beautiful." His lips traced the word against her collarbone. "You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen, and I have thought so since the day I met you, and I am going to spend the rest of my life making sure you believe it." Her eyes closed. Her head tipped back. The word traveled the path his lips traced. Collarbone to throat to the hollow below her ear, and every place it landed became a place that belonged to him. She could feel her body answering, not with language, with heat, the slow spread of warmth from every point of contact, and the warmth was dissolving something. Years of armor, years of deflection, years of believing that beauty was a word meant for other women. She took up all the space she wanted. Here, with him, she took up all of it. She reached for the buttons of the burgundy blouse herself, not because he wouldn't have, because she wanted to be the one. She'd put this blouse on for every brave moment since the homecoming dance, and taking it off was its own kind of bravery, and she wanted her own hands on it when it happened. The fabric parted. She let it fall. His reaction was not a sound. It was a stillness, a full stop in the middle of his body, his hands frozen at his sides, his breath held, his eyes moving over her with the slow, careful attention she'd seen him give game film. Except this was not analysis. This was reverence. She could feel the weight of his gaze on her skin, warm and particular, traveling her shoulders, the line of her collarbone, the places she kept covered with competence and cardigans, and the crossed arms of a woman who'd learned early that her body was not the thing people noticed. He was noticing. Nikki, his voice came out rough and low, stripped down to a register she'd never heard from him, below the coaching voice, below the patience, below everything he'd constructed to keep himself in check. I have been looking at you from across rooms for years, and I never once let myself look like this. Like what? Like I'm going to remember every detail of this moment for the rest of my life. Because I am. She felt the heat rise under her skin, a glow spreading outward from her chest until her whole body felt lit from inside, and she understood that this was what it meant to stop dimming, not to perform brightness, to simply stop holding it back, to let the full wattage of herself exist in a room with a man who had never once asked her to turn it down. She pulled his polo over his head. He helped, his arms crossing to grab the hem, and the motion was quick and graceless, and when the shirt was gone, he stood in front of her with his chest bare and his breathing unsteady, and the composure she'd leaned on for months was nowhere in his body. His hands were open at his sides. His pulse was visible in his throat. He looked like a man who had set down every defense he owned and was standing in the open, and the openness matched hers, and the matching was the most intimate thing that had happened so far. She put her palms flat on his chest, over the hammering, the same place her hands had landed in the classroom when she'd meant to push him away and couldn't, except this time there was no pushing and no pretense, just her hands against his skin and his heart answering under them, fast and hard and honest. "You're shaking," she said. "I know." He covered her hands with his. His thumbs moved across her knuckles. "I've been holding this for a long time, Nikki. The wanting. I held it so tight it felt like a muscle I couldn't unclench. And now you're standing in my apartment and your hands are on me, and I'm trying to unclench it, and my whole body forgot how." He's been carrying this. All those months. All those calm mornings and quiet lunches and hugs that were never rushed. He was carrying this the whole time. "Then let me." She rose onto her toes, the 8 inches between them compressing until her mouth was close enough to feel his breath. "You've been patient long enough. Let me come to you." She kissed him. Not the way he'd kissed her, slow and certain. She kissed him the way she'd kissed him in the classroom, with her fist in his shirt and the want pouring out of her, except there was no shirt to grab and no pulling away after. And without those two things, the kiss became something new. Something that didn't have a precedent in their history. Something that belonged only to this room and this night. He responded the way a held breath responds to release. His arms came around her and gathered her against him, and the full contact, her skin to his, was a shock that traveled through both of them at once. She felt it in his chest and in his hands and in the sound he made against her mouth, low and involuntary. The sound of a man who had been quiet for a very long time finally letting the quiet break. She made her own sound in answer, not the one from the classroom. A different one, deeper, braver, offered instead of escaped, and she felt his whole body tighten against her at the hearing of it. They moved down the short hallway together, not gracefully, his arms around her and her hands on his shoulders, and no space between them. She laughed when her hip caught the wall, and he caught the laugh with his mouth, and the catching turned into kissing, and the kissing turned into his hands in her curls for the first time, his fingers combing through them, and her head tipped back into the pressure, and a sound left her that she hadn't known she was holding. He'd wanted to touch her hair. She knew that now, with the certainty of a woman feeling something a man had imagined for years. His fingers moved through her curls with the concentrated attention of someone who had studied the way they fell across her shoulders and wondered how they'd feel. And the wondering was over, and the reality was making his hands shake again. In the doorway of his bedroom, he stopped, not to give her a moment, because his knees had gone uncertain, and she could feel the effort in his arms, the effort of holding himself and holding her and holding the full scope of what was happening. She took his face in both hands and looked up at him in the dim hallway, and his eyes were bright and undone, and the steadiness that had defined him since the day he'd arrived in Sweetgum was gone, replaced by something raw and open and shaking. "I see you," she said, because someone needed to say it to him too. Because he had spent months saying it to her in every language he knew, in coffee and lunches and hugs that went 3 seconds long, and nobody had said it back. "I see you, Bryce. I see what this cost you. I see every morning you showed up steady when you weren't. I see you." His jaw tightened. His eyes went bright in a way that had nothing to do with the light. He kissed her forehead, then her cheek, then the corner of her mouth, then her mouth, and each one was a sentence in a language more precise than anything she'd ever calculated. She stepped backward through the doorway, drew him with her by both hands. The room was dark, except for the low amber of the bedside lamp. His bed, neatly made, because of course it was. The window looking out on the quiet complex. The shelf with the framed photograph. She sat on the edge of the bed and looked up at him, and the height difference was the largest it had ever been. Her face tilted back, his face above her. And from this angle she could see what she'd spent years studying from the side. The full, direct, unguarded force of his attention aimed at her with nothing between them. No library table, no classroom desk, no faculty lounge, no football field of distance. Just him. Looking down at her with an expression that contained every look he'd ever given her across every room they'd ever shared. Concentrated into a single point of focus that made her breath catch. He knelt, not dramatically, with a quiet, deliberate motion, wanting to be level with her. His hands found her knees, and his face was even with hers, and the 8 inches dissolved, and they were eye to eye, and the eye to eye was the most exposed she had ever been, because she was sitting on his bed without her glasses, and without her blouse, and without the armor she'd carried since the 7th grade. And his eyes were on hers from 2 inches away, and at 2 inches there was nowhere to dim. She didn't dim. She pulled him forward and kissed him, and fell back and took him with her, and he came willingly, one hand bracing against the mattress, the other cradling the back of her head, and the gesture was protective, and it said, "I know you. I have memorized every part of how you move. I know where to hold." He did know. That was the revelation that came apart inside her as his mouth found the hollow of her throat. He knew where she was sensitive before she told him, because he had been paying attention, because every glance she'd caught him stealing and every brush in the hallway she'd told herself was accidental had been data, and the data was precise, and his hands were using it now, finding every place that made her breath change, and the accuracy undid her. She had spent her entire life believing that being known was the thing that drove people away, that the closer someone got, the more they saw, the faster they left. Every man before him had confirmed it. They got close enough to see the full intensity of her, the relentless mind and the fierce opinions, and the woman who could not stop being brilliant even when brilliance was inconvenient, and they backed away. Bryce had gotten closer than anyone. He had studied her from 3 feet across a library table for 3 years. He knew her tells, her habits, her coffee order, her parking spot, the sound of her laugh from across a gym. He had assembled the most complete picture of her that any man had ever held. And he was still here, closer than he'd ever been, hands in her hair, mouth against her collarbone. Still here, still moving toward her. The part of herself she had always contracted around other men. The volume, the intensity, the too much of her, expanded. Not because she decided to, because there was nothing left to hold it in. His attention had found every door she'd locked and opened them, not by force, not by argument, but by the simple, patient, undeniable evidence of a man who knew exactly who she was and had driven 9 hours to be near it. She stopped measuring. She stopped counting the seconds past appropriate, the inches between his body and hers, the distance between what she was allowed to feel and what she actually felt. The mathematician who had spent her life reducing the world to elegant proofs let the numbers go, and what was left when the numbers dissolved was sensation, pure and unfiltered. His hands on her skin and her hands in his hair, and the heat between them and the sounds they were making together, sounds that belonged to no equation, sounds that were solving nothing and proving everything. She gave him everything, not the careful version, not the measured version, The full, unguarded, terrifying, vast version of herself that she'd spent her life believing no one could want at full volume. And he received all of it, every frequency, with the focused and wondering attention of a man hearing a piece of music he'd waited his whole life to hear played without restraint. The light was low, the winter dark pressed against the windows. And the answer that had been building between them since a library table and a water bottle and a quiet Tuesday night arrived at last. And it was not a number, and it was not a proof, and it was not a variable she could solve. It was his hands in her curls and her breath against his skin, and the two of them finally at zero distance, and the zero was not an absence. It was the most complete thing she had ever felt. After, she lay on her back in the lamplight with her head on his pillow and her curls fanned across the cotton. He was on his side next to her, propped on one elbow, looking at her, and his free hand was tracing a slow, absent line from her shoulder to her wrist and back, over and over, the touch of a man mapping a landscape he'd studied from a distance and was now walking through on foot. She turned her head and looked at him. Without the glasses, his face was soft at the edges, the details slightly blurred, and the blurring made him look like something from a dream she'd had once and woken from too soon. Except she was awake, and he was still here. "Hey," she said. "Hey, I'm not going to bolt," she assured him. The laugh traveled through his whole body. She could see it in the movement of his chest, in the crinkle around his eyes, in the way his hand paused on her arm and then resumed. "I wasn't worried." "You were a little worried." "Maybe a little." His hand found hers and laced through. "But only because you're the fastest thinker I know, and fast thinkers can talk themselves out of anything." "I'm not talking myself out of this." She lifted her head and looked at him. His face was relaxed in a way she'd never seen, the composure gone, replaced by something softer, something that looked like a man who had set down a weight he'd been carrying for a very long time. "I spent my whole life being afraid of this, of being seen, of letting someone close enough to find out I'm not as impressive as I look from the outside." "You're more impressive up close," he said. "I've been up close for years. The view only gets better." She pressed her face into his chest and closed her eyes and let the words settle into the place where too much used to live, and the old tenant packed its bags quietly and left. And the new tenant moved in without ceremony, and the new tenant's name was enough. She lay there for a long time, listening to his breathing, feeling the slow rise and fall of his chest under her cheek. The lamp cast a circle of gold across the sheets. His bookshelf was visible from the bed, coaching manuals and a few novels, and on the top shelf she could see the framed photograph she hadn't been able to make out from the doorway. It was a team photo, his college team, and she knew, with a certainty that required no proof, that somewhere in the frame was the stands, and somewhere in the stands was Section 12, and somewhere in Section 12 was a girl with glasses and a water bottle who had no idea she was being loved. "Bryce? Yeah? Thank you for the tutoring," he laughed. Not the polite one, the one that came from deep in his chest and caught at the top, and she felt it against her cheek and in her ribs and in the spaces between her heartbeats. "You're welcome," he said. "You were a terrible tutor, by the way. I already knew the material." "I know." She smiled against his skin. "You told me. You sat there for 3 years and let me teach you things you already understood because you wanted to be near me." "Best 3 years of my life." "Mine too," she said, and meant it, and the meaning was the last deflection falling away, the last equation resolving into a truth so simple it didn't need proof. His hand found hers on his chest. Their fingers laced. His heartbeat was slow now, steady, the heartbeat of a man who was exactly where he was supposed to be. She was exactly where she was supposed to be. She had spent her life solving for variables, reducing complexity, finding the elegant proof that made the chaos make sense. And the most elegant proof of her life was this. A man who had sat across from her in a library for 3 years pretending to need help with math he already understood, had been, the entire time, solving his own equation, and the answer to both of theirs was the same. The lamp was low, the frogs were singing from the lake, and the silence between them was not careful, not measured, not the breath before beginning. It was full, it was theirs, It was the sound of two people who had finally stopped running and found each other waiting on the other side.
Chapter 24. Well, well, well. Rochelle was standing at the edge of their booth before the biscuits arrived. Malachi had just set 2 plates of biscuits and gravy on the table with his usual quiet efficiency, and Rochelle had materialized from the corner booth she shared with Mrs. Zhang as if she'd been timing her approach to the moment the food landed. It was Saturday morning. The diner was half full with the breakfast crowd, conversations humming, the coffee machine running steady behind the counter. Bryce and Nikki were sitting in a booth by the window, across from each other, and her knee was pressed against his under the table with the same deliberate pressure she'd been applying since the day she came back to the lounge, and his hand was on the table next to hers, close enough that their pinkies were touching. This was the first time they'd been in public together as something other than colleagues. Something other than friends. The word for what they were now didn't need to be spoken because it was visible in the way she'd ordered without looking at the menu, and he'd poured her coffee without asking how she took it, in the ease of 2 people who had been rehearsing this version of themselves for months without knowing it. "Morning, Rochelle," Bryce said. "Don't you morning, Rochelle, me." She stood at the edge of the booth with her arms crossed and her expression cycling through several emotions at once, all of them pleased. "I've been watching you 2 circle each other for months. You think I didn't know? May and I have had a running bet since October." "Rochelle," Nikki said. Her voice carried a warning that had no teeth in it. "Mrs. Zhang bet Thanksgiving. I said Christmas. We were both wrong." She paused. "But I was closer. You were not closer. I was emotionally closer." Rochelle looked at Bryce, then at Nikki, then at the 1/4 inch of space between their hands on the table. Her expression softened from amusement into something deeper, something that looked like a woman who had watched 2 people find each other and was grateful to have been in the room when it happened. "I'm happy for you, both of you. This town needed this." "Thank you," Bryce said. He meant it. "Now eat your biscuits before they get cold." She turned and walked back to the counter, and Bryce heard her say something to Malachi that ended with, "I told you," and Malachi's low laugh in response. At the corner booth, Mrs. Zhang was sitting with her tea, and she caught Bryce's eye and gave the smallest nod. She communicated in gestures, and her gestures carried the weight of words. Nikki looked at Bryce across the table. Her glasses were clean, her curls were loose. She was wearing the burgundy blouse, and the sight of it did something to his chest that he was never going to get tired of, because the burgundy blouse was the brave one, the one she wore when she was showing up instead of hiding. And she was wearing it to the diner on a Saturday morning, sitting across from him with her knee against his and the whole town watching. "She's going to tell everyone," Nikki said. "She already told everyone. We just confirmed it." Nikki smiled. The full one. The one from behind the glass pane, the one that filled her whole face and made the room brighter, and she didn't dim it. He watched it stay. He watched it hold, bright and unguarded, visible to the whole diner, to Rochelle at the booth and Mrs. Zhang with her tea and Malachi behind the counter. The smile she had spent years controlling was sitting on her face like it belonged there, and she was letting it, and the letting was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen her do. He picked up his fork. She picked up hers. They ate biscuits and gravy, while the Saturday morning light fell across the table, and Rochelle's diner hummed around them, and his knee was against hers, and her pinky was touching his, and the ordinariness of the moment was better than anything extraordinary he'd ever experienced. Monday was different, not in the facts of it. He still coached, she still taught. The hallways still smelled like floor wax, and the lounge still had bad coffee, and the bells still rang at the same intervals. But the frequency had changed. The building was the same building, and they were different people inside it, and the difference was visible to anyone paying attention. Everyone was paying attention. He placed the coffee on her desk that morning, the way he'd been placing it every morning for weeks, except this time the gesture was not a statement or a proof or an act of patience. It was just coffee. His hands knew where the cup went, the corner nearest her chair, the spot where her hand would find it. The ritual had lost its weight and gained something better: ease. The lightness of a man who no longer needed the coffee to speak for him because he could speak for himself. Deshaun was paying attention. "Coach," he appeared in the coaching office doorway during lunch, basketball under his arm, wearing the expression of a teenager who had been right about something and was physically incapable of not saying so. "I just want you to know, I called it." "You called nothing. I called it in October. Ask Terrell, ask Cameron. I said Coach Carter and Miss Harper are going to get together by January, and Cameron said February, and Terrell said we should mind our business, and I was right, and they were both wrong." Terrell was right. "You should mind your business." "That's fair," Deshaun grinned, "but also I was right." He disappeared before Bryce could respond, sneakers squeaking down the hallway, entirely too pleased with himself. Jabril appeared in the doorway 30 seconds later, as if he'd been waiting in the corridor for Deshaun to clear. "So," he leaned against the frame. "So." "She smiled at you in the lounge just now, the real smile, the one she used to hide." Jabril paused. "The whole room saw it." "I know. You good?" "I'm good." Jabril looked at him. The look lasted 3 seconds and communicated the full weight of a friendship that had been built on weight-room conversations and honest questions and the shared understanding of men who loved women who were worth the wait. "Good," Jabril said, and left. In the hallway, between 4th and 5th period, Nikki came around the corner and their eyes met, and the contact held for 2 full beats before she smiled, unhurried and warm and completely unguarded. Her hand reached out and her fingers brushed his as she passed, a touch so light and so deliberate that it lasted less than a second and communicated everything. A freshman walking between them said, "Excuse me," and they both stepped aside without breaking eye contact. And the freshman looked back over her shoulder with an expression that said she was going to text 7 people about this immediately. The school had absorbed the shift with the efficiency of a living organism. By Tuesday, the information was ambient. By Wednesday, it was old news. By Thursday, the students had moved on to other gossip, except for Cameron, who had apparently begun tracking the statistical correlation between Bryce's coaching performance and Nikki's proximity to the court, because Cameron could not help himself. At the faculty lounge, Vanessa watched Nikki sit at the table and watched Bryce sit across from her and watched the knee contact under the table that was no longer hidden, and said, in a voice pitched for the entire room, "I would like the record to reflect that I saw this coming at the faculty meeting in August." "Noted," Nikki said. "I would also like to say that I have shown tremendous restraint in not asking questions." "Also noted." "I am now asking questions," Vanessa said. "No, one question." Vanessa held up a finger. "Vanessa, is he a good kisser?" Nikki looked at Bryce. Bryce looked at Nikki. The look lasted exactly long enough for Vanessa to get her answer without a single word being spoken, and Vanessa sat back in her chair and said, "I knew it," with deep satisfaction. Her faith in the universe had been validated. Thursday night, men's league. The gym was full, the bleachers packed tighter than the first game had been, because the league had grown into something the community looked forward to. Bryce had started it for the basketball. It had become something else, a room, a gathering, the kind of place where Sweetgum showed up and belonged to each other. He played the first half hard. The games were competitive now, the rosters settled, the rivalries friendly and real. Sean's footwork was still the best on the floor. Jabril was still the most physical defender. Malachi had developed a mid-range game that nobody had seen coming. Rashad's jumper was still a problem. Darius ran the offense with quiet competence. He liked systems. The league was good. The basketball was real. The room was exactly what he'd wanted it to be. At halftime, he grabbed the towel from the bench and wiped his face. The gym was loud with conversation and laughter and the energy of a community that was having a good time. He looked up at the stands. She was 6 rows up. Between Rochelle and Mrs. Zhang, the same spot she'd occupied at the first game, the same seat she'd claimed as hers. Her curls were loose. Her glasses reflected the gym lights. She was holding a water bottle in both hands. He jogged toward her. The same direction, the same intent, the same singular focus. He passed the bench. He passed the water station. He passed everything and everyone between him and the woman in the 6th row. But this time, when he reached the base of the bleachers and looked up at her, the ritual changed. She held the bottle out. Before he could reach for it, before he could extend his hand or open his palm or make the gesture that had defined them since college, she held the bottle out to him with both hands, offering it, her eyes on his, and the offering was not tentative. It was certain. It was a woman who knew she had been chosen and was choosing back, deliberately, publicly, in front of Rochelle and Mrs. Zhang and the entire gym. The gesture reversed everything. For years in college, at the first men's league game, the ritual had been his. He approached, he reached, he took. She held the bottle and let him drink and called it their thing. The direction had always been him toward her. Him crossing the floor, him making the play. Now she was making the play. She was holding the bottle out, and the holding said, "I see what this means. I've always seen what this means, and I'm giving it to you on purpose." He took the bottle. Their fingers overlapped during the transfer, his hand closing around hers, around the plastic, and the contact was not brief. He held. She held. 2 beats, 3. His thumb found the ridge of her knuckle, the same ridge, the same spot, and the touch was the same touch except that everything underneath it had changed. The knuckle that had trembled at the first game was steady now. The woman attached to it was steady now. Scared and steady, the way she'd been since the gym, and he could feel in the firmness of her grip that the fear and the bravery had stopped being opposites for her. He lifted the bottle to his mouth and drank. He kept his eyes on hers. She kept her eyes on his. And the look she gave him while he drank was not the look from the first game. Not the wide-eyed, breath-catching, composure-shattering look of a woman who didn't understand what she was feeling. This was the look of a woman who understood exactly what she was feeling and was not interested in hiding it. He lowered the bottle, handed it back, let his fingers trail across hers during the return. She took the bottle and pressed it against her chest, not her wrist, and the change in location said everything. The wrist had been cooling down, the chest was holding close. "Good game," she said. Her voice was low and warm and aimed at him like a private frequency. "Better now." She smiled, the full one, the one without the wall. And Rochelle beside her caught Mrs. Zhang's eye, and the look that passed between them needed no words and carried the weight of a bet they'd both lost and a conclusion they'd both been waiting for. He jogged back to the court. The second half started. He played, he scored, he coached the flow of the game. He did his job, the real job, the one he loved for its own reasons, and the love was not diminished by the woman in the stands. It was sharpened by her. It had always been sharpened by her. The game ended. His team won. The gym stayed full for another 30 minutes while people talked and laughed and drifted toward the door in the slow departure of a community that didn't want the evening to end. Sean was telling a story near the bleachers that involved elaborate hand gestures and had Rashad doubled over laughing. Jabril was talking to a group of parents about the upcoming basketball season. Darius was helping stack chairs. The men's league had become what Bryce had built it to be, a room people wanted to be in. The basketball was the vehicle. The community was the point. He'd told Jabril that, in the weight room, on his first day. Basketball should be a room people want to be in. He'd meant it then. He meant it now. The room was full, and the people were good, and the woman he loved was standing by the door, and every piece of the life he'd built in this town was real and earned and his. Nikki was waiting by the side exit. She'd said goodbye to Rochelle and Mrs. Zhang. She'd talked to Vanessa, who'd shown up for the second half and was now texting with the focused intensity of a woman reporting live from the field. She was standing alone by the door with her water bottle in one hand and her jacket over her arm, and the gym lights caught her glasses and her curls and the burgundy blouse that she wore like armor and like an invitation, both at the same time. He crossed the gym to her. The last crossing. The same direction he'd been walking since the day he drove into Sweetgum with a coaching contract and a map made of fragments she'd given him in a library. "Hey," he said. "Hey." He looked at her, at the smartest, most beautiful woman he had ever known, standing in his gym, in his town, in his life. At the woman who had tutored him in math, he already understood and described a town he'd memorized and handed him a water bottle with both hands and chosen him even though she was scared. The thought was the same one he'd had the first day he walked into Sweetgum High and heard her laugh across a library. Simpler now, settled, the way a truth sounds after you've stopped needing to prove it. "There you are. Let's go home," she said. He took her hand. They walked out together. The parking lot was dark, and the winter air was cold, and the frogs had gone quiet for the season. But the string lights on Main Street were on, the way they were always on, steady and glowing and promising something gentle for the evening. He could see them from the parking lot. The same lights she'd described to him in a library, the same lights he'd walked under on his first day in town, the same lights that had been burning every night since, keeping the promise the town made to everyone who lived here. You belong. You're home. The lights stay on. She leaned into him as they walked. His arm went around her shoulders. The weight of her against his side was the answer to every question he'd ever asked. And the town of Sweetgum, which had been watching since the day he arrived, settled into the satisfaction of a story it had seen coming all along.
Epilogue. Miss Harper, Cameron is doing the thing again. Amara said it with the weary affection of a teammate who had been tolerating Cameron's brand of preparation for 6 months and was running low on patience. They were backstage at the Georgia State Math League Championship in a holding room at the convention center in Atlanta, 30 minutes before the team relay finals, and Cameron was sitting cross-legged on the floor with his laptop open, running probability models on their opponents' likely answer patterns. "Cameron," Nikki crouched beside him, "close the laptop. I'm almost done. The team from Decatur has a 73% accuracy rate on convergent series, but drops to 58 on combinatorics, which means if we can force the relay into a combinatorics sequence in round 3. Cameron." He looked up. His eyes were bright with data and anxiety and the intensity of a boy who believed that preparation could eliminate uncertainty. "You're ready," she said. "The numbers say you're ready. Your teammates say you're ready. Close the laptop and trust the work." He closed the laptop, slowly, like a man surrendering a weapon. "That's my boy," she patted his shoulder. "Go join the team. Jalen's running warm-up drills." Cameron stood, tucked the laptop under his arm because he was never going to leave it behind, and walked to where the rest of the team was gathered near the door. Jalen was leading them through rapid-fire practice problems, his voice calm and confident. He had been ranked first in the state individual standings all season, and he was about to prove the ranking was earned. Amara was beside him, buzzer hand flexing, the confidence she'd built since September, operating like a second heartbeat. Devin was quiet, focused, the anchor who had stopped freezing under pressure and become the steadiest hand on the team. They were ready. She'd built this. 3 years of early morning practices and competition drills and relay redesigns and the stubborn, patient belief that these brilliant, intense, magnificent kids deserved a program that matched their talent. She'd inherited the math league from a teacher who'd treated it as an afterthought, a club that met once a week and competed twice a year. She'd turned it into this: a team that practiced 4 mornings a week, that ran relay innovations no other school in the state used, that had students who pushed each other the way athletes pushed each other, with respect and fire, and the shared understanding that excellence was the standard. Jalen had been her first recruit. Sophomore year, she'd watched him solve a problem on the board with a speed that made her breath catch, and she'd said, "Have you ever considered Math League?" And he'd said, "That's the team that loses at regionals every year, right?" And she'd said, "It was. It won't be." He'd shown up to practice the next morning. He hadn't missed one since. Amara had been the hardest to reach. A transfer student with a mind like a scalpel and a confidence problem that kept the scalpel sheathed. She'd frozen at her first buzzer competition, hand hovering, answer ready, unable to press. Nikki had sat with her afterward and said, "You knew the answer before anyone else in the room. The only thing between you and that buzzer is the belief that you deserve to press it." It had taken 3 months. Now Amara hit the buzzer like she was born with it under her thumb. Devin had been the quiet one, the student who knew the material cold but shut down under observation, who could solve anything alone and nothing in front of an audience. Nikki had worked with him for a semester, running practice problems with increasing numbers of observers, building the tolerance like a muscle. The day Devin anchored a relay for the first time without freezing, she'd gone to her car after practice and cried. Not because it was dramatic, because it was earned. Cameron was Cameron. Data-obsessed, statistically minded, the kind of student who turned everything into a model and trusted the model more than his instincts. She'd spent a year teaching him that instincts were data, too, that the pattern recognition his brain did automatically was a form of computation that no laptop could match. He was still working on it. He might always be working on it. She loved him for it. She looked at her team, and the pride was so large it pressed against her ribs. "Miss Harper," Jalen turned to her. "You coming? Right behind you." They filed out of the holding room and into the corridor that led to the main auditorium, and the sound hit them first. The buzz of hundreds of students and coaches and parents filling the room, the clatter of buzzers being tested, the charged energy of a competition where months of preparation were about to resolve into results. Nikki walked her team to their assigned table. She arranged the relay order. She checked the buzzers. She did the things a coach does before the biggest competition of the season, and she did them with the precision and authority she'd brought to every practice since September. Then she looked up at the stands. She found him without searching, without scanning. Her eyes went to his the way a compass finds north, automatically, inevitably, the way his eyes had always found hers in college arenas and gym bleachers and crowded rooms. She didn't look for him. She looked at him. He was already there. Bryce was sitting in the 5th row, center section, wearing a navy polo and the expression she'd come to recognize as his full attention. He had a water bottle in his right hand. He'd driven to Atlanta for this. He'd rearranged his Saturday to sit in an auditorium full of buzzers and whiteboards and teenagers solving equations, and the only explanation was the one she'd spent months refusing to believe and had finally accepted. He wanted to be in the room where she worked. Not because he understood the math, because he understood her. The thought arrived with the quiet weight of something she should have seen sooner. He was doing for her what she'd always done for him. She'd gone to every one of his games, every basketball game, every men's league night, every practice she could make. She'd sat in the bleachers and watched him do the thing he loved with the quiet, devoted attention of a woman who didn't know she was telling the whole room how she felt. She'd been his person in the stands since Section 12. Now he was hers. He caught her looking. The corner of his mouth moved, the almost smile. The one that was only hers, the one that said, "I see you, I'm here, go be brilliant." She felt the look land on her body the way his looks always landed, in her chest and her wrists and the base of her spine, and the landing was not a distraction. It was a sharpening. She had always been better when he was watching, cleaner in her logic, fiercer in her focus. The best version of herself existed in front of him. Not as performance, as permission. His attention gave her permission to be everything she was without apology. She gave him a nod. Small, certain. The nod said, "Thank you for being here, and watch this, and I love you," and he received all three and nodded back. The relay finals were not close. Nikki's team won in 4 rounds. Jalen opened with a speed that made the opposing coach's eyebrows rise. Amara hit the buzzer on 3 consecutive questions, reflexive, confident, done doubting herself. Devin anchored the final relay with the quiet steadiness she'd spent months building in him, and the handoff between Amara and Devin, the setup to computation sequence Nikki had designed, the one Bryce had recognized as a basketball assist, executed flawlessly. Cameron, who was not competing in the relay, sat at the team table and tracked every answer. He trusted the data, and the data was proving him right. The final buzzer sounded. The scoreboard confirmed what the room already knew. State champions. The auditorium erupted. Nikki's team was on their feet, hugging each other, shouting, the chaotic joy of young people who had worked for something and earned it. Jalen pumped his fist. Amara screamed. Devin smiled, which for Devin was the equivalent of a victory lap. Cameron was already entering the final scores into his laptop. Nikki stood at the coaching table and let the moment wash over her. The sound, the celebration, the students she'd poured herself into, running toward her now, hugging her from every direction, and she was laughing, and her eyes were bright, and her glasses were crooked from someone's embrace, and the pride in her chest was enormous and earned. Through the crowd, she found his face. Bryce was standing now, 5th row, clapping, and the look on his face was the look she'd spent her whole life not believing she deserved. The look of a man watching the woman he loved do the things she was born to do and finding her extraordinary in a way that still took his breath. She held his gaze across the auditorium, through the students and the noise and the celebration and the chaos. 2 people finding each other in a crowded room, the way they'd always found each other, the way they always would. Later, in the corridor outside the auditorium, after the trophy ceremony and the team photos, and Cameron's insistence on documenting the statistical significance of their margin of victory, Nikki leaned against the wall and let the building go quiet around her. The trophy was in the team's hands. Jalen was carrying it, which was appropriate, and Amara was taking photographs of it from every angle, which was also appropriate, and Devon was standing beside it with the quiet satisfaction of a boy who had earned something and didn't need to shout about it. They'd gone to the bus with their parents and their pride and the glow of young people who had discovered what they were capable of. Nikki had stayed behind. She needed a minute. Not because she was sad or overwhelmed or processing something difficult, because the joy was large, and large joy needed room the same way large grief did, and she wanted to feel it fully before she shared it. She had built something, not just a team, a room, a space where brilliant, intense, too much kids could show up and be exactly who they were and discover that exactly who they were was extraordinary. She'd built the room because she'd needed one herself, once, and nobody had built it for her. And the building was the most important thing she'd ever done with her life, besides letting Bryce Carter love her. He appeared around the corner, walking toward her with his hands in his pockets and the water bottle in his right hand, and the unhurried stride she'd come to understand meant he was exactly where he intended to be. He stopped in front of her. Close. The 2 feet that had been their measurement, except the 2 feet didn't feel like a gap anymore. It felt like the distance between 2 people who liked standing close. State champions, he said. State champions. That relay handoff in round 3. The Amara to Devon sequence. Flawless. You noticed? I always notice. His voice was the low register, the one that was only hers. You built something extraordinary, Nikki. Those kids are extraordinary because you showed them how to be. The compliment landed. She let it. She didn't deflect. She didn't redirect. She didn't say the kids did the work, or it was a team effort, or any of the practice diminishments she'd been deploying her entire career. She let the words settle into her body, and she felt them reach the place where too much used to live, and the fit was clean, and the old label peeled away without a fight. Thank you, she said. I built something I'm proud of. He looked at her. The look shifted from admiration into something warmer, something that made her skin glow and her pulse quicken even now, even settled, even sure. The permanent charge between them. Not tension as uncertainty, tension as aliveness. The current that had started across a library table and would hum between them for the rest of their lives. She reached for his water bottle. She felt his gaze follow her hand as it closed around the plastic. Her fingers wrapping around the bottle with care and intention and both palms. She lifted it to her lips and drank, and she kept her eyes on his while she did it, and the gesture was deliberate and freighted with everything the water bottle had ever meant between them. His mouth where hers had been, her mouth where his had been. The indirect contact that had been their language since college, the closeness by proxy, the intimacy disguised as habit. Except it wasn't disguised anymore. It wasn't indirect anymore. She was drinking from his bottle and looking him in the eye, and the looking said, I know what this means. I've always known what this means. And I'm doing it on purpose, because you are mine, and I am yours. And the water bottle was never just a water bottle. She lowered it, handed it back, their fingers intertwined during the transfer and held. Thank you, she said, for being here, for being in the stands. Where else would I be? He said it simply, without drama, the way truths sound when they've stopped needing proof. She smiled. The full one. The real one. The one that came from behind every wall she'd ever built. The one she'd spent her life dimming. The one she would never dim again. He leaned down and kissed her forehead. She closed her eyes, his lips against her skin, steady and certain, and his. And the feeling that moved through her was not fireworks, and it was not equations, and it was not the breath before beginning. It was the thing after the beginning, the thing that stays. She opened her eyes. He was looking at her, the look she'd spent her life running from and had finally learned to stand inside. I was always the answer. I just needed time to believe the math. Ready? He said. She took his hand. Take me home. They walked out of the convention center and into the evening. The parking lot was large and anonymous, a space that belonged to no one, and they crossed it in the comfortable silence of two people who didn't need to fill every quiet. The drive back to Sweetgum was long. 3 hours of highway and then back roads, the city falling away behind them. The landscape shifting from suburbs to farmland to the rolling green that meant they were getting close. Bryce drove. Nikki sat in the passenger seat with her feet tucked under her and her hand on his thigh and the water bottle in the cup holder between them. They talked about the competition, about Jalen's speed and Amara's confidence and Devon's composure and Cameron's laptop, which he had apparently tried to bring to the trophy ceremony and been gently redirected. They talked about next season, about the students who'd be graduating and the ones who'd be rising, about the relay format and whether to expand it, and whether Cameron's statistical models had actually predicted the margin of victory, which they probably had, because Cameron. They talked about summer, about whether to drive to the coast or stay in Sweetgum, about the men's league and whether to add a summer session, about the lake and the frogs and the porch at the B&B, where Benjamin's sweet tea tasted like the first afternoon Bryce had spent in this town. They talked about the future in the easy, overlapping way of two people who had stopped being surprised that their futures contained each other. Not declarations, not plans, just the quiet, settled assumption of permanence, the way you talk about next year's garden when you know you're staying in the house. Somewhere past the city limits, the road narrowed and the trees thickened, and the town appeared the way it always appeared when you came from the north. Through the pine canopy, the lights visible before the buildings, the promise arriving before the proof. She had spent her life solving for variables she didn't believe she deserved. She drove home with the answer beside her, his hand in hers on the console, the water bottle in the cup holder between them, and the math, for the first time, perfectly and permanently resolved. 3 weeks later, the region final landed in Sweetgum's gym on a cold Saturday in February, and by 6 o'clock the parking lot was full and the bleachers were fuller, and Malachi had closed the diner early with a sign on the door that said, "Gone to the game, where you should be." Nikki arrived at 5:30 with a water bottle in her bag. Not a water bottle. The water bottle. Green, dented, unremarkable to anyone who didn't know its lineage. It had followed her home from Virginia in a box of textbooks and lived at the back of a kitchen cabinet for 4 years, because some artifacts you don't throw away even when you tell yourself the museum is closed. She had washed it at her kitchen sink that morning and filled it and set it in her bag, and Euler had watched the whole operation from the counter with the serenity of a cat who had seen this level of intention twice before. Once with a burgundy blouse, once with a lipstick. She climbed to the upper level and sat slightly left of center. It took him 90 seconds to find her. He was courtside running warm-ups, clipboard in hand, and his eyes swept the bleachers the way they had swept a college gym 100 times, casual, roving, and stopped. She watched him register the seat, watched him understand it. Across 200 feet of gymnasium, over the heads of half the town, he looked at her the way he'd once looked at her across a library. And then he turned back to his clipboard, and his shoulders were different for the rest of warm-ups. Lighter. Set. You're a long way from the good seats. Rochelle arrived with a thermos and a cushion, and lowered herself onto the bench beside Nikki without waiting for an invitation. I like the view. Rochelle looked at the court, looked at the seat, looked at the water bottle already resting against Nikki's hip. She said, which from Rochelle was an entire editorial, and she stayed. Mrs. Zhang appeared on the other side 5 minutes later with her tea and the smallest of nods, and the flank was complete. Bryce's parents came up the stairs at 6:45, escorted by Benjamin, who had driven them over from the B&B where they were staying the weekend. His mother was small and quick-eyed with silver at her temples, and his father was Bryce in 30 years, tall and unhurried, and they were laughing at something between them before they even reached the row, which told Nikki everything about the house her coach had grown up in. "Nikki," Rochelle said, rising, "these belong to your young man." His mother took both of Nikki's hands before Nikki could offer one. "So you're the study partner." "The what?" 4 years of Sunday phone calls from Virginia, honey. He'd give us 2 minutes on basketball and 20 on a girl who could outmath his professors. We never got a name." Her eyes were doing the same thing her son's did, the warm, unhurried cataloging. "We got theorems. So many theorems," his father said. And the two of them laughed the way they'd been laughing when they reached the row. Easy, practiced, a call and response 30 years old. Nikki's chest did something she didn't have language for. Her family had been setting a plate. His had been collecting proofs. All those years, on both ends of a library table, the people who loved them had known. Principal Hodges stopped at the end of the row just before tip-off, still wearing a school lanyard on a Saturday night. "Miss Harper." The board took up the practice schedule question at Tuesday's meeting. A state title made it a short conversation. The phrase in the minutes is model program. A pause. "Also, the parent who filed the complaint has requested his son transfer into your 4th period. Apparently, he wants the boy to be where the winning is. Practices are still 4 mornings a week. I told him it's the minimum for what you're building," something that was almost a smile. "Enjoy the game." The game was a fist fight in sneakers. Valdosta came in tall and disciplined, and their center had 3 inches on Terrell and spent the first quarter trying to make all 3 of them count. Terrell gave up the height and refused to give up the ground. Nikki watched him seal his man off the block, take the contact, hold the post, and she thought about a boy who had spent a semester learning that his body was a tool and not an apology. And here was the semester exam. Darius ran the offense like a man reading from a favorite book. Deshaun ran hot and cold and mostly hot. And through all of it, Bryce worked the sideline in the low register. She'd first heard through her classroom floor, steady, specific, kneeling in front of his players during timeouts so his eyes were level with theirs. In the 3rd quarter, Womack changed the game. Valdosta dropped into a trapping zone that swarmed Deshaun every time he crossed half court, and Sweetgum's offense went quiet for 4 possessions. Nikki saw the geometry of it before the crowd did. The trap was giving up the short corner, betting that a high school team wouldn't find the pass. She was already working the counter in her head, the diagonal entry, the weak side flash, when Bryce called time, knelt in front of his team, and drew it on his clipboard. The very counter, line for line. They had been speaking the same language across a hallway, across a lunch table, across a bond of coffee and proofs, for months. It should not have surprised her that they coached in it too. The counter worked. The short corner opened, and with 4 minutes left and the score tied, the trap collapsed on Deshaun 1 time too many, and he did the thing he had been expressly forbidden to do in games. The behind-the-back pass came out of the swarm like a card trick, hit Terrell in stride under the rim, and the gym detonated. Nikki watched Bryce. She watched him throw both hands up, and for 1 second she thought he was going to yell, and then he laughed instead. Head back, full. The laugh she had only ever heard in small rooms, loose, in front of 900 people. Valdosta made their run at the end because good teams do. Down 2 with 11 seconds left, their center went up for the tying rebound and met Terrell in the air, and the center tried, and Terrell did not move. The whistle sent Terrell to the line, and the boy who used to apologize for taking up space stood in the loudest gym in the region and made both free throws like he was alone in a driveway. The buzzer sounded. Sweetgum had won the region. The floor flooded. The pep band lost all discipline. Somewhere above the celebration hung the championship banner from 7 years ago, and Nikki looked up at it through the noise and thought it had stopped looking like a relic. It looked like something that had been waiting for company. Down at the scorer's table, Womack found Bryce's hand and held it a beat longer than a handshake. Nikki was close enough by then, working her way down the bleachers to hear it. "I told you in December not to let this town keep you from the career you were supposed to have." Womack looked around the gym, at the students, at the diner crowd, at the banner. 30 years I've been doing this. Turns out, this is the career. I just stopped being able to see it from where I was standing." Bryce said something she didn't catch, and Womack laughed and walked off toward his bus, and Nikki stepped onto the court. She had crossed rooms toward this man before, carefully, sideways, with exits mapped. This time she crossed the open floor of a full gymnasium in a straight line, the water bottle in her hand, and the crossing took forever and no time at all. Deshawn saw the bottle first. "Coach," he said. Then louder, with the joy of a town crier who had finally been handed real news. "Coach." Bryce turned. He looked at her. He looked at the bottle. She watched 4 years assemble themselves behind his eyes. The upper level slightly left of center. The green plastic, the girl who had watched him and not the game, and his whole face did the thing it had done in the library in August, the polite smile giving way to the real one. "You looked thirsty," she said. He took the bottle. He drank from it with his eyes on hers, unhurried, in front of God and the pep band and the entire town of Sweetgum. And then he lowered it and kissed her. And the gym, which had already detonated once that night, found something left in the reserves. Somewhere behind the bench, Deshawn was narrating at volume. Somewhere up in the stands, his mother had her arm around his father's waist, and both of them were laughing. And the sight matched a photograph on a nightstand so closely that Nikki felt time fold gently in half. She had spent her life believing that wanting something at full volume was the fastest way to lose it. The gym was the loudest room in Georgia, and she stood in the middle of it, wanting him with everything she had, out loud, in public, at a volume the whole town could hear, and nothing was lost. Nothing at all. Some proofs you write, some you stand inside. 5 months later. She walked into room 214 on a Tuesday morning expecting coffee. The coffee was there. Large oat milk latte, 1 pump vanilla, on the corner nearest her chair. The same spot, the same gesture. The ritual that had started during pre-service and had never stopped, the daily proof that arrived before she did, placed exactly where it always went, by hands that knew the corner of her desk the way they knew a free throw line. But there was something next to it, a small box, dark wood, the kind of box a person made by hand, not bought from a store. She picked it up, and her fingers recognized the quality of the joinery before her mind caught up, the smooth grain, the careful sanding, the work of someone who understood wood the way she understood numbers. She opened it. The ring was simple, a gold band with a single stone, not ostentatious, not understated, chosen with the attention of a man who had studied her hands across library tables for 3 years and knew exactly what belonged on them. There was a note underneath, folded small, written in his handwriting. "This step, right here. That's where you say yes." Her laugh came out broken and bright, and it filled the empty classroom the way her laugh always filled rooms, from the center outward, catching at the top. She pressed the box against her chest, the same place she'd pressed the water bottle at the men's league game. And her eyes were wet and her glasses were fogging, and she was standing in the room where he'd confessed and she'd kissed him, and the whiteboard had been cold against her shoulders, and nothing in her life had ever felt as right as this small wooden box against her ribs. She heard him before she saw him. His footsteps in the East Wing hallway. The rhythm of Bryce Carter's stride, unhurried and certain. He appeared in the doorway, leaned against the frame, hands in his pockets. The expression on his face was not nervous. It was the expression of a man who had placed a ring on a desk and was waiting for the answer the way he'd waited for everything. Patiently, presently, without doubt. "Yes," she said, before he could ask, before the question left his mouth. "Yes, the answer is yes. The answer has been yes since you sat across from me in a library and pretended you needed help with derivatives." He crossed the room. She met him in the middle. The box was between them, pressed against both their chests, and his arms were around her, and her face was against his neck. And she was laughing and crying, and the sounds were the same sound. And the morning light fell through the windows, and the coffee was getting cold on her desk, and neither of them cared. "I had a speech," he said into her hair. "I don't need a speech. It was a good speech. Save it for the wedding." She pulled back and looked at him through fogged glasses and wet eyes and the full, unguarded, undimmed smile that was only his. "You can tell me everything then." He took the ring from the box, slid it onto her finger. The fit was perfect, because of course it was. Because this man had spent years studying her hands, and he knew the exact measurement of the finger he'd been waiting to put a ring on. And the knowing was the most Bryce Carter thing in the world. Jalen appeared in the doorway with his backpack and his math league binder and stopped dead. Oh, his eyes went to the ring, to their faces, to the tears and the smiles and the two people standing in the middle of room 214 holding each other like the building might disappear around them. "Oh, I'm going to go. I'm going to go wait in the hallway. Congratulations. I'm leaving now." He disappeared. They heard his sneakers in the corridor, and then his voice, carrying from the stairwell with the volume of a 16-year-old who had never learned to whisper. "Dishon, you owe me $10. Nikki pressed her face into Bryce's chest and laughed until her ribs hurt. September. The wedding was at the B&B. Rochelle had insisted. Benjamin had agreed with the quiet certainty of a man who had learned that agreeing with Rochelle was both the easiest and the wisest course of action. The willow pond in the back garden was strung with the same lights that lined Main Street, and the chairs were arranged on the grass, and the late summer sun was low and gold and falling through the willows like something from a story about a place where love always won. The guest list was Sweetgum. Not a selection from Sweetgum. Sweetgum. The whole town showed up the way the whole town always showed up, because showing up was what you did here. And because the story of the basketball coach, who had driven to a small town in Georgia for a math teacher, had become the kind of story Sweetgum told about itself. Vanessa stood beside Nikki as maid of honor and managed to hold her composure for the duration of the ceremony, which was a personal record. Jabril stood beside Bryce and said nothing, and communicated everything with a single look that lasted 3 seconds and carried the weight of a friendship built on honest questions and weight-room conversations. Mrs. Zhang sat in the front row with a handkerchief she never used and an expression that said everything her voice did not. Rochelle cried. She denied it later. Nobody believed her. The vows were simple. Nikki had written hers on a note card with the 0.5mm Pentel mechanical pencil she'd used since college, and the sight of the familiar handwriting made Bryce's composure crack for the first and only time during the ceremony. She told him he was the first person who had ever made her feel like being brilliant and being loved were not mutually exclusive. She told him she'd spent her life believing she was too much, and he'd spent his life proving she was enough. And the proof was the most elegant thing a mathematician had ever received. He told her he'd been writing his vows since the second semester of their sophomore year. He told her about the library, about the curls on his neck, and the 2 inches, and the frozen pencil, and the night he'd known. He told her about the search, the drive, the apartment, the coffee he'd placed on her desk every morning, because the coffee was the only language he'd had before he found the courage to use his voice. He told her she was the answer to every question he'd ever asked, and the asking had been the best part of his life, and the answering was going to be even better. The kiss at the altar was brief and tender and earned. The reception was at the diner. Amy cooked. Malachi ran the room. The basketball team showed up in suits that didn't quite fit and ties that were definitely borrowed. Dishon gave an unauthorized toast that referenced the water bottle incident and made the entire room laugh. Cameron presented a statistical analysis of the relationship timeline that was both inappropriate and accurate. Terrell stood up and said simply, "Coach and Miss Harper are good people, and they deserve each other," and sat down, and the room was quiet for a moment because sometimes the simplest things land the hardest. Bryce and Nikki danced. Not well. Neither of them was a dancer, but his hand was on the small of her back and her cheek was against his chest, and they moved in the slow, imprecise circle of two people who didn't care about rhythm because the music was secondary to the holding. Later on the B&B porch, after the guests had drifted home and the string lights reflected on the willow pond and the frogs were singing from the lake, Nikki sat in the chair beside her husband and held a glass of sweet tea and listened to the town settle into its evening quiet. "Hey," she said. "Hey, we're married." "We are," he said. "You drove to a town you'd never been to because I described it to you in a library." "I did, and now you live here, and you coach here, and you married me here." "I did all of those things." He reached over and took her hand, "and I'd do every one of them again." She looked at him, at this man, at the answer beside her, steady and certain and hers. The ring on her finger caught the string lights. The frogs sang, the willow pond held the sky. "There you are," she said. He smiled, the real one, the one that was only hers. "Here I am." This concludes Closer to You, an African-American sweet romance novel written by Imani Price, narrated by Shatrice Williams and Michael Evans. Thank you so much for listening. To keep up with Imani's upcoming books, please subscribe to this YouTube channel and join her mailing list at imaniprice.com. Note from the author: if you especially enjoy my stories, please consider purchasing my books, which are available at all major retailers. You can also support my work here on YouTube by becoming a channel member through the Join button or by sending a super thanks by clicking on Thanks. Your support helps me continue offering these stories for free. Thank you again, and I truly hope you enjoyed this story.